In a magical metropolis, within a modest manufacturing shop of less than 100 square meters located on the outskirts, Shen Fei took a breath, exuding the determination of one who had staked everything on this venture. Just days ago, Shen Fei had traversed into this world, inheriting a nearly bankrupt manufacturing business, much like countless others who had embarked on similar journeys, awakening a system of his own. However, Shen Fei found this system to be rather unorthodox. It was touted as the strongest manufacturing system across all realms. Yet it required him to earn money from customers to accumulate points for upgrading its functionalities. For instance, if a customer placed an order worth 1,000 yuan, Shen Fei needed to fulfill all their requirements while also minimizing costs. If he managed to keep expenses to merely 200 yuan, he would earn 800 points. He mused that this system should not be called the strongest manufacturing system, but rather the most cunning merchant system. Moreover, the shop he inherited had hardly any customers and was on the brink of closure. Following the system's directives, how long would it take for him to accumulate sufficient points for upgrades? With no options left, Shen Fei resorted to opening a live stream channel, hoping to attract customers by advertising his shop. Meanwhile, in a certain live stream on the platform, roars of outrage echoed resoundingly. "What are you shouting about? Did I ask you to watch my stream? If you don't want to watch, just click the exit in the top right corner. If it weren't for my lousy computer lagging earlier, could Letme have soloed me?" The former professional League of Legends player, Zeta, pounded his desk, his voice reverberating as if to shatter the ceiling. This situation had begun 20 minutes prior when Zeta impulsively decided to challenge Letme to a solo match, aiming to demonstrate who was the strongest top laner in RNG. To his dismay, in 3 matches, he was eliminated first each time by Letme, leaving him utterly demoralized. However, the viewers in the live stream thrived on the chaos, with the chat exploding in excitement. "He's blushing. Zeta just got owned. I always said Zeta's pinnacle moment was when he boosted Shy's confidence. What skill does he have? I watch Zeta when I'm feeling down. He instantly lifts my spirits. Frog, Zeta, ignore those haters. I believe it was just your computer lagging. If you need a new one, come to me for an 80 discount. Haha, getting a new computer from Frog for 30,000 and only paying 28,000. Frog, oh no, they're coming for me." The viewers were fervently engaged, unable to pause their banter. Meanwhile, Zeta, slumped in his gaming chair, pointed at the chat in frustration. "Where's the moderator? Moderator, get that Frog out of my live stream. This time, I'm definitely getting a tech wizard to build me a killer computer. I'll show you my true strength." As he spoke, Zeta opened the live stream hall on the platform, seeking a true computer expert to assemble an extraordinary machine for him. Recently, the platform had introduced an advertising live stream feature, attracting many computer and gaming chair manufacturers. However, Zeta's intent was to find a genuine tech guru. Scrolling past the top advertisers, he finally stumbled upon a title on the 3rd page that caught his eye. "Super God Manufacturing Shop, fulfilling all your fantasies." That's the one. I want to be Super God. Zeta straightened up in his chair as if reanimated. He swiftly entered the shop's order backend and began typing his request. "I want a computer that outperforms all others on the market. It must enable me to achieve a state of synergy while playing League of Legends, capable of defeating Letme and kicking Li Yuanhao. I have a professional legal team backing me. If you cannot fulfill this order, do not accept it. Please be cautious, cautious, cautious." Upon seeing Zeta's order, the viewers in the live stream were collectively stunned. Goodness, is Zeta writing a novel? Synergy? Why not throw in one machine to break through the heavens? What Zeta wants isn't a computer. It's a magical artifact. Letme might stand a chance, but could the Spring Tiger Emperor even touch him? I bet the boss will think this customer must be delusional and reject the order outright. Haha, the guy upstairs is onto something. Who would dare to accept this order? Wait, hold on. No way, this foolish boss actually accepted it. And he did so instantly. Chapter 2. If you earn 99,000 out of 100,000, you must be a profiteer. In an instant, the order was accepted without even a second's delay. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Goodness, has the boss lost his mind? Is he really bold enough to accept such an outrageous demand? As AirZ had claimed, with his background, it is indeed possible that he possesses a legal team. This boss is doomed. His computer cannot meet AirZ's requirements. And if Air Z gets angry, he might truly sue him. Just look at the amount of the order Air Z placed. My goodness, 100,000. If Air Z decides to sue for fraud, that amount alone would be sufficient for a conviction, wouldn't it? This time, the boss is in serious trouble. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussions, feeling pity for the boss who accepted the orders so hastily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Fei remained oblivious to the fact that many were secretly cursing him. After the notification sound rang in the live stream backend, Shen Fei swiftly emerged from his semi-paralyzed state and sat before his computer to review the received orders. The instant acceptance feature was something Shen Fei had set up himself. Currently, with no business to attend to, his limbs were almost atrophying from disuse. Naturally, he lacked the standing to be selective with orders. However, upon seeing the requirements of Air Z's order, Shen Fei felt remarkably calm, although the system was still in its initial phase. And he possessed only top-tier manufacturing skills for Category 2 civilian goods. Computer manufacturing techniques were already included within that category. The computer manufacturing technology rewarded by the system was truly revolutionary. While the livestream audience found the concept of man-machine integration somewhat bizarre, Shen Fei understood that such a state genuinely existed. Nevertheless, this demanded high standards for the computer's display frame rate and CPU processing speed, as well as a harmonious integration between the user and the computer, since everyone's adaptation to frame rates and processing speeds varied significantly. With this in mind, Shen Fei decided to send a consultation message regarding the order back to Air Z on his computer. On the other side, after placing the order, Air Z intended to close the live stream and decided not to broadcast again until the new computer arrived. However, upon seeing the notification in the back end, he clicked it open compulsively, initially thinking it was some trivial platform message. But upon realizing it was Shen Fei's order consultation, his expression momentarily froze. The viewers in the live stream were equally puzzled upon reading the consultation content. A health check report? What does this boss need a health check report for? Blood sugar, blood lipids, blood pressure, transaminases, coagulation factors. My goodness, is this boss running a manufacturing shop or a pharmacy? It's baffling. Do you really need a health check report to get a computer? The barrage of comments in the live stream flowed incessantly. Air Z suddenly straightened up. Do you people not understand? This is called professionalism. Coincidentally, I had just undergone a health checkup a couple of days ago. So I will send this report over to the boss right away. Let us go. I am increasingly looking forward to my new computer. Zeta cast a disdainful glance at the live stream audience. Subsequently, he logged off and sent his medical examination report to Shen Fei in his shop located in the suburbs. Upon receiving Zeta's health report, Shen Fei promptly commenced the evaluation. With the system's first-phase testing functionality at his disposal, the task was not overly complex. After inputting Zeta's comprehensive health data into the system, feedback was swiftly generated. The optimal display frame rate for Zeta hovers around 218, while the CPU processing speed registers at 0.00058 seconds. This means that the time taken for Zeta's actions to be executed on the computer's game character is ideally 0.00098 seconds. Although it presents a challenge, it is not insurmountable. Familiarizing himself with the specifications required for Zeta's computer, Shen Fei began to delve into the task. If one were to assemble a computer with such specifications available on the market, it would not merely cost 100,000. Even 200,000 would not suffice. The finest graphics cards, motherboards, and CPUs currently available do not achieve a stable frame rate of 218. As for the processing speed of 0.00058 seconds, it is simply unattainable with today's computer technology. Such figures are reserved for supercomputers. Thus, the computer Shen Fei intends to configure for Zeta is undoubtedly a revolutionary creation. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei mentally summoned, System, activate the super laboratory. Ding. The host command has been received. The first phase of the super laboratory is now being initiated. Upon hearing the system's response echo in his mind, Shen Fei felt a surge of certainty. To construct such a computer with the tools currently at his disposal would be sheer folly. Even with the technical expertise granted by the system, lacking the necessary tools would render his efforts futile. However, with the assistance of the system's super laboratory, this endeavor became a tangible possibility. Seizing the opportunity while the super laboratory was being activated, Shen Fei's gaze shifted to the corner of the room, where a long-defunct second-hand computer lay. Concurrently, the system presented an evaluation for this obsolete machine. The total cost of the casing and hardware amounted to a mere $126. With an order value of $100,000, subtracting the cost of $126 would yield a profit of nearly $99,000, translating into equivalent points. The second phase of the system requires 80,000 points, thus this order could unlock that stage. Shen Fei murmured to himself. Chapter 3. The computer is complete. Express delivery. Undoubtedly, Shen Fei resolved to earn Zeta over $90,000, inadvertently amplifying the challenge before him. If he were to invest several tens of thousands into procuring high-end computer hardware, he could then utilize the super laboratory to assemble Zeta's computer. It would undoubtedly be exponentially easier. Yet, he now finds himself compelled to utilize some outdated hardware to assemble an extraordinary computer. This is no longer merely a matter of effort. It carries the potential for failure. Should he falter, the system will not reimburse him for the costs of the discarded components. Consequently, Shen Fei would have to incur additional expenses to fabricate another computer. Ding! The super laboratory has successfully opened. Currently, the time ratio in the first phase of the super laboratory is 51:1. This means that 5 days spent within the super laboratory equate to a mere day in the real world. There are two options available for the host to enter the super laboratory. The first option allows for a complete immersion. The host's body will not age while in the super laboratory. The second option permits only the consciousness to enter, while the physical body will be subconsciously controlled by the system, albeit aging over time. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Shen Fei's mind, further solidifying his determination to utilize the discarded computer to equip Zeta with a custom-made device. Initially, Shen Fei was aware that the system's rewarded super laboratory contained an array of groundbreaking equipment and tools, but he was unaware of such an astonishing capability. It could grant him near immortality within the super laboratory. With this knowledge, regardless of the complexity or time required for creation, Shen Fei felt confident that he could achieve it. This was merely the first phase of the system, and a time ratio of 51 is not daunting at all. Should the second, third, or even fourth phases of the system be activated, what might the time ratios be then? Even if it only reached 1001. Spending a year in the super laboratory would equate to less than 4 days in the real world. At that point, he would not even need to physically enter the super laboratory. His consciousness alone could suffice. After a year within the super laboratory, his physical form in the real world would have aged only 4 days. Reflecting on the numerous elderly scientists who devoted their lives to researching a single technology, Shen Fei suddenly felt immensely fortunate. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the excitement swelling within him, closed the shop door, and entered the super laboratory holding the discarded computer. The so-called super laboratory is, in essence, an expansive space for Shen Fei's imagination to roam freely. Upon his entrance, he found himself in a circular, white, enclosed environment. The temperature and humidity of the air were ideally suited to human comfort. However, Shen Fei was reluctant to work in such a monotonous white expanse, as prolonged exposure would undoubtedly lead to a sense of oppression. Thus, with a mere thought, the surroundings began to transform rapidly. Countless towering trees sprang up, and the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled Shen Fei's senses. At that moment, he felt as though he had stepped into a primordial forest, occasionally catching glimpses of graceful cicada deer leaping by. He inhaled deeply. The air seemed to have become significantly fresher, prompting a satisfied nod from Shen Fei. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, and several devices materialized before him. These were the essential tools required for the fabrication of integrated circuits, wiring, and computer boards. With everything in place, Shen Fei focused intently on the intricate process of computer assembly. 3 days swiftly passed. Although within the super laboratory, Shen Fei was free from the need for sustenance or rest. Remaining in a state of unwavering vitality, he nonetheless felt a hint of fatigue creeping in after this period. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. However, perseverance bore fruit. From the graphics card to the motherboard and the CPU hard drive, Shen Fei successfully crafted each component. Notably, the super laboratory provided an evaluation of his manufacturing endeavor, awarding him a remarkable score of 9 out of a perfect 10. This indicated that even with the computer manufacturing skills bestowed by the system, Shen Fei's insight and practical abilities surpassed those of 99 of individuals. Yet, unbeknownst to the system, the missing 0.1 points was a deliberate choice by Shen Fei, stemming from the memory manufacturing process. The memory utilized in computers is classified as dynamic random access memory, DRAM, comprising an N-type field effect transistor and a capacitor. Such knowledge was certainly not beyond Shen Fei's grasp. However, he found it to be a time-consuming endeavor and deemed it unnecessary given the functional requirements of the computer. Consequently, he opted for a more rudimentary approach. While the memory could have a lifespan of 20 years, Shen Fei's method likely reduced it to a mere decade. If anyone were to claim that Shen Fei was unscrupulous, he would vehemently deny it. After all, computers are inherently products of rapid obsolescence, with a lifespan of 5 to 6 years being considered quite long. Even if the computer he tailored for Zitao was ideally suited for him, a decade of use would already be stretching it. Taking a deep breath, Shen Fei decided it was time to exit. Having spent 3 days in the laboratory, he felt somewhat disoriented. With a sigh, he left the super laboratory, carrying the newly completed computer. He had entered the facility around 9 in the evening, and after several hours, it was now approximately 11:40 in the morning. Without pausing to eat, Shen Fei summoned a courier from Shunfeng to send the computer to Zitao's designated address. Given Shunfeng's efficiency, it would likely reach Zitao swiftly. Chapter 4. The Terrifying Boot-Up Speed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, countless viewers, having received notifications of the live broadcast, flocked to Zitao's streaming room. Upon seeing the title of the stream, "The new computer has arrived," the chat room erupted with excitement. Wow, that was fast. Is this new computer for real? Initially, I believed it would take at least a week, yet astonishingly, the computer was assembled in less than a day. I often find myself feeling a sense of emptiness when I don't watch the live broadcasts of Ertzi. To my surprise, Ertzi continues to deliver unexpected delights. I shall harbor a modicum of anticipation, especially considering the extravagant sum of 100,000 yuan spent, almost equivalent to my daily wage. It seems the online populace boasts an average annual income surpassing 1 billion, doesn't it? The viewers in the live stream were engrossed in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Zita could hardly contain his excitement as he began unboxing. As he reached the final layer, he couldn't suppress the urge to rub his palms together in exhilaration. Brothers, let us witness the grand unveiling of my new computer. Let me behold its magnificent prowess. In the midst of his exclamations, Zita meticulously cut through the last layer of cardboard, unveiling the host and monitor before his eyes. In the next instant, his expression froze completely. He had envisioned his new computer in various splendid forms, vibrant colors, a sleek chassis, and a curved screen no less than 28 inches, all exuding an extraordinary presence. However, he could never have anticipated that his new computer would appear thus, a dull, unremarkable black shell. The screen, though LCD, resembled something obsolete from a decade prior. Instinctively, Zita reached out to wipe the surface of the casing, only to find a layer of dust clinging to his fingertip. His eyelids twitched violently in response. Suppressing his fury, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Hello, is this Uncle Wang?" "Yes, it's Xiaohai. I've been defrauded while purchasing a computer, and the amount is substantial, around 100,000 yuan. Refund?" No, Uncle Wang, you misunderstand. The money is inconsequential. I merely wish to inquire how many years that scoundrel, the shop owner, could possibly serve." As he observed Zita, it was evident that he was on the brink of an outburst. The audience in the live stream could no longer contain their amusement. "Ha, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for 3 minutes. I just love watching Ertzi lose his composure. Truth be told, anyone in this predicament would find it unbearable. This computer is likely unavailable even in the most dilapidated markets. Regardless, this entire set, a standard office configuration from 5 years ago, is worth at most a few hundred yuan today. It seems that for computer assembly, one must seek out the frogs. They managed to pocket 28,000 from a 30,000 investment, while this unscrupulous shop owner dares to swindle Ertzi out of 99,000. Now I finally understand why this heartless owner requested a health report from Ertzi. He was likely concerned about any potential heart issues, fearing Ertzi might collapse on the spot. Ha. It appears this is a meticulously planned and premeditated large-scale scam, and poor Ertzi has truly fallen victim. One can only feel a tinge of sympathy for Ertzi, albeit not much. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with chatter, unable to pause their discussions. Many exclaimed that the live broadcast was incredibly engaging, having witnessed the entire ordeal of Zita's deception firsthand. Meanwhile, Zita, after hanging up the phone, he nearly shattered his molars. "Shen Fei, is it? If I don't send you packing, then I certainly am not surnamed Liu." Zita gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes as he moved his computer, for which he had spent 100,000 yuan, out of the way. The matter of being defrauded of 100,000 yuan had drawn the serious attention of the responsible parties at the Tiger Shark platform. They had not only sent him Shen Fei's personal information from the registration, but had also dispatched a dedicated team to his live streaming room to gather evidence. Now, Zeta's task was to evaluate the performance of the computer he had received, enabling the staff to ascertain just how much of his 100,000 yuan had been scammed. Disgusting. It was utterly revolting. Why must I test the performance of this wretched computer? Can it get any more nauseating? I feel like vomiting. Property management. Permanently ban those who are laughing it off. You think this is amusing? Zeta's entire face flushed red, exuding an aura of extreme indignation. However, upon turning to glance at the computer that had just booted up, his expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. He then murmured, "Something's off. Something's definitely off. How could this broken computer have booted up in just a few seconds?" Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized it for several moments before, somewhat skeptically. He powered it down and pressed the power button again. The audience in the live stream, unaware of Zeta's intentions, stared blankly at the screen. What followed left the viewers utterly astounded. What the hell? What kind of boot-up speed is this? How could it be completed in the blink of an eye? Most computers take between 10 to 15 seconds to boot up. It's said that the fastest in the nation does it in 5 seconds. Did this computer just boot up in 6 or 7 seconds? Its speed felt faster than many high-end computers. As the audience buzzed with chatter, Zeta, swallowing hard, said, "It wasn't 7 seconds, nor 6. I timed it. This computer booted up in a mere 4.68 seconds. Chapter 5, Master Lu Evaluation. Achieving over 4 million points in first place. Zeta's astonished voice echoed throughout the room. After a moment of stunned silence in the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted like a tidal wave. What the hell? Did I hear that right? 4.68 seconds? Doesn't this computer's boot speed surpass all others? They say not to judge a book by its cover. Could this computer also defy appearances? Ahem. A fast boot up doesn't necessarily indicate good performance. On the contrary, I suspect this computer may lack many essential components, which explains its rapid start. In other words, it could very well be a hollow shell of a computer. A hollow shell? Ha. So that is how it is. The viewers, upon realizing this, cast sympathetic glances towards Zeta on the screen. And after reading the comments, Zeta, unable to contain his frustration, he slammed his fist on the table. This fellow, Shen Fei, I am determined to uncover just how much he has swindled me. The lawyer had just stated, 30,000 for 3 years, 100,000 for 10 years. For every additional 10,000 he robs me of, I shall ensure he spends another year behind bars. As he spoke, his exasperation boiled over, prompting him to download a system utility tool to conduct a comprehensive assessment of this computer's hardware performance. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, witnessing the rapid download of the software, began to harbor suspicions. What is amiss here? If this computer boots quickly due to fewer components, then why is the download speed so astonishingly swift? My own computer, worth tens of thousands, takes over 10 seconds to download the same utility. Yet this one did it in under 10. Could it be that we misjudged? Is this computer truly not to be judged by its appearance? At that moment, slumped in front of the computer, he cast a glance at the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "Don't judge by appearances. You lot. The swift download is solely due to my high-speed internet connection. It has nothing to do with this pathetic machine. I'm using a gigabit dedicated line. How could it not be fast?" After expelling his grievances, he proceeded to activate the hardware evaluation feature of the system utility tool, initiating a systematic appraisal of the computer's capabilities. This process would take several seconds. He then picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. However, whether by coincidence or fate, the very first video he opened on Douyin depicted an individual who had been scammed out of tens of thousands of yuan. The comments from netizens poured in. Fools are plentiful each year, but this year seems especially rife. How could someone fall for such a scam? Those who get duped must be lacking in common sense. If only everyone were as clever as me, Zhao Ritian, scammers would be out of business. As he read through the comments, he nearly lost his composure again, tossing his phone aside in irritation, with his resentment towards Shen Fei intensifying. At that moment, the evaluation from the system utility tool concluded. He glanced at the results, and it was a moment of disbelief. Not only him, but countless viewers in the live streaming room, fixated on the evaluation results, were left astounded. Is this truly the system utility tool? Why does it differ so markedly from my previous experiences? Good heavens. The processor is unknown, the graphics card is unknown, the memory is unknown, and the hard drive is unknown. How can there be 4 unknowns? The term unknown implies it cannot detect any association with brands available on the market, not even obscure ones. My word, how much has Shen Fei truly robbed me of? Wait. Hold on. Look at the ratings below. After a brief moment of shock, he redirected his gaze to the scores displayed beneath the various hardware components. Although the tool could not identify the brands, it appeared capable of assessing their performance. There it was beneath the processor, a score of 5,067, 854. Beneath the graphics card, the score reads 3,098, 541. Below the memory, the score is 255, 412. Under the main hard drive, the score stands at 701, 576. The total score amounts to an astonishing 123, 383. Gazing at this lengthy string of numbers, the audience, numbering in the millions and drawn to witness the fraudulent event, collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness, am I hallucinating or dreaming? Nearly 10 million points achieved. I recall that the highest scoring computer on the national leaderboard by Lu Master only garnered a few million points. Except for the memory score being somewhat low, the performance of the other hardware is nothing short of terrifying. Could it be that the Lu Master software has malfunctioned? With all the hardware remaining unrecognized, how could such a high score be attained? While the audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned, Zeta had already opened the national leaderboard on Lu Master. As it refreshes only at noon each day, his computer had yet to appear on the list. The current top-ranking computer had merely scored a little over 4 million points. The computer assembled by Shen Fei had nearly doubled that score. It must be noted that this is the highest score among all computers nationwide, including many valued at upwards of 100,000. In comparison, these computers seem like mere underdogs, being thoroughly outclassed by Shen Fei's configuration. Chapter 6. Why does Zeta resemble a war god? P.S. This book is unrelated to the game League of Legends. It contains content that can be appreciated by those who do not play. Brothers, I firmly believe that this darned Lu Master has made an error. This score looks almost ludicrous. How could my $10,000 computer possibly score more than double the highest national score? With unknown hardware, how can it compete with branded components? Zeta took a deep breath, exuding an air of clarity unclouded by the score. Upon hearing Zeta's words, countless viewers in the livestream suddenly regained their composure. To be fair, Zeta's reasoning is indeed quite sharp this time. It must be Lu Master that has erred. The top-ranked CPU is the W9-3495X, which alone costs over 40,000. What could this unknown brand CPU possibly offer in comparison? I stand by my statement. While this computer assembler might possess some skill, it is hardly substantial. The staggering boot speed of under 5 seconds and the terrifying Lu Master score are likely just tricks to confuse us. The true performance of this computer must be abysmal. My friend, you have truly awakened us from our reverie. What are we speculating about? Let us take it for a spin to see if it's a mule or a horse. As the viewers in the live stream concluded their discussions, they redirected their attention to Zeta on the screen. By this time, Zeta had already closed Lu Master and opened his favorite game, League of Legends. Clearly, he had come to realize that whether this computer is worthy or not could simply be determined by trying it out. Upon logging into his account, which boasts over 300 points at the pinnacle of the canyon, Zeta found himself in the queue for a match. Given the increased number of players in the evening, it wasn't long before he was matched for a game. However, mere seconds later, the viewers in Zeta's livestream began flooding the chat with exclamations. Goodness! Do you know who the opposing top laner is? It's Abin, Chun Zabin from the BLG professional team. Oh, Zeta is surely in for a brutal defeat. Just recently, at the League of Legends World Championship, Abin's performance was undeniably that of the strongest domestic top laner, unmatched by any other. Only Shy could potentially hold his own against Abin, and even 369 would struggle. Abin is renowned for his ferocious playstyle, even in his prime. Zeta might not withstand such pressure, let alone now with his aging physique. Haha, I can't wait to see Zeta get crushed, hopefully. Abin will take him down dozens of times. The audience thrived on the spectacle, unaware that Zeta was already feeling the sweat bead in his palms. Abin had just returned from the World Championship, perhaps still seething from his defeat. Facing Abin, would he not be rendered a mere novice? With this thought, Zeta hesitated, moving his mouse as if to abandon the match altogether. After being soundly defeated by Letme the previous day, he only wished to find 2 easy targets to vent his frustrations. But in an instant, inspiration struck, and he paused his actions. Looking into the camera, he smirked and declared, "So what if it's a bin? It's only because my computer isn't up to par. Otherwise, not only Chen Zabin, but even that Jiangxinglu wouldn't stand a chance." As if everyone wasn't a prodigy back in the day. By the end of his statement, Zeta exuded an air of confidence, as if proclaiming himself the greatest in the world. The millions of viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at his words. Whose urine is yellow? Someone wake Zeta up. No sweet victories for him. I'm here, I have kidney disease. Let us see if I can get a rise out of him. 3 pounds of duck, 2.5 pounds of mouth. The autopsy report is in. Zeta is soft all over, except for his mouth. Haha, you're killing me. This live stream is the real deal. There are talents everywhere. And working is simply out of the question. Only fishing around can get us through the day. Didn't you grasp the essence? The worse Zeta gets beaten by a bin, the more he can push the blame onto this new computer. That criminal record by Shen Fei is bound to rack up more entries. So that is how it is. I must admit, Zeta is truly clever this time. I can only say that while Chun Zabin may profit, my Zeta will never lose. The true loser in this scenario is Shen Fei, realizing Zeta's underlying strategy. Countless viewers in the live stream grew excited, speculating how many times a bin would take Zeta down in this game. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the BLG Yuhang Esports League of Legends Division base, Sun and several professional players from BLG were idly gathered behind Bin, engaging in light-hearted banter. Bin, I heard the opposing top laner is Zeta. How many times do you plan to take him down? Perhaps you should spare him a couple of kills. It seems he's live streaming. Let us give him some face, they jested, fully aware of Bin's formidable landing prowess. They believed that facing Zeta would be nothing more than a casual match for him, devoid of any pressure. Upon hearing their teasing, Bin, who was preoccupied with his phone, lifted his gaze slightly and shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Depends on my mood." As the game loaded and minions were about to spawn, he began to maneuver his champion, Fiora, towards the lane. He was set to play as Fiora, while Zeta had chosen Xani. It is widely acknowledged that Fiora has the advantage over Xani. During the champion selection phase, Bin had confidently locked in Fiora, yet Zeta unexpectedly countered with Xani. This left Bin feeling somewhat displeased. Was Zeta underestimating him, or was he merely crafting excuses for an impending defeat? Did he want others to perceive that it wasn't Zeta's inferiority, but rather that Bin's champion countered him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Bin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intent flickering within them. Sun and the others behind him could sense that Bin was becoming serious, prompting them to pull their chairs closer and settle in as eager spectators. The moment Bin's Fiora spotted Xani making an appearance in the top lane, it was as though she had encountered a sworn enemy, and she charged forward with her sword drawn. However, mere moments later, when the notification for first blood echoed, Sun and the others sitting around Bin were left in stunned silence. A solo kill. Zeta's Xani had actually slain Bin's Fiora, the very champion that was supposed to counter him. The previous seconds had unfolded clearly before their eyes. Bin had made no mistakes whatsoever. Yet, Zeta seemed to have transformed, exhibiting a level of finesse akin to that of a battle god, executing flawless maneuvers and ultimately dispatching Bin's Fiora with mere slivers of health remaining. Wow, is this Xani truly controlled by Zeta? I've never witnessed such meticulous gameplay before. Observing Bin's stunned expression, Sun couldn't help but furrow his brow. He quickly reached for his phone, accessing the Tiger Shark live streaming platform to search for Zeta's stream. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Zeta appeared momentarily dazed. Unprepared for a head-on confrontation, he had not anticipated surviving the encounter. Considering he was often at the mercy of Bin's Fiora, Lu Zhihao, however, would rather stand and face defeat than retreat to the safety of his tower. Yet, as he engaged in the fierce exchange with Bin, he discovered that the computer configured with Shen Fei's enhancements elevated his performance to unprecedented heights. Each auto attack, seamlessly interspersed with abilities, flowed with remarkable precision. In the end, he managed to defeat Bin's Fiora, all because he executed 2 more auto attacks than Bin. Had it been his usual self, he would not only have been unable to dominate Bin in the finer details, but would have been fortunate to escape being relentlessly pursued and killed by him. Glancing down at the mouse he held, he murmured to himself in a somewhat dazed manner, Have I grown stronger, or is it due to this computer? Chapter 7. The mightiest solo top from the domestic scene is being outmatched. Over here, he felt a bit lost, unaware that countless viewers in front of their screens were equally astonished. Goodness, am I hallucinating, or is this a dream? Did Zeta actually manage to solo kill Aben at level 1? Could someone please explain what just transpired? Isn't Fiora supposed to counter Xani? As a rank 1 player, I can only assert that there are counters among heroes, but Zeta's execution was simply flawless, particularly that final moment of a critical Q flash. One could not achieve that without immense confidence in their skills. By the way, have you noticed? This computer seems to run League of Legends remarkably smoothly, far better than the one Zeta used before. Could it be that Zeta's solo kill of Aben is a result of this computer's prowess? No, my friends. Are you joking? Can the smoothness of a computer truly influence a player's strength? Surely you don't genuinely believe in the concept of human-machine unity, do you? I think that solo kill was merely a stroke of luck. Surely, Brother Ben will retaliate against Zeta soon. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with discussion, ultimately deciding to continue watching. Inside the BLG base, after coming to his senses, Aben shrugged it off. He casually remarked to Sun and the others behind him, "I was a bit careless." With few words, he turned his attention back to the screen, his eyelids twitching slightly as he prepared to give his all. Seeing this, Sun and the others exchanged glances and refrained from further discussion. As they focused entirely on the lane matchup between Aben and Zeta, they were once again left dumbfounded. 5 minutes in, after several waves of minions, Zeta had only missed 2 last hits. On the contrary, Aben was sweating profusely under the pressure from Zeta-esque Xani, having fallen behind by over 10 minion kills in just 5 minutes. Subsequently, Zeta reached level 6 first and once again solo killed Aben's Fiora. At this point, Sun and the others began to sense something amiss. Had Sun not just checked and confirmed that it was indeed Zeta controlling Xani? He might have thought the Shy was the one landing against Aben. Zeta-esque gameplay bore no resemblance to that of a retired player. He was more formidable than most current professional top laners. As the game progressed, Zeta managed to solo kill Aben a staggering 9 times. Initially, Zeta secured kills in a highly precarious state, but as he gained a substantial advantage in items, he relentlessly pursued and attacked Aben's Fiora, who was utterly unable to withstand the assault. The other lanes had yet to conclude their skirmishes, yet it was apparent that the top lane was nearing its triumph. The teammates of Zeta began to fervently type in the public chat, "Wow, Zeta is magnificent. He has utterly dominated Aben. Incredible, this match is a guaranteed victory. Zeta, make a comeback. With this form, winning a world championship seems effortless." Amidst the enthusiastic accolades from his comrades, Zeta grew increasingly emboldened. Ultimately, he single-handedly led his 4 teammates to victory in this game. In the BLG base, as he watched the explosion of the Nexus, Aben sat frozen before the screen, his hands, detached from the keyboard and mouse, trembled uncontrollably. The pressure. In this confrontation against Zeta, he felt an overwhelming weight bearing down on him. Zeta's gameplay left him gasping for breath, prompting Aben to question his very existence. Could it truly be Zeta, a retired professional top laner? Why did it seem that today, Zeta was even more formidable than the Shy? Aben had never been thoroughly outplayed by the Shy. "Hey Aben, don't lose heart just yet. I have a theory. It might be linked to the new computer Zeta has." Just then, Sun, standing behind Aben, exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Aben furrowed his brow even deeper. "Sun, there's no need to comfort me. I accept defeat at the hands of Zeta today. A loss is a loss. How could that possibly relate to the computer? While peripherals can sometimes affect one's feel, my defeat to Zeta was not a matter of sensation, but of his reflexes and execution. It's merely a computer. Does it truly enhance one's reaction speed and skills?" Sun looked up at Aben, and then hesitantly responded. "Ben, I'm not quite sure how to explain this. All I know is that the situation is more complex than it appears. You should check out Zeta's livestream, and you'll understand." With that, Sun moved to Aben's computer and promptly searched for Zeta's stream. Aben frowned but bore with it, adamant that he could never believe a computer could enhance one's prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side, the news of Zeta's resounding triumph over Aben had erupted throughout the League of Legends streaming and professional communities. Uzi Xiaohu and others flocked to Zeta's streaming channel to witness the spectacle. At that moment, Zeta, seated before the computer, remained momentarily dazed. This game could only be described with the words exhilarating victory. It was a sensation he had never before experienced. grasping the mouse. He felt as though he could flawlessly execute maneuvers that had previously eluded him. With his gaze fixed intently on the screen, Zeta understood that all of this must be connected to this very computer. The synergy he had whimsically spoken of had indeed manifested into reality. Ding ding ding. And just then, the phone placed on the table suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zeta hastily answered. Uncle Wang. What? You have already drafted the legal documents and are prepared to sue Shen Fei on my behalf? No. Please, Uncle Wang, do not. Shen Fei is not a fraudster. He is like my brother reborn. I will explain this matter to you later. In any case, this computer is undoubtedly worth every penny of its 100,000 yuan. After hastily ending the call, Zeta turned to the live stream camera with an air of arrogance. Where's Heisey? Speak up. Talk to me. I've always said it was the computer's fault. Now that the computer issue is resolved, let alone that little scoundrel Letme. How about a bin? He is the world's runner-up top laner, the strongest in the domestic scene. Yet, he was still easily defeated by me. Chapter 8. The scene is vividly fresh. Zeta's exuberant roar echoed throughout the entire streaming room. Countless viewers could no longer contain themselves. Goodness, he really managed to put on a show. I cannot accept this. It is utterly unacceptable. Zeta, it is not you who is strong. It is this computer, all right? It feels like this computer enhances reaction times. I have watched Zeta's streams for 3 years, and his reaction speed in this game is even more exaggerated than in his prime. No, my friend, you are mistaken. As a programmer myself, it is not Zeta's reaction speed that has improved. Rather, the CPU transmission efficiency of this computer is simply terrifying. Perhaps those benchmark scores were not erroneous at all. This computer is putting all others to shame. Hiss, what was that boss's name again? Shen Fei, right? I would gladly call him Brother Fei. This computer is simply divine. The audience in the streaming room buzzed with discussion. Shen Fei's previously ambiguous image in their minds suddenly grew towering and magnificent. Meanwhile, Zeta was unconcerned with the viewers' comments. After all, he was the one who had defeated a bin. If he declared himself invincible now, who would dare to refute him? With that thought, Zeta began to grin mischievously. Brothers, I am off to settle the score with Letme. The dignity I lost yesterday, I shall reclaim it tenfold. As he spoke, Zeta picked up his phone and sent Letme a message, challenging him to a solo match. Moments later, Letme replied. Upon reading the message, Zeta could not help but burst into laughter. Letme, you must be watching my stream right now, huh? Ha ha ha. And you say your grandmother has passed away, that you need to return home for the funeral. Why not mention that your mother is expecting a second child? If you're too scared to face me in a solo match, just admit it. There's no shame in it, especially since a bin is not even my match. You little scoundrel, you trash. Zeta sneered at the camera. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Letme, seated in front of his computer, wore a grim expression, as if he had just consumed something foul. He could hardly comprehend how a mere computer could transform Zeta into such a formidable opponent. He currently possesses no interest whatsoever in engaging in a solo match with Zeta. Even the peak-performing A-Bin was thoroughly defeated by Zeta, unless he has lost his senses. There is no way he would agree to such a challenge. Meanwhile, Zeta had sent several messages to Letme, but they vanished into the void, receiving no response whatsoever. After putting down his phone, Zeta slumped into his gaming chair, exhaling a sigh of despondency, lamenting, the solitude is unbearable. To think that being invincible could be so lonely. Is there no one capable to challenge me? I feel as if I could take on 10 opponents at once. Observing Zeta's brazen demeanor on the screen, many professionals and retired players could not help but twitch in disbelief. However, their curiosity was piqued. What kind of computer could enable Zeta to dominate even A-Bin? Thus, Uzi, Ilu, Aishui, and others began to flood the chat with messages. Uzi Zeta, let me witness the power of your computer. If it's truly that impressive, I might just acquire one myself. Ilu Zeta, do me a favor and let us see the capabilities of your new setup. Aishui, hurry up. Ilu's called you out. You need to act faster. As the chat erupted with excitement, Zeta finally straightened up in his gaming chair. Clearing his throat, he adopted a defiant stance and declared, "Since you all wish to witness the prowess of my new computer, I shall oblige." As he spoke, Zeta began downloading several large PC games. It is well known that the system requirements for League of Legends are not particularly demanding, while many large standalone games truly require robust configurations. Consequently, the audience watching Zeta's actions leaned forward in anticipation. eager to see just how high the specifications of his new computer were and whether it could flawlessly run these demanding titles. After about 10 minutes, thanks to his gigabit internet connection, Zeta swiftly completed the download of the first game, Assassin's Creed. He then launched the game, and in the next moment, both Zeta and the countless viewers were left wide-eyed. Is this truly Assassin's Creed? Why does it feel so different from what I've experienced? The lighting, the intricacies of the clothing textures, and the physical effects of combat. This computer rendered everything with breathtaking clarity. I had previously criticized Assassin's Creed as subpar, only to realize it was my own computer that was lacking. I owe an apology to the designers. I am utterly astonished. The $10,000 spent on this computer was undoubtedly worth every penny. After witnessing the performance of Shen Fei's computer running large standalone games, countless individuals were left in stunned silence. Whether it was the visual fidelity or the dynamic physics of the combat effects, Shen Fei's computer showcased everything to perfection. Once Zeta regained his composure, he lost all inclination to feign indifference. He casually launched the game renowned for its demanding specifications, Elden Ring, with a substantial size of 60 gigabytes. The game's requirements for computer hardware are indeed formidable. One could argue that the graphics in this game transcend mere gameplay visuals, deserving the title of cinematic imagery. Each frame, when captured, possesses a visual quality comparable to that of a Hollywood blockbuster. Under such circumstances, it is evident that the graphics card is fervently working at full throttle every second. Numerous gamers have experienced their graphics cards failing during gameplay. Even many high-end computers struggle with frame drops, detracting from the game's otherwise splendid visual experience. As the audience eagerly anticipated the performance of the computer assembled for him by Shen Fei, the excitement in the live stream intensified. 1 second, 2 seconds, after a few moments. As Zeta navigated into the game interface, the expressions of countless viewers transformed into sheer astonishment. A chill surged from the ground up to the crown of their heads. Chapter 9, Instant Fame. Elden Ring is a dark fantasy open-world game, celebrated for its expansive landscapes and intricate dungeons. Many viewers had previously dabbled in this game, yet today, Shen Fei's computer allowed them to witness what true Elden Ring is meant to be. The clarity of the visuals, where even the fog is distinctly visible, sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, the platform's latest feature of uncapped frame rate transmission prompted exclamations from many viewers. Wow, I can't handle this. My phone is overheating. I fear it may not endure much longer. While Fei's computer flawlessly ran Elden Ring, it seemed that the devices used to watch the stream were struggling to keep up. Just 2 frames in, the $8,000 computer I assembled is nearly unable to keep up with the stream. Zeta's experience, on the other hand, appeared to be remarkably smooth. Zeta, please stop playing. If you continue, my phone might explode. I never imagined that one day my esteemed iPhone 14 Pro Max would have difficulty streaming a live broadcast. At that moment, many viewers' devices began to lag. However, everyone understood that this was not a mere issue with the stream, but rather that their devices could not withstand such high-caliber visuals. Yet, even pausing a single frame reveals a depth in Elden Ring's graphics that is utterly breathtaking. Some viewers speculated that perhaps the designers never envisioned a computer capable of perfectly rendering such visuals. Yet, the computer provided to Zeta by Shen Fei accomplished this with ease. The audience in the live stream was left in awe, and Zeta, seated right in front of the computer, was nearly speechless, his jaw almost dropping. What he experienced was nothing short of the pure, fluid version of Elden Ring, a visual impact that left him at a loss for words. At this moment, he felt utterly numb. When he turned to glance at the computer tower beside him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Logically, playing a resource-intensive game like Elden Ring would require the computer to operate at high power, which would inevitably cause some noise. However, the computer tower that Shen Fei had assembled for him emitted not a single sound. It was eerily quiet. Sensing something amiss, he adjusted the camera to focus on the computer case and proceeded to open it. Countless viewers in the live stream immediately turned their attention to his actions, uncertain of why he was disassembling the case. Approximately 2 minutes later, he had successfully removed the cover, revealing the various hardware components inside to both himself and the multitude of viewers. Much like most computers, Shen Fei's assembly featured tightly packed hardware that appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, when he shifted his gaze to the cooler, his expression froze in disbelief. He glanced back at the screen still running Elden Ring and then down at the cooler, his throat involuntarily moving as he swallowed, embodying sheer astonishment. Moments later, the viewers in the live stream also began to recognize the peculiarity of the situation. The chat exploded with excitement. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? A game as demanding as Elden Ring running flawlessly on this computer is one thing. But what does it mean that the cooler is entirely inactive? The fan on the cooler isn't even spinning. The lack of fan movement indicates that the CPU is far from being overworked. In other words, running Elden Ring imposes no stress on this machine whatsoever. Goodness, I thought we had reached the limits, but it seems we haven't even grazed the threshold. I can only say, Shen Fei, please stop showing off. This computer you've built is so impressive. Do the big-name manufacturers even have any pride left? Just half an hour ago, Shen Fei was a mere suspect. Now, in my eyes, he has been completely deified. This is truly the pinnacle of technological prowess in our dragon country, without exception. The ordinary viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Professional players like Uzi were equally taken aback. Ashue remarked, "Now I understand. It's not Zitai who is impressive. It's this incredible computer. The one who defeated Abin isn't Zitai. It's Shen Fei, the owner of the Super God manufacturing shop." Alu added, "When I first heard that a computer could enable a professional player to return to their peak, or even surpass it, I thought it was a joke. Now I believe it. This computer is invincible." Uzi exclaimed, "Damn, this makes me want to come out of retirement. Let me check with the tournament organizers if I can bring my own computer. If so, I'll return immediately." Uzi was still lost in thought. Unbeknownst to many, the astute have already commenced their actions. In mere seconds, the audience in Zeta's live streaming room dwindled to less than half. Meanwhile, in Shen Fei's live stream, the viewer count surged from 0 to an astonishing 120,000 in under a minute. Since the inception of the Tiger Shark streaming platform, no live room has ever amassed such a multitude of online viewers without any prior broadcast. This achievement marks a historical milestone, unprecedented and unlikely to be replicated in the future. Naturally, the attendees were not only there to express their admiration for Shen Fei, akin to an unceasing river, but the paramount reason was to place orders. The prospect of acquiring an extraordinary computer was enticing. It was not uncommon for viewers to spend not just 100,000, but even 200,000. The promotional placement on the Tiger Shark platform is entirely dependent on the volume of orders placed. Initially, Shen Fei's promotional live room ranked outside the top 100. However, in an astounding turn of events, it skyrocketed to the #1 position as if propelled by a rocket. Renowned brands such as Alfing gaming chairs, Asus keyboards, and Razer mice were all overshadowed by Shen Fei's presence. Unofficial estimates suggest that within 10 minutes, over 30,000 of the 100,000 viewers placed orders with Shen Fei. Such an extraordinary figure has yet to be matched by any other manufacturer's live stream. To describe Shen Fei as having achieved fame overnight is hardly an exaggeration. Chapter 10. New orders at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Having just finished a meal and a brief nap, Shen Fei remained blissfully unaware of his meteoric rise on the Tiger Shark platform. He was roused from his slumber by the notification sound from the Tiger Shark app on his phone. Groggily, he opened the device and was greeted by a plethora of orders in the backend. Instantly, he became alert. He had anticipated that the computer he prepared for Zeta would attract a significant influx of traffic, yet he had never expected it to reach such terrifying heights. It seemed that he need not worry about the points required for the system upgrade any longer. Shen Fei mumbled to himself, then began to peruse the orders in the backend. Through Zeta's order alone, Shen Fei had accumulated enough points to initiate the second phase of the system. The second phase encompasses cutting-edge technology related to consumer goods. The system had implanted all this knowledge into Shen Fei's mind, compared to the second-tier manufacturing techniques. The first tier includes, but is not limited to, advanced manufacturing of air conditioners, automobiles, and mobile phones. One could say that Shen Fei's manufacturing skills in consumer goods had become remarkably comprehensive. However, what intrigued Shen Fei the most was the system's third phase, top-tier military manufacturing. It could be said that once the third phase is unlocked, Shen Fei's manufacturing capabilities will undergo a qualitative transformation, an ability he eagerly anticipated. Yet, unlocking the third phase is no simple feat. One might even venture to say it poses quite a challenge. The system has transitioned from the first phase to the second phase, requiring a mere 80,000 points. However, to elevate from the second phase to the third, an astounding 10 million points is necessary. Currently, Shen Fei is not lacking in orders, yet the journey to upgrade to the third phase remains arduous. Even if he were to earn 100,000 points daily, it would take a full 100 days, such a daunting prospect. Shen Fei feels a pang of headache at the thought. This is contingent upon him maintaining a high-intensity work ethic every day. Should he allow himself even a few days of respite, the timeline could extend to an entire year. With a mild sigh, he shifts his focus to the new orders in the back end, which number in the hundreds of thousands. The volume is indeed overwhelming. Fortunately, the Tiger Shark live streaming platform is user-friendly. Orders are arranged not by the time of placement, but by their monetary value. The most expensive order currently stands at 150,000, seeking Shen Fei's expertise to assemble a computer that surpasses the capabilities of the one he previously constructed, aimed at curbing the arrogance of his competitor, Zeta. Following this prime order, several others cluster within a modest price range, predominantly between 100,000 and 150,000. Only after the top 20 do the prices begin to dip below 100,000. As Shen Fei examines the orders, his brow furrows slightly, not due to dissatisfaction with the prices, for his costs are minimal. Relying solely on his technical prowess to fabricate the computers, allowing for substantial profit margins. His concern lies in the uniformity of these requests. Without exception, all are for computer assembly. To be frank, the price of a single computer peaks at merely a few 100,000, and no matter how unscrupulous he might be, he can only inflate his earnings to a limited extent. The reservoir has a finite capacity. No matter how much water one pours in, it remains confined to that basin. To expedite his accumulation of 10 million points, the most effective strategy would involve securing higher-priced orders, which necessitates a diversification of requests. At this juncture, Shen Fei yearns to exclaim, "I am not merely a computer builder. Could the customers not stretch their imaginations? If you dare to envision it, I shall dare to create it." With a tinge of frustration, he resolves to accept any order for the time being, as idleness is not an option today. Just then, he notices a new order that has surged to the top of the list in the back end. His eyes widen in astonishment. 500,000. This new order commands a staggering price of 500,000. Simultaneously, in the live streaming room of the renowned female anchor, Dai Xiaomei, the audience erupts after a brief silence. What the heck? The old lady has placed an order with Brother Fei. I thought she wanted a computer too. Who would have thought she's actually ordering a motorcycle? Has her head been caught in the door? The old lady's order is currently ranked first, but it is certain that Brother Fei will not accept it. Indeed, although Fei Ji's extraordinary manufacturing shop does not specify the type of products it creates, I strongly suspect that its primary focus is on computers. Fei Ji's expertise in computer assembly is unparalleled. However, motorcycles and computers are entirely different realms. It is highly unlikely that Fei Ge would venture into motorcycle production. In fact, there is no need for speculation. Fei Ge certainly will not construct motorcycles. A person's proficiency in computer technology is an arduous pursuit that consumes a lifetime. How could Fei Ge possibly dabble in other areas? Haha. It seems that the older woman is merely attempting to ride on Fei Ji's coattails. To the gentleman above, you have spoken the truth, older woman. Continue to hitch a ride. But one day, you may find yourself in trouble. Is this hitching truly legitimate? I was just enjoying some instant noodles when the wheel of a motorcycle landed right on my face. The viewers in the live stream were engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, the expression on the naive young lady's face had darkened to an alarming extent. First, do not call me an older woman again. I am only 27 years old. Second, I genuinely adore motorcycles. However, I do not fancy the mainstream models available in the market. Third, enough with the incessant teasing. Can't you survive a day without crude remarks? The naive young lady placed her hands on her hips, cursing indignantly. Yet, rather than intimidating anyone, her demeanor only incited the group of lecherous viewers in the live stream to become even more boisterous. However, it was not long before their smiles froze on their faces. Following a brief moment of silence in the chat, a wave of excitement erupted like a tide. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Did Fei Ge actually accept the older woman's order? The status of the extraordinary manufacturing shop indicates that it is not currently accepting orders. Yet, the older woman's order shows as accepted. Did Fei Ge truly take on a motorcycle order? I can't help but wonder if Fei Ge mistakenly clicked something. Can he really produce motorcycles? Regardless, it seems to me that Fei Ge either made an error or his mercantile nature has resurfaced. Ha ha ha. The gentleman above is absolutely right. While Fei Ge's computer hardware is impressive, its appearance is rather lackluster. Without a doubt, he is a shrewd businessman. The exterior of a computer is the least expensive aspect. One could easily manage it for a mere 1,000 yuan. Yet Fei Gu is unwilling to invest even that. If that is the case, it is undeniable. Fei Gu is clearly aiming for a profit of 500,000. Chapter 11. A revolutionary motorcycle. While netizens were buzzing about Shen Fei accepting the naive young lady's order worth 500,000 in a suburban manufacturing shop, Shen Fei was meticulously examining the specifications of the young lady's order. For a price of 500,000, Shen Fei was determined to maximize his profit, as this was not just money but also points needed for system upgrades. Nevertheless, under this premise, Shen Fei would exert every effort to fulfill the customer's requirements. The order from the naive young lady read as follows. Dear Shen Fei, I would like to commission you to assemble a motorcycle for me. My fellow riders say that speed in curves is the true essence of speed, but I am not adept at cornering. Therefore, I desire a motorcycle that excels in straight-line speed. The faster, the better. Additionally, I am a girl, so could you design the motorcycle to be aesthetically pleasing? Love you. After reading the excessively sweet message from the naive young lady, even Shen Fei found it difficult to contain himself, as goosebumps erupted all over him. Subsequently, as he murmured the requests of the naive girl, he stepped into the super laboratory. Compared to the previous order he had received, the naive girl's specifications were considerably more elaborate. Not only did she seek speed for the motorcycle, but she also had particular demands regarding its appearance. However, in Shen Fei's eyes, the paramount concern in crafting this motorcycle for the naive girl was stability. Recently, there had been multiple reports online of motorcycle accidents, some involving young adolescents whose lives had been tragically cut short. In the past, when Shen Fei encountered such news, he would merely lament the recklessness of youth. Yet, now that he possessed cutting-edge motorcycle manufacturing technology, he understood that the blame for these accidents could not solely rest upon those vibrant youths. Many motorcycle manufacturers, in their quest to market their products, resorted to hyperbole in their advertisements, boasting about top speeds exceeding 300, with promises of unconditional refunds if those speeds were not achieved. Although it was true that such motorcycles could reach those velocities, they were prone to losing control at such high speeds. Even the smallest pebble on the road could prove fatal. Unfortunately, the young riders were oblivious to these dangers, and by the time they realized the perils, it would be far too late. Therefore, to prevent the motorcycles he crafted from encountering similar tragedies, Shen Fei resolved to prioritize stability, aiming to create a groundbreaking motorcycle for the naive girl. Alas, it seemed he would have to make some sacrifices. However, if the motorcycle gained notoriety, future customers might be emboldened to unleash their creativity in placing diverse orders. Shen Fei muttered to himself. He then proceeded to access the raw materials repository within the super laboratory. With the initiation of the system's second phase, the raw materials repository feature also became operational. Although Shen Fei still had to spend the funds indicated in the order to procure raw materials, this at least afforded him significant convenience. After sifting through the thousands of civilian materials available in the repository for several minutes, he successfully gathered nearly all the components needed to construct the motorcycle. When the system finalized the transaction, it indicated that he had expended a total of $12,000. Gazing at this figure, Shen Fei felt a pang of pain. After all, it was not merely $12,000, but also 12,000 points. If his thoughts were to be revealed to those online, he would undoubtedly be labeled a ruthless businessman. Seriously, brother, a $500,000 order, and you complain about spending $12,000 on raw materials? You still pocketed $488,000. Even those who sold health supplements back in the day were not as unscrupulous as you. Shen Fei. Once the raw materials were determined, Shen Fei began the motorcycle's construction. Utilizing the free equipment provided by the system, he swiftly assembled the motorcycle's frame. Following this, he meticulously crafted the engine, transmission system, driving components, braking, and operational sections, as well as the electrical and instrumentation parts. Among these, the engine and transmission undoubtedly consumed the most of Shen Fei's time. It is also the aspect that demands meticulous craftsmanship from Shen Fei, as both elements significantly determine the velocity of this locomotive. However, the exterior requires considerable effort from Shen Fei as well. This is not only due to the aesthetic expectations of the young girl, but also because the exterior is the sole component that will bestow stability upon the locomotive. After mentally traversing the entire manufacturing process once more, Shen Fei immersed himself in focused labor. Within the super laboratory, apart from the clamor generated by Shen Fei's welding, the only sound remaining was the melodious chirping of little birds. The super laboratory was devoid of any concept of day or night. Time flowed swiftly like a stream, evaporating rapidly. Approximately 15 days later, Shen Fei finally paused his work. Though the entire endeavor had been somewhat exhausting, gazing at the locomotive he had crafted with his own hands made it all worthwhile. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. The system will now evaluate the host's experiment. Following a thorough assessment, the host was awarded a perfect score of 100 for the manufacturing of the locomotive. In terms of shell design, the host's comprehension and manufacturing skills had surpassed all limits. Consequently, the host was rewarded with 100,000 system upgrade points. The gentle mechanical sound echoed in Shen Fei's mind, rendering him momentarily stunned. A flicker of exhilaration crossed his eyes as he realized he had unexpectedly received a reward of system points. Although 100,000 points may not be substantial, every bit counts. It seems the system isn't overly mercenary, at least not towards its own. Shen Fei exhaled lightly, muttering a jest to himself. He then composed his emotions and departed the super laboratory with the newly crafted locomotive. Following the system's upgrade to the second stage, the super laboratory underwent enhancements as well, particularly regarding the time dilation feature, which had seen a remarkable upgrade. Originally, the time ratio between the super laboratory and the outside world was 51. Now, after the upgrade, it had escalated to an astonishing 301. Shen Fei had spent 15 days within the super laboratory, while merely half a day had elapsed in the real world. Glancing at the clock on the wall and feeling that time was still on his side, Shen Fei proceeded to package the locomotive, intending to send it to the young girl via express delivery the following morning. Chapter 12. Just take him out and execute him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after a night of brewing excitement, Shen Fei's acceptance of the young girl's locomotive order had already stirred quite a commotion online. Those who had sought Shen Fei for computer components but were turned away lamented the good fortune of the young girl. Some particularly agitated netizens even rushed to the young girl's live stream, leaving messages. Old woman, start your stream. I want to duel you. Everyone is seeking Feige to assemble their computers. Yet why are you foolishly creating a commotion by asking him to craft a motorcycle? Initially, I was in second place on the order leaderboard, but Feige, being preoccupied today, will undoubtedly attend to my order tomorrow. However, with your interference, when will it be my turn? Indeed, constructing a motorcycle is not akin to assembling a computer. It seems that Feige may not have time to take on other orders for an entire week. Wait, good heavens. Take a look at the title in this old woman's live stream. Am I seeing things? Over the past few days, Daizio's sister has consistently streamed in the morning, often until 4 in the afternoon, which is why hundreds of thousands are eagerly awaiting her broadcast. Yet, at this moment, as her scheduled time approaches, she has not gone live. Instead, she has stealthily altered the live stream title to Brothers, taking a day off today. Feige's newly assembled motorcycle has arrived. The multitude of viewers before the screen remained stunned for several seconds upon reading this title. Shortly thereafter, the barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. Goodness, has it truly been less than a day? Feige has already completed the old woman's motorcycle? Is there a motorcycle expert in the chat? Is this speed normal? As a 10-year motorcycle enthusiast, I can only assert that a motorcycle produced in less than a day is certainly not of commendable quality. I have perused the comments left by the old woman regarding her order to Feige, and they are quite dubious. She desires an aesthetically pleasing appearance, but has not specified how appealing it should be. She demands rapid linear acceleration without defining how fast that should be. I mentioned yesterday that the old woman would fall victim to Feige's schemes, and it has indeed come to fruition. It appears that Feige's mercantile nature remains unabated. I wonder just how much he has profited from the 500,000? Previously, when Feige assembled a computer for Ertzi, I calculated that aside from the remarkable hardware he produced himself, the total cost of other materials was likely under $200. I boldly predict that Feige has pocketed at least 400,000 from this 500,000. To my fellow commenter above, you've underestimated. Anything below 450,000 wouldn't do justice to Feige's title as a cunning merchant. The comments continued to surge in an unceasing tide. Within a standalone villa, Daizio's sister sat before her computer, her face flushed with anger as she read the comments. What does the motorcycle have to do with you? It truly is my own preference. It seems that refraining from going live was indeed the right choice. These haters are insufferable, Daizio's sister grumbled, clutching her waist in frustration. Initially, after the motorcycle's arrival, her close friend, Tuntin, had urged her to go live, insisting she should not forfeit such a valuable opportunity for viewership. After all, which audience on the Tiger Shark livestream platform hasn't heard of Shen Fei's illustrious name? If Daizio's sister could unbox the motorcycle live, regardless of the level of quality Fei has provided, she would undoubtedly attract far more than 50,000 viewers. However, after much contemplation, Daizio's sister ultimately decided against going live. She feels that the motorcycle is merely a personal passion and does not wish to associate it with money and viewership. The flavor has entirely transformed. At this moment, as I glance at the comments from these online friends, I, Daizio, am resolutely convinced of this notion. Is it not delightful to unbox it myself? Why should I heed the opinions of others? I shall unbox it alone. You wish to see my new motorcycle, but I shan't reveal it to you. With a final huff, I strode directly out of the villa and into the courtyard, armed with my unboxing tools. My movements were surprisingly adept, as I swiftly dismantled the large cardboard box containing the motorcycle. Upon opening the box, I discovered an additional layer of protective foam. Once that layer was removed, the motorcycle crafted for me by Shen Fei was fully unveiled to the air. However, upon beholding its appearance, my eyelids involuntarily twitched in dismay. Shen Fei, have you truly deceived me? How infuriating. You resemble exactly what those naysayers have claimed. A swindler. Oh, woe is me. Before I unboxed it, I had imagined that even if Shen Fei's motorcycle did not rival the splendor of a Kimco, it should at least be comparable to a Yamaha. Yet, the motorcycle before me, while possessing a streamlined design, was utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal, especially under the sunlight. Its exterior resembled rusted iron scrubbed clean, looking as unsightly as imaginable. I felt tears welling up. Just then, in the midst of my despair, I suddenly froze. I hurriedly stepped forward and leaned closer to the motorcycle. On the fuel tank cap, there was a striking splash of pink. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a small Peppa Pig design. After a moment of surprise, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shen Fei, so you are a true blue steel-hearted man, huh? I thought, how could you possibly bring yourself to swindle money from such a beautiful and charming girl? I pouted, believing that Shen Fei might not fully grasp what a girl truly desires in terms of aesthetics. Yet, after I expressed my preferences regarding the appearance, he drew this little Peppa Pig design. Oh well, I shall generously forgive you. With a smile gracing my face, I glanced down at the Peppa Pig design, and my smile deepened. However, all joy ceased the moment I mounted the motorcycle and turned the key. Where's the fuel? Shen Fei, you miserable scoundrel. The most unscrupulous swindler in the world. I have spent 500,000. Are you too stingy to fill the tank for me? Hello? Is anyone there? There's a fraud here. Yes, a significant amount. Investigate? What more is there to investigate? No need for an inquiry. Please execute him directly. Chapter 13. Chasing the high-speed train on a motorcycle. In the small courtyard of a standalone villa, the furious roar of the dim-witted girl soared to the heavens. She was nearly grinding her back molars to dust. Shen Fei, don't think for a moment that I wouldn't dare to call the police. Once I test the speed of this motorcycle, if I am dissatisfied, I will promptly seek the assistance of the police to arbitrate, the dim-witted girl declared. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. However, before she could enlist the police to her cause, it was evident that she would first need to make a trip to the gas station to purchase a gallon of gasoline. In the live streaming room of the Tiger Shark platform, an increasing number of curious viewers began to flock in. The popularity of her stream was rapidly approaching the level it had during its launch. What piqued their interest, of course, was the new motorcycle that Shen Fei had gifted to the dim-witted girl. Although the discussions in the live stream varied widely, it was undeniable that anything produced by Shen Fei aroused intrigue. Even amidst a pile of scrap metal, any association with Shen Fei drew the viewer's eyes for a longer gaze. Oh, the most beautiful and stunning dim-witted girl in the world. I implore you, just let me catch a glimpse of the motorcycle that Brother Fei built for you. Dim sister, just one glance, I beg you. I can hardly bear it, please. I feel ants crawling on me, my whole body is trembling. I can barely breathe. I beg you, dim sister. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Dude upstairs, you should write a book. I'd pay to read it. To be fair, what was everyone truly curious about? Were they wondering how much Shen Fei had conned the old woman out of? Obviously, what else could possibly be of interest? The computer that Brother Fei paired with the old woman might be worth anticipating, but what was there to look forward to regarding the motorcycle? Wow, brothers. Guess what I just saw? Just a moment ago. I saw the old woman. What? Dude, you saw the old woman. Quick, take a picture. What does her new motorcycle look like? The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted, spurred by a user named Lonely Pursuer of Defeat, amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd. A few seconds passed before the user Lonely Pursuer of Defeat sent another message. I took a closer look, and I only saw the old woman at the gas station buying gasoline. I didn't see the motorcycle that Brother Fei built for her. The old woman drove there. It was perplexing. Did the old woman really have a habit of storing 98-octane gasoline? The comments from Lonely Pursuer of Defeat were steeped in confusion. However, the more astute viewers in the live stream quickly connected the dots. The old woman went to the gas station to buy gasoline. Could it be that Brother Fei didn't fill the motorcycle's gas tank? Ha ha ha, it must be true. Brother Fei truly lives up to his reputation as a cunning businessman. He wouldn't even spare $100 for the old woman. You can always count on Brother Fei. He will never disappoint us. It seems that earlier assessments of Brother Fei having swindled the old woman out of 450,000 were indeed understated. It was likely more like 470 to 80,000. I just want to know, is the old woman hiding somewhere, wiping her tears? The numerous viewers in the live stream were on the verge of laughter. The unscrupulous image of Shen Fei has firmly entrenched itself in the minds of the public. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaomei is not as exaggerated as everyone claims. While she may not shed tears directly during the 2-kilometer journey to purchase fuel, she has internally cursed Shen Fei countless times. Upon returning to her villa, Dai Xiaomei eagerly poured the 98-octane gasoline she had bought into the motorcycle's fuel tank. Once fueled, she twisted the key, and the motorcycle crafted by Shen Fei roared to life. After donning her helmet, she rode away from the villa. Although she had ridden motorcycles before, she was clearly a novice and lacked understanding of their performance. As she accelerated, Dai Xiaomei traveled approximately 2 kilometers before stopping. Phew, riding this motorcycle is quite comfortable, she thought. However, she wondered if a speed of 70 miles per hour was considered fast. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone. Deciding to consult the vast online community, leaning against the motorcycle, she anonymously posted on the largest motorcycle forum, "Dear fellow riders, is a speed of 70 miles per hour indicative of good motorcycle performance? Is it worth 300,000? She hesitated to ask if it was worth 500,000, fearing someone might recognize her alias. However, if the motorcycle were worth at least 300,000, she could accept it. Within seconds of posting, numerous replies flooded in. 70 miles per hour? Are you joking, Opie? Are you a novice? Just so you know, my 3,000 yuan motorcycle can reach 100 miles per hour. Is the Opie a snail, or is your motorcycle a snail? Perhaps you should reconsider mingling in the motorcycle community. It's quite embarrassing." As she read the comments, Dai Xiaomei glanced at her motorcycle and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed she would never grasp its true value. 70 miles per hour was likely not the motorcycle's limit. Yet she dared not push it further. Forget it, forget it. It's nice to ride and feel the breeze. Just consider it a loss to that cunning Shen Fei. She consoled herself. She then sat by the roadside, hugging her knees. In front of her stood a high-speed rail station, which was quite remote, resulting in few travelers. However, due to the pleasant scenery, Dai Xiaomei often came here to sit alone and reflect when troubled. Each visit seemed to heal her spirit. "Shen Fei, you big oaf. At least this place lifts my mood. Otherwise, I truly feel aggrieved," she murmured, pouting. After about 10 minutes, feeling considerably calmer, Dai Xiaomei decided to ride her motorcycle home. Just then, a man in his late 20s approached. A youth of rather ordinary appearance suddenly approached the dazed young woman with an anxious expression. "Beautiful lady, I find myself in urgent need of assistance. May I borrow your motorcycle for a moment?" Upon hearing the young man's abrupt request, a flicker of wariness crossed the young woman's face. "Why would you need to borrow my motorcycle?" The young man turned to glance at the nearby high-speed train station, and a shadow of sorrow washed over his features. "My girlfriend of 7 years just broke up with me, but she said that if I can catch up to the train she's on, there may still be hope for us. So, I implore you, may I borrow your motorcycle to give it a try? Rest assured, if I damage it, I shall compensate you no matter the cost." The man gazed intently into her eyes, his expression a mixture of desperate pleading and lingering regret. The young woman, hearing his heartfelt plea, was momentarily taken aback. "B brother, am I hearing you correctly? You intend to ride a motorcycle to chase a high-speed train? Do you have any idea how fast those trains travel? It's not that I'm unwilling to lend it to you. But how on earth could you possibly catch up? Chapter 14. Am I on the high-speed train, or are you riding one? The young woman frequently traveled by high-speed train and was acutely aware of their terrifying speed, often exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. How could a mere motorcycle reach such velocity? Even if it could, the mechanics of a train and a motorcycle are vastly different. Just moments ago, when she rode at 70 miles per hour, she felt as if she were soaring while her spirit lagged behind. If one were to push a motorcycle to 300 kilometers per hour, one would either end up covered in dust or worse, reduced to ashes. My dear lady, have you ever heard the saying? Knowing full well it's impossible. Yet I wish to try. I fear that if I miss this chance, it may haunt me for a lifetime. Let the 7 years of our love burn brightly one last time in the wind. At that moment, tears welled in the young man's eyes. The young woman stood frozen in place, moved by his earnestness. Lacking much romantic experience herself, she could not fathom the depth of a 7-year relationship, yet at that instant, she felt a profound connection to the young man's plight. She extended her hand, offering him the motorcycle key, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Brother, go for it. Indeed, he replied, taking the key with a firm nod. Just then, a gust of wind from a departing high-speed train swept by, and the young man turned to see the harmonious train quickly vanishing into the distance. Young lady, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. She is on that train, and I must pursue her. With that, he hastened to the motorcycle, donned his helmet, and revved the engine. In the next heartbeat, a sharp whoosh pierced the air, and the young woman's hair was tousled by the force. She stared at her motorcycle, momentarily dazed by the unfolding scene. How is it that it feels so different from when I ride? The dazed girl stared blankly at the motorcycle rapidly receding from her view. Turning her head, she glanced at the high-speed train that had already entered a state of swift motion. Her pupils involuntarily constricted in shock. By her estimation, the train was traveling at a speed of at least 260 to 70 kilometers per hour, if not 300. Yet, the young man on the motorcycle was visibly closing the distance between himself and the Harmony high-speed train at an astonishing rate. Inside the Harmony train, passengers were engrossed in their newspapers or absorbed in their mobile phones, leisurely passing the time on their long journey. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an exclamation. Wow! Look over there. What on earth is that? A bespectacled young man pointed excitedly out of the train window, his voice tinged with alarm. Curious. Other passengers stood up and craned their necks to see what had so startled the young man. But as they looked, their expressions froze in disbelief. In an instant, the entire carriage was engulfed in a profound silence. Through the glass of the train window, they could clearly see a motorcycle racing down the road, mere dozens of meters from the train tracks, at an astonishing speed. The passengers silently turned to glance at the speed indicator displaying 293 kilometers per hour and then back at the motorcycle, which was nearly overtaking the train. Doubt and bewilderment etched across their faces. In the train's cockpit, even the seasoned middle-aged driver, accustomed to all manner of spectacles, could not help but let out an expletive. What the hell? Am I driving a high-speed train? Or are you? Has motorcycle technology advanced so dramatically that chasing down a train feels like child's play? All those who witnessed this scene aboard the Harmony train felt a chill shoot up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Soon, the sound of phones being pulled out echoed throughout the carriage. Some passengers activated their cameras to capture this unbelievable moment, while others hastily sent messages to their loved ones, recounting the extraordinary event. However, amidst the excitement, many couldn't help but wonder, why ride the motorcycle at such breakneck speed? Did he not value his life? Although the road was quite sparse at such high speeds, a moment of loss of control could lead to catastrophic consequences. Wait, everyone look over there. Just then, another startled voice erupted. The crowd turned to see the motorcycle, which had seemingly vanished from view after pulling ahead of the train, reappear. However, this time, it was stationary. And beside the motorcycle, a young man kneels on one knee, gazing affectionately towards the high-speed train. He is clearly holding something aloft in his hand, though the distance renders it indistinct. Many speculate that it must be a ring. Within the train carriage, a moment of silence is shattered by a wave of astonished murmurs. The boy is racing at such a speed, all to chase after our train? He risks his very life, propelling his locomotive to nearly 400 miles per hour. Merely to pursue someone? Surely, aboard this harmonious train, there is a girl whom a boy loves dearly? Oh, how my heart aches. I feel tears welling up. Such a poignant scene has moved the many passengers within the carriage. No one expected that a mere journey on a high-speed train could lead to such an emotional encounter. By a window, a quietly composed girl watches the kneeling boy, unable to suppress her tears any longer. She covers her mouth as tears cascade down her cheeks like an unending stream. A few passengers beside her, noticing her distress, pause momentarily before curiously approaching her. "Miss, is that boy your lover?" one inquires, unable to contain their curiosity. While a few other young women in the carriage have also been moved to tears, they merely sniffle softly. Yet this girl appears on the verge of becoming a veritable fountain of sorrow. The commotion draws many passengers to her side, their curious gazes fixed upon her. Chapter 15. This speed has yet to reach its limit. It is only after the swiftly departing train has completely taken the young man's figure from view that the girl retracts her gaze. Then, meeting the eyes of the onlookers, she wipes away her tears and speaks with a quivering voice. "Indeed, he is my boyfriend, Zhang Ping. We have been in love for 7 years. But due to housing issues, we have yet to marry. Now, with our respective careers, we must endure a long-distance relationship. Just before boarding this train of parting, I proposed a breakup. I thought it would be for the best for both of us, as housing in the big city is exorbitantly expensive. How long must we toil before we can have a home?" Before our farewell, I saw the reluctance in his eyes. So, I told him that as long as he could catch this train, there would still be hope for us. This was initially just an excuse to help us both let go, but as she speaks, her tears flow freely, resembling a kite severed from its string. Upon hearing the girl's heartfelt narrative about their relationship, the passengers in the carriage are similarly moved to tears. Encouraging voices begin to rise in unison. "Dear girl, promise that young man. If two people truly love each other, nothing is impossible." The purity of the emotions exhibited by today's youth is indeed a rarity. Dear girl, do not let this young man slip away. It is worth the utmost effort to reclaim the bond you share. He is a person worthy of your trust. Upon hearing the encouraging voices around her, the girl nodded emphatically. With a quivering voice, she sent a voice message to Zhang Ping, proclaiming, "I want to leave. I'll wait for you at the next stop." As her words echoed, smiles blossomed on the faces of the onlookers, followed by a round of applause, showering the girl with their heartfelt blessings. Meanwhile, on the other side, the naive girl waiting at the high-speed train station remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After the young man named Zhang Ping rode off on the motorcycle, concern clouded her expression. Her worry was not that Zhang Ping might damage the motorcycle and be unable to compensate for it, but rather that he might encounter some unforeseen mishap. After all, he had departed at a remarkably swift pace. Now, both the high-speed train and Zhang Ping's silhouette had vanished from view, leaving her understandably anxious. "Please, dear brother, do take care. I would surely regret lending you the motorcycle if anything were to happen," she muttered, pouting in distress. At that moment, a faint roar of the motorcycle reached her ears. Instantly, she lifted her gaze towards the road, and upon seeing Zhang Ping returning safely on the motorcycle, she could finally exhale in relief. As he approached and brought the motorcycle to a halt, she hurriedly reassured him, "Brother, it's all right that you didn't catch up. At least you tried," leaving no room for regrets. Although Zhang Ping had ridden swiftly, indeed closing the gap between himself and the train, the naive girl, being a novice rider, had heard that even motorcycles capable of reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour could not sustain such velocity indefinitely, as the engine would not endure. When Zhang Ping had vanished from her sight, there was still a considerable distance between him and the train. Hence, she did not genuinely believe he had caught up with it. However, upon hearing her words, Zhang Ping was momentarily taken aback. "Do you underestimate my skills, young lady? True, your motorcycle is exceptionally powerful. Only someone of my limited expertise could fail to catch up with the high-speed train. Yet, I was once an enthusiast of motorcycles." He chuckled. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's response, the girl was left speechless. "The motorcycle is too powerful? It's impossible to catch up with the train? Are you implying that you did catch up?" she exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Zhang Ping, filled with happiness, nodded affirmatively. Then, turning to gaze at the motorcycle behind him, he expressed his lingering astonishment, saying, "Initially, I too believed catching up with the high-speed train was nearly impossible. However, to avoid any regrets, once I mounted your motorcycle, I twisted the throttle fiercely and shifted gears with determination. Then I was astounded to discover that, at the speed of your locomotive, even the high-speed rail, renowned for its velocity, appeared to me as sluggish as a snail. I initially thought the train was merely moving too slowly. But upon glancing at the instrument panel of the locomotive, I was met with a staggering figure. 400 miles. Converting that to kilometers, it amounted to over 600 kilometers per hour. I also realized that this was not even the maximum speed of your locomotive, for I had not even fully pressed the throttle. So, dear lady, do not jest with me. How could your locomotive possibly fail to catch up with the high-speed train? It could even pursue an aircraft without issue. Jing had just messaged me, stating she would wait for me at the next station. Thank you, my dear. I am immensely grateful. Had it not been for you and your locomotive, we might have truly missed our chance. Zhang Ping gazed at the dazed girl, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He then glanced at the time and, feeling somewhat apologetic, said, My apologies. I must hastily purchase a ticket for the next high-speed train to find Jing. After expressing his profound thanks once more, Zhang Ping hurriedly made his way towards the station entrance. Little did he know that his words of gratitude had not registered with the girl at all. After he had concluded his remarks about the locomotive constructed by Shen Fei, she had become utterly bewildered. With a vacant expression, she stared at the locomotive beside her. Unable to contain herself, she swallowed hard and murmured, Not only can it chase high-speed trains, but it can even pursue aircraft? Shen Fei, my dear Fei, what kind of locomotive have you equipped me with? I apologize for my earlier loudness. Fei, you are no mere businessman. You are, in fact, the most illustrious manufacturer in the world. You must have exceeded the budget by not providing me with fuel. 50,000 is simply insufficient. I assent to it. You are exceedingly generous. Not a single trick played on anyone. In that moment, Shen Fei's image in her mind ascended to lofty heights. The locomotive before her grew increasingly appealing, completely shedding her earlier disdain for its appearance. To mend a relationship and salvage love. That is the true essence of a magnificent locomotive. 5-star praise. Fei, I shall bestow upon you a perfect score. Chapter 16. A sensation across the internet. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never be caught in traffic. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, I will be home in no time. On the journey back, the girl's spirits soared with elation, starkly contrasting her earlier mood. Unbeknownst to her, however, her locomotive had already stirred a tremendous uproar online. This was all due to the passengers aboard that harmonious high-speed train who had uploaded their captured videos to Douyin. In a short span of time, anyone scrolling through Douyin was inundated with this event, with at least 8 out of 10 videos showcasing the breathtaking scene of Zhang Ping pursuing the high-speed train on his motorcycle. The topic of charging for love. Pursuing high-speed trains on motorcycles has surged to the pinnacle of trending discussions on Douyin. Countless netizens have been deeply moved by this poignant love story. As the topic gains momentum, numerous prominent influencers with millions of followers have begun to live-stream their thoughts. Among them is the renowned life coach, the illustrious Mr. Zhao, also known as Mr. Zhan Yaping. In his familiar setting, with the ever-imposing motorcycle backdrop, Zhao gazes earnestly into the camera and declares, Tiexin, I must speak the truth. Charging for love, pursuing high-speed trains on motorcycles. Did you not feel your blood surging and your heart racing while watching the video? Today, I, little Zhao, shall reveal the essence of this matter to you. What you perceive is a profoundly touching love story, yet what I see is the harsh reality of financial constraints. I must speak the truth. Were the young couple affluent enough to own a home, this tale would never have unfolded. Tiexin, I must speak the truth. The pursuit of the high-speed train is not the man chasing, but the motorcycle in pursuit. What funds the motorcycle? Money. It is all about the currency. Therefore, dear friends, strive earnestly for wealth. Everything else is but an illusion. Only money is real. With sufficient funds, not only can a girl chase you, but even a queen might pursue you. Conversely, lacking financial means, one cannot even afford a motorcycle, leaving one to watch as she fades into the distance. Tiexin, I must speak the truth. Zhao's fervent words resonate powerfully, momentarily silencing the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, before a flurry of comments floods the screen. My goodness, Zhao's words have left me astounded. How can this be so reasonable? Oh, how different the current Zhao is from the past. Now he speaks with such eloquence. When he quoted, "A gentleman conceals his abilities and waits for the right moment," I realized I had gained a new life mentor. Zhao, I am not envious of your luxury car, but if you start reading, I might just lose my composure. While Zhao delves into the analysis of the trending event, another distinguished figure, Professor Luo Xiang from the law school, begins his own live stream. Naturally, a man of his intellect, virtue, and refinement would not seek to capitalize on fleeting trends. He initiates his broadcast due to the overwhelming number of mentions from netizens. Adjusting his glasses, he finally speaks. Many have inquired whether pursuing a high-speed train on a motorcycle constitutes speeding and if one would incur criminal liability. To address this, we must first clarify what constitutes speeding and what qualifies as severe speeding. On roads with a speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour, exceeding it by 10 kilometers is considered speeding, while exceeding it by 50 kilometers constitutes severe speeding. I took the liberty of researching the road where the young man pursued the train, known as Changhua Avenue, which has a speed limit of 80. Severe speeding results in fines and points deducted from one's driving license. However, under this premise, if one exceeds the speed limit excessively, even without causing a significant accident, one must bear a certain degree of criminal responsibility. Here, we have a reference point, the high-speed rail. The normal operational speed of the high-speed train is 300 kilometers per hour. The young motorcyclist managed to surpass even the high-speed train, reaching a velocity that is truly astounding. Yet, all of this is contingent upon the speed announced by the high-speed rail authorities at that time. I wonder if everyone comprehends my meaning. Ultimately, Luo Xiang wore a profoundly significant expression. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the livestream audience suddenly responded with laughter. Haha, Teacher Luo, we understand. As long as the high-speed rail authorities do not announce the speed at that time, the youth would not need to bear criminal responsibility. This is too amusing. Is this the unique romance of legal scholars? To the high-speed rail authorities of Magic City, we grasp your words. Now it depends on your understanding. This time, they truly did not wish for love to lose, even if it were just this once. While the audience beside Luo Xiang fervently directed their attention towards the high-speed rail authorities, unbeknownst to them, some professionals within the motorcycle community had already formed their own insights regarding the maximum speed of the motorcycle at that time. In a secluded courtyard in Yanjing, the renowned female motorcycle blogger Pai Yu faced the camera, personally playing the video of the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train for the audience in her live stream. I wonder if everyone observed closely. The entire video lasts only 9 seconds. In this brief span, the motorcycle passed a total of 26 utility poles. According to the municipal planning of Magic City in recent years, the distance between the utility poles on Changhua Avenue is standardized at 55 meters. 26 poles, with a spacing of 55 meters in 9 seconds. By synthesizing this data, one can deduce that the motorcycle in the video achieved a terrifying speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. Exaggeration. This is simply too outrageous. After years of riding motorcycles, I have never encountered such an extraordinary machine. Pai could not help but exclaim in astonishment, gazing at the motorcycle in the video with an expression full of longing. Although the appearance of the motorcycle in the video was somewhat blurred, rendering it indistinct. To Pai, such performance rendered its appearance irrelevant. To possess such a motorcycle, or even to ride it just once, she felt would make her life worthwhile. Chapter 17. A classic marketing case? Pai was filled with longing, while the 100,000 viewers in her live stream were utterly astonished by her remarks. Although the visuals of the motorcycle pursuing the high-speed train had already made a significant impact on the audience, the concept of the motorcycle's maximum speed was still somewhat elusive to them. At this moment, after hearing Pai's analysis, over 100,000 netizens felt their scalps tingle with astonishment. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Over 600 kilometers per hour. I usually feel like my soul is chasing after me when I drive at 120. How could that motorcycle reach a terrifying speed of over 600? Is that rider truly unafraid of death? Death? I too yearn to take him away, yet I am utterly unable to catch up with him. It seems that the helmet he wears is somewhat superfluous. All I can articulate is that those fleeting 9 seconds of his life are more exhilarating than my entire existence. The fiery exhaust of the motorcycle evokes memories of my lost youth. However, is it truly as exaggerated as you all suggest? It is merely a motorcycle, is it not? I have no personal experience with motorcycles, but I have heard that many can reach speeds of several hundred kilometers. My friend, when you mention hundreds, do you mean 200 or 300? Even the notorious PO finds this machine astonishing. How can you dismiss it as just a motorcycle? The numerous viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions. Many carless netizens seemed unable to grasp PO's appraisal of this motorcycle. Upon glancing at the barrage of comments, PO patiently began to elucidate. It appears that most of our audience is not well acquainted with motorcycles. Allow me to elaborate. Nowadays, numerous motorcycle manufacturers boast that their models can exceed speeds of 500 or even 600 kilometers per hour. The yet-to-be-produced next-generation Dodge Tomahawk is even claimed to reach a staggering speed of 687 kilometers per hour. However, these assertions are predominantly conceptual. In essence, while those premier brands' motorcycles are theoretically capable of such velocities, akin to the one featured in the video that possesses the ability to chase high-speed trains, in reality, let us consider the dream machine of all riders, the Kawasaki H2R. With a displacement of 998 cubic centimeters and 310 horsepower. It can accelerate to 400 kilometers per hour in just 26 seconds, earning the title of ground flying machine. 400 kilometers per hour already surpasses the typical operational speed of high-speed trains. Yet, these figures are recorded on specialized racetracks, which not only offer smooth and even surfaces, but also possess optimal hardness for motorcycle operation. Under such conditions, the Kawasaki H2R can achieve its top speed of 400 kilometers per hour. However, on Changhua Avenue, one cannot even expect such conditions. The road is likely littered with small stones. In this scenario, if that motorcycle could reach speeds exceeding 600 kilometers per hour, do you comprehend what that implies? It signifies that the motorcycle's engine, transmission, and stability surpass those of any brand currently available on the market by several tiers. Otherwise, even a pebble the size of a thumb could spell disaster for a motorcycle traveling at 600 kilometers per hour. Moreover, there is another point that should not be overlooked. The video captures only 9 seconds of footage, yet the motorcycle's pursuit of the high-speed train undoubtedly extends well beyond that brief duration. The entire process likely spans over 2 minutes. The Kawasaki H2R, when driven at its peak speed of 400 kilometers per hour for just 1 minute, would lead to a catastrophic engine failure. Yet, that motorcycle sustained a speed of 600 kilometers per hour for a full 2 minutes without any issues. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. This has completely shattered my preconceived notions of motorcycles. To declare it the unparalleled monarch of the current motorcycle realm feels entirely justified. Pio concluded. The excitement in her captivating eyes was utterly undeniable. Meanwhile, the multitude of viewers in the live stream, after hearing Pio's remarks, were completely astounded. They had witnessed a motorcycle in the video that could arguably be hailed as the most extraordinary machine in the world at present. The Kawasaki H2R, priced at a staggering $720,000, pales in comparison to this motorcycle, which is presumably several tiers superior. One can only speculate that its worth effortlessly exceeds $1 million. At this moment, it was not just Pio elucidating the formidable nature of this motorcycle. The entire motorcycle community was busy extolling its virtues. Had it not been for the professional assessments confirming that the videos of motorcycles racing against high-speed trains were authentic and not fabricated, they might have doubted whether they were watching an elaborate science fiction film. Under such circumstances, the focus of the video swiftly transitioned from the youth to the astonishing motorcycle itself. A plethora of trending topics emerged, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain. Claimed to be one of the representatives of Dragon Country's speed, the high-speed train is utterly overshadowed by this motorcycle. Beneath a poignant love story, I discern a motorcycle of terrifying performance. Regarding the upper limits of motorcycle speed, it astonishingly reaches over 600 kilometers per hour. As the fervor surrounding the motorcycle incident escalated, many content creators sprang into action. Whoever could identify the motorcycle from the video would undoubtedly seize the first-hand excitement. Certain astute bloggers opted for a more profound analysis of the situation. Upon closer examination, some bloggers indeed unearthed intriguing insights. In a renowned live-streaming session led by the illustrious teacher Letme and Li Yuanhao, he refrained from promoting products today. Leaning against the table, he addressed the camera with eloquence. Do you not feel that the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train event is a sudden spark in the mundane fabric of life, drawing everyone's curiosity, inviting them closer, and igniting anticipation? However, I wish to convey to you today that this is not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitable occurrence. I shall not elaborate on the motorcycle's performance and value, as it has already achieved legendary status among many motorcycle enthusiasts. What I wish to explore is the story between the couple. The boy's reckless pursuit of the train on his motorcycle stems from the girl's intention to part ways due to their inability to afford a home. Yet, this presents a paradox. That motorcycle has already attracted bids of up to $2 million, indicating that the notion of the boy being unable to buy a house is laughable. At the very least, selling the motorcycle would allow him to easily purchase a home in various cities. So, do you comprehend? This has been a quintessential commercial marketing strategy from the outset. Although the brand responsible remains unknown, one cannot deny the success of their marketing endeavor. This fact has already been substantiated. Chapter 18. Daizio Mei's Collision. Upon hearing the eloquent words of Mr. Luo, the countless viewers before the screen were momentarily taken aback. Soon thereafter, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like a tidal wave. Wait, allow me to gather my thoughts. Does Mr. Luo mean to suggest that this is all mere advertisement? There is no deeply touching love story. Everything has been fabricated solely for the purpose of marketing this motorcycle? Upon further reflection, it seems that Mr. Luo's assertions bear a striking resemblance to the truth. The terrifying performance of that motorcycle eclipses all others on the market. I had never heard of it before, yet it has suddenly emerged, clearly the result of meticulous planning. Coupled with the overwhelming buzz surrounding this motorcycle, I sense that the capital behind it must be formidable, certainly one of the major motorcycle brands of the world. I wonder if it is Yamaha or Honda, or perhaps another. Good grief. So that is how it is. I had been moved to tears, only to discover it was a marketing ploy. Alas, it turns out I am the fool here. You may slay me, but must you wield the dagger of love? Speaking candidly, I find myself rather eager. What brand is it? After all, I would buy it, I would indeed. My goodness, are you a rich heir? With this level of marketing, a starting price of 2 million would not be surprising. Are you truly going to buy it? To be honest, while it does relate to wealth, the connection is tenuous. For every motorcycle enthusiast, the desire for this machine could compel one to sacrifice everything. This sentiment is not limited to Mr. Luo. Numerous other influencers are also dissecting this as a thoroughly orchestrated marketing endeavor. What many netizens are unaware of is that even before the motorcycle chase of high-speed trains began to gain traction, many motorcycle brands were already unsettled. At that time, the sales of all motorcycles currently available in the Dragon Kingdom had plummeted to a freezing point. Major motorcycle manufacturers must have incurred substantial losses. Yet, this is not the most critical aspect. The crux lies in the stocks. If this trend continues, the stocks of all motorcycle brands listed in the Dragon Kingdom are bound to plummet. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Beijing time, the renowned automotive company BMW could no longer contain itself and was the first to issue an announcement. As one of the three giants of BBA, BMW not only focuses on automobiles, but also boasts a significant motorcycle division. The announcement published on BMW's official website read, "We are honored in this era to witness the birth of such a remarkable motorcycle. The BMW Group will continue to strive for excellence." Once this announcement was made, it ignited an already explosive TikTok, adding further fuel to the fire. In less than a few minutes, BMW Group's announcement had been shared over 70,000 times. Just as everyone assumed that BMW Group had tacitly acknowledged that the motorcycle was their creation, the Kawasaki Group's official website, shortly thereafter, issued its own announcement. The dream has never ended. Kawasaki will never fade away. Upon reading this, many netizens found themselves momentarily bewildered. Can't you two companies clarify the matter? Whose motorcycle is this, after all? Warehouse Road Avenue. Amidst the flurry of announcements from several prominent motorcycle brands and the ensuing uncertainty among netizens, the motorcycle owner, the charming Daizio, remains blissfully unaware. She leisurely rides her motorcycle along the open road, her spirits lifted, prompting her to initiate a live stream. The multitude of eager viewers who had been anticipating Daizio's broadcast promptly flocked to her live stream upon receiving the notification. Wow, old lady, did you eavesdrop on my thoughts? I said if you went live today, I'd eat dirt. And here you are, broadcasting immediately. Hurry, confess honestly, have you been duped by Fij? Everyone else already caught wind of your gasoline escapade. Hey, is that old lady actually riding a motorcycle? Did Fij provide her with that bike? Haha, she has clearly been taken for a ride by Fij. Look at that motorcycle's appearance, it's absolutely hideous. Is that iron casing rusting? Honestly, even my grandmother would disdain riding that. Fij, as always, is showing off. Not only did he not fill her tank, but he also provided her with a motorcycle that seems to be made of raw iron. In contrast, it appears that Ertzi is far more fortunate, as at least the casing of her computer tower merely needs a good cleaning. Once inside the live stream, the viewers begin to chatter amongst themselves, commenting on the somewhat indistinct appearance of the motorcycle in the frame, while Daizio remains focused on her ride, casually greeting her audience. Feeling great today, I'll be streaming for half an hour. As Daizio's light-hearted voice resonates through the stream, the chat momentarily falls silent before erupting like a tidal wave. No way, did I hear that right? Feeling good? Has the old lady's head been caught in the door? After being swindled out of her money by that cunning Feige, she is still in high spirits? This is unacceptable. I simply cannot accept this. Shouldn't she be heartbroken? With tears streaming down her face? I came here to see her cry. Brothers, is there a chance that the old lady has fallen for Feige? To her, being duped by her beloved might indeed feel like a form of happiness. It's not entirely impossible. The avatar in Feige's live stream is supposedly a silhouette of himself. Just looking at that figure is enough to see how dashing he is. It's not beyond reason for the old lady to be smitten. The conversation among the audience becomes increasingly exaggerated. Daizio, while riding her motorcycle, catches a glimpse of the chat, and, as fate would have it, her eyes fall upon a few of the aforementioned comments. Instantly, the corners of her eyes twitch slightly. Love you guys. Do you think I'm that desperate for a man? Before she can finish her thought, she suddenly lets out a shriek. The viewers, startled by her outburst, take a moment to regain their composure and refocus on the live stream. What? A collision? At that moment, Daizio is seen, along with her motorcycle, sprawled on the roadside. Just to her left, a sleek Ferrari F90 comes to a gradual halt. Chapter 19. Smash that motorcycle. As the Ferrari F90 came to a halt, a flamboyantly dressed man, who at first glance appeared somewhat effeminate, descended from the vehicle. Upon his arrival, he did not spare a glance at the dazed girl sprawled on the ground nearby. Instead, he began to circle around his luxury sports car, which was worth millions. Soon after, his expression shifted to one of displeasure as he fixated on the girl. Perhaps you should consider selling your house, he stated abruptly. The unexpected remark left the girl momentarily stunned. Struggling against her pain, she rose from the ground and, feeling utterly aggrieved, retorted, "You were the one who suddenly swerved out." The man scoffed at her response, his pale face revealing a hint of absurdity. "Are you joking? Clearly, it was you who was driving without paying attention to the road. I am utterly speechless at you motorcycle girls. Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair the damage inflicted by your clunky bike?" With his arms crossed, he regarded the girl with disdain. Not far off, although the girl's motorcycle lay on the ground, her phone, which was affixed to the handlebars, was live streaming the entire encounter. Witnessing the confrontation, the audience in the live stream chat was initially taken aback, but soon began to flood the screen with comments. "Oh no, my heart aches for her. She scraped her knee. I can't believe this man is so rude. Just because he drives a multi-million-dollar car, does he think he is above everyone else? The girl is also quite affluent. I feel for the poor woman. She looks like she might cry. Wait a moment. This guy looks somewhat familiar. Isn't he Li Yuanhao, the beauty influencer from Douyin? Oh wow. So it's the 39 blame it on my lack of effort brother 39? Haha. Poor girl. Crashing into him is just her luck. Goodness. How much money has this guy made from women? He.s. driving a car worth over 10 million. To be honest, it seems like the crash wasn't entirely her fault. He should understand that turning doesn't override straight traffic. True, but let's not forget that she was live streaming. When the traffic police arrive, they will likely deem both parties responsible. It all depends on how they negotiate. I've encountered this situation before, and the traffic police ruled that both parties should compensate one another. This could spell disaster for her. How much will she have to pay Li Yuanhao? Though the viewers in the chat typically relished the drama, when the girl was truly in trouble, they wholeheartedly supported her. The girl seemed to realize that she was still live streaming while riding her motorcycle. With the police arriving, she anticipated she would have to compensate Li Yuanhao. Resolutely, she clenched her teeth and declared, "I can cover the damages to your car. However, you must also compensate for the damages to my motorcycle." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the motorcycle provided by Shen Fei. The collision had not only left a scratch on Li Yuanhao's Ferrari, but had also severely damaged her motorcycle's exterior. Had it not been for the shell absorbing most of the impact, her injuries would likely have been far more serious than a mere scrape. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. My time is exceedingly precious, and I have no inclination to squander it further with you. You owe me 5 million. As for your motorcycle, compensating you 3,000 should suffice, Li Yuanhao declared, waving his hand with evident impatience. Upon hearing his words, the girl, known as Daizio, was momentarily rendered speechless. 5 million. Are you some sort of robber? Although she had heard of Li Yuanhao, she had no idea what he looked like. The audacity with which he demanded such a sum left her jaw nearly unhinged. Ha ha ha, The old woman was truly correct. Li Jieqi is indeed a robber, a thief of women's wealth. Now it makes sense why his first demand upon exiting the vehicle was for the old woman to sell her house. He may very well have pressured her into doing so. This sports car of his is certainly not inexpensive, but 5 million is an outrageous figure. My dislike for Li Jieqi has only intensified, further tarnishing his reputation among the public. On the highway, Li Jieqi observed Daizio's exaggerated expression and could not help but smirk. Is 5 million truly exorbitant? If you cannot afford it, perhaps you should reflect on your own efforts over the years. Have you worked diligently? Has your salary increased? Don't wait until you need money to realize your own shortcomings. Enough of this banter. I shall simply call the police to handle this matter, he said, pulling out his phone. Seeing this, Daizio clenched her teeth and retorted, if you say 5 million, then it is 5 million. I have seen sports cars before. Even if you were to repaint and repair your car, it would not exceed 200,000 at most. I can pay you 200,000, but you must restore my motorcycle to its original condition. Let me be clear, I do not want money. I only wish for you to return my bike to its former glory. As she concluded, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. She cherished the motorcycle that Shen Fei had gifted her, and its current damaged state pained her deeply. However, Li Jieqi's reaction to Daizio's words was immediate and explosive. 200,000? What a farce. Do you think I am trying to extort you? You better take a good look at this. My car is not just any ordinary Ferrari F90. Do you see this? This intricate floral design was crafted by the renowned Ferrari designer, Mr. Manzoni, specifically for me. This Ferrari F90 is a unique masterpiece worldwide, enhanced by Mr. Manzoni's personal touch. And you, with your dilapidated motorcycle, expect me to get it repaired? I have no time for such trivialities. The money I earn in an hour could buy you several of these worthless motorcycles. Here, take this 100,000. It should suffice to compensate for your wretched bike. It is so hideous that even a second glance offends my eyes. Now that I have paid for it, I shall deal with it as I see fit. Eru, smash it to pieces. Li Jieqi tossed a bank card onto the ground, and then turned his gaze towards a burly man standing not far away. The viewers in the live stream had previously overlooked the fact that another individual had emerged from Li Jieqi's vehicle. At that moment, the man, resembling a bodyguard named Eru, began to swagger towards the motorcycle assigned to the dazed young lady upon receiving Li Jieqi's directive. Along the way, the muscular figure casually picked up a brick from the ground, seemingly intent on following Li Jieqi's orders to smash the motorcycle to smithereens. Observing the man with the brick, the dazed young lady feigned bravery, though deep down, she was terrified. Yet, she could not bear to watch her beloved motorcycle being destroyed. Stop! Don't touch my motorcycle. She summoned her courage and positioned herself in front of the burly man. However, he disregarded her presence entirely and shoved her aside. As the man lifted the brick, ready to bring it down mercilessly upon the motorcycle, tears instantly streamed down the young lady's face. I don't want your money. Please, don't smash my bike. In that moment, she felt utterly helpless. Just as the brick was about to descend upon the motorcycle, a sudden thud echoed through the air. The dazed young lady looked up, her tear-streaked face displaying a mixture of shock and confusion. Several foreign gentlemen in suits had abruptly appeared, forcefully pushing Li Jieqi's bodyguard several meters away. Still reeling from the shock, the young lady was approached by an elderly foreign gentleman with silver hair. He rushed to her motorcycle, his face contorted with anguish, and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Who did this? Who did this? I shall curse him in the name of Jesus. Curse him!" As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. The spectacle left not only the dazed young lady flabbergasted, but also caused Li Jieqi to furrow his brow in bewilderment. However, noticing the elderly gentleman and the impeccably dressed foreign man, Li Jieqi dared not adopt an arrogant demeanor and inquired, "Who are you?" His voice reverberated through the scene. Yet the elderly gentleman did not even glance in his direction. Instead, he continued to mutter to himself, turning excitedly towards the young lady. "Ah, esteemed miss, I am Yid, the regional head of the Chrysler Group for the Dragon Country. Just 20 minutes ago, our group's information department located Mr. Zhang Ping. Through our consultation with Mr. Zhang, we discovered that the remarkable motorcycle, which can exceed speeds of 600 kilometers per hour, belongs to you. On behalf of the Chrysler Group, I extend my greetings to you and hope that you might consider selling this esteemed motorcycle to us. Rest assured, we shall offer you a satisfactory price." The glint in the elderly gentleman's eyes made the dazed young lady feel a bit uneasy, especially as he expressed himself in fluent Chinese. The expression on Dai Xiaomei's face became utterly blank. As for the countless viewers in the live stream, after a brief moment of silence, they erupted into chaos. What? Did I just hear that correctly? The foreign elder means that the locomotive chasing the high-speed train is this old woman's bike? The motorcycle, which had been exalted by numerous bloggers and had reached legendary status in the motorcycle community, was actually created by Brother Fei. Wasn't it said that this was merely a marketing scheme by Capital? Wife, quick, slap me. I must be hallucinating while watching this live stream. Wait, is what this old man said credible? What Chrysler Group? I've never heard of it before. Dude, you don't know Chrysler Group? This is the most formidable motorcycle company over in Eagle Sauce. You've heard of the famous Dodge Tomahawk, right? It was crafted by this very company. Wow, I'm astonished. Brother Fei, stop showing off. Are you trying to elevate the status of domestic motorcycles single-handedly? Who said Brother Fei could only assemble computers and not create motorcycles? Step forward and speak. Brother Fei, there are too many people outside. I'll kneel before you later. The numerous viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing, unable to contain their excitement. No one expected that the legendary motorcycle igniting the entire Douyin platform was actually built by Shen Fei. Not far away, Li Jieqi, upon hearing the words of the foreign elder, was momentarily stunned. As a first-tier Douyin blogger, he had certainly heard of the trending incident involving the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train. However, he never imagined it would be the very one before him. Yet, the look of surprise quickly faded from Li Jieqi's face. He turned to the elder and remarked, "No matter what, this motorcycle cannot surpass the value of my wheel." What? Are you going to compensate her? Upon realizing that the elder was the head of a legitimate group, Li Jieqi relaxed. This time, the elder did not ignore his words. Noticing that Dai Xiaomei was still in a daze, the elder turned to Li Jieqi with a stoic expression and then gently waved his hand. Several impeccably dressed foreign giants immediately moved toward Li Jieqi's direction. Upon seeing this, Li Jieqi's throat constricted, and he stammered, What are you planning to do? This is a lawful society. Hitting someone is a crime. Bang. Before Li Jieqi could finish his sentence, a dull thud echoed. The foreign giants did not approach him, but instead bypassed him entirely, drawing out their batons to smash against his million-dollar sports car. One blow followed another. The sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the scene. In mere seconds, Li Jieqi's once imposing Ferrari had been reduced to a wreck. Witnessing this scene, Li Jieqi's eyes twitched uncontrollably, but due to the imposing presence of the foreign giants, he dared not utter a single word. Not far away, the bewildered girl had finally emerged from her stupor, gazing at the captivating scene before her. She hastily spoke up, Uncle Miud, I never said I would sell you my motorcycle. The girl assumed Miud was standing up for her. However, upon hearing her words, Miud slowly shook his head and replied, my esteemed lady, this matter bears no relation to whether you sell me your motorcycle. He has harmed this divine gift bestowed upon humanity, and I must certainly seek retribution. What a magnificent motorcycle it is. Now, due to this foolish individual, it bears a blemish. After shaking his head at the girl, Miud turned his cold gaze toward Li Jieqi. Your motorcycle is now rendered useless. Rest assured, our Chrysler Group will compensate you with an identical one. However, for the damage inflicted upon this motorcycle, we, the Chrysler Group, are prepared to represent this esteemed lady in a legal prosecution against you. It would be preferable if the motorcycle's exterior could be restored. If not, you shall face the most severe legal consequences. Our entire legal department will treat this incident as a matter of utmost importance. Before proceeding, I must remind you that the integrity of the motorcycle's exterior is directly related to its formidable stability. Such technology has never before been seen on a global scale. Chapter 21. An explosive sensation online. Miud's eloquent words reverberated throughout the venue. Li Jieqi found himself utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that while he had withstood the scorn of countless netizens for his remarks about their lack of diligence, he would falter before a mere motorcycle. The thought of confronting an entire legal department of a multinational corporation sent shivers down his spine. As for the multitude of viewers in the live stream, Miud's declaration finally elucidated why he, as a regional director, would go to such lengths for the girl. The fundamental reason lay in the motorcycle crafted by Shen Fei. Does anyone know how old Brother Fei is? I feel calling him brother might be a bit too casual. Perhaps it should be Master Fei instead. Not only is he adept in computer hardware technology, but the motorcycle he created has also attracted the admiration of the world's leading motorcycle companies. I cannot fathom him being under 60. In summary, Brother Fei has undeniably elevated the prestige of domestic manufacturing to unprecedented heights. From now on, if anyone dares to claim that domestic computers and motorcycles cannot compare to foreign ones, I shall be furious. I know that the image before us today will be etched in the annals of motorcycle history forever. While the multitude of viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions, Li Jieqi, disheveled and defeated, had already departed the scene. Given his anxious demeanor, it was likely that he was seeking to hire a high-priced elite lawyer for his defense. After all, when Mude stated he would represent the girl in the lawsuit, he did not appear to be jesting. As for the girl, she looked at Mude and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Mude, the naive girl truly wouldn't know what to do today. However, as the conversation progressed, she suddenly shifted her tone and said, "Uncle Mude, I am immensely grateful to you. Nevertheless, I cannot sell the motorcycle to you. But you can certainly place an order with Brother Fei. Do you know Shen Fei? This motorcycle was crafted for me by him." Upon mentioning Shen Fei, the girl wore an expression of admiration. Yet, upon hearing this, Mude shook his head with a wry smile. "Now that we have located you, we have, of course, ascertained the true origin of this motorcycle. We have already placed an order with Mr. Shen Fei and formally expressed our intention to collaborate." However, Mr. Shen Fei's response was a disinterested not interested. He only sells products, not patents. Of course, if we can comprehend the technology behind Mr. Shen Fei's motorcycles, he would allow us to utilize it, albeit for a nominal patent fee. Hence, we are rather eager to propose this. My esteemed lady, I represent the Chrysler Group in offering to rent this marvelous motorcycle for a brief period, not too long, merely 3 days. After 3 days, I shall return the motorcycle to you in its entirety. Mude gazed at the naive girl with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing his proposal, she did not decline. After all, a mere 3-day rental was quite acceptable. As for the millions of viewers in the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted once more. "Is this really my idol, Brother Fei? He is so incredibly cool. Only sells products, not patents, and remains unfazed by a colossal group like Chrysler. I can only imagine the astronomical figure he must have turned down." It was no surprise. If Mude had mentioned a motorcycle worth 10 million, the price offered to Brother Fei would surely exceed 9 digits. One could only say that the technology embedded in the motorcycles crafted by Brother Fei is invaluable. Alas, Brother Fei is remarkable in every way, except for having too many orders. When will it be my turn? Countless viewers in the live stream were abuzz with discussion, unable to pause. Meanwhile, the astute ones had already rushed to Shen Fei's live stream. Although, as always, Shen Fei's live stream was solely for taking orders and had not yet started. At that moment, the influx of viewers had reached staggering heights. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, until the viewership soared to 8 million, at which point the growth began to slow. Across the entire Tiger Shark livestream platform, Shen Fei's room held firmly to the throne of popularity. The barrage of comments quickly surpassed hundreds of thousands. "I'm a newbie. Is this the renowned Brother Fei's livestream? Could Brother Fei please start a broadcast? I'm ready to send gifts, treasure maps, anything. Does Brother Fei still accept apprentices? I've always been skilled with my hands since childhood. Does Shen Fei have a girlfriend? She is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. If you could date her, I would gladly enjoy riding in luxury cars and living in a villa. Not to mention, why are you taking advantage of the situation? Fei go, ignore those people. I have a simple question to ask you face to face. Could you send me a private message with your location? Huh, simple? Are you truly that innocent? Your intentions are all too apparent." Besides the incessant barrage of comments, the number of orders in Shen Fei's live stream is escalating at an alarming rate. Initially, a volume of 300,000 orders was already daunting, yet it has now surged to over 800,000. Furthermore, this figure continues to grow at an astonishing speed. The most pivotal aspect is that the prices of these orders are exorbitantly high. Currently, the lowest price among the top 10 orders has surpassed 1 million. All of them are seeking Shen Fei to customize motorcycles. The top 5 are major motorcycle manufacturers, with their offers reaching as high as 3 million. No matter how luxurious the configuration of a motorcycle, it cannot possibly be worth that amount. Clearly, they share the same objective as the Chrysler Group, to acquire a Shen Fei motorcycle to study the technologies he employs. However, they are bound to be disappointed. As up to this point, Shen Fei has yet to accept any orders. Chapter 22. The merchant leader truly deserves the title in Shen Fei's live stream. Countless netizens and motorcycle manufacturers await his acceptance of orders. However, several hours have passed with no sign of activity from Shen Fei. It seems he is entirely oblivious to the dynamics of the live stream. Many motorcycle enthusiasts have grown anxious and have rushed to the Chrysler Group's official website. After all, they are the only group currently in possession of Shen Fei's motorcycles. Even if Shen Fei were to accept orders, he would likely only take one. Yet, if the Chrysler Group makes a groundbreaking advancement, the outcome would be entirely different. Perhaps in the near future, everyone could own a Shen Fei motorcycle. Old Co, have you figured out how to replicate Fei GE's motorcycle? We're eagerly waiting for you to produce it. If you can create an identical motorcycle, we will all buy from you. Indeed, Old Co, the realization of our motorcycle dreams rests entirely on you. Kawasaki Group, can you, Chrysler, handle this? If not, hand the motorcycle over to us for research. Suzuki Motorcycles, Old Chuan has a point. If you can't do it, let someone else take over. Don't just stand there and do nothing. The comments section on Chrysler's official website is vibrant with excitement. Not only are ordinary motorcycle enthusiasts urging them on, but several major manufacturers have also come to exert pressure on the Chrysler Group. Under such intense pressure, the Chrysler website has promptly responded. After conducting comprehensive tests on the motorcycles created by Mr. Shen Fei, we at the Chrysler Group sincerely apologize to all the fans who have shown interest in our endeavors. Firstly, the motorcycle crafted by Mr. Shen Fei faces certain technical challenges that we are currently unable to overcome, and it is estimated that it will take at least 3 years to address these issues. Secondly, upon inspection, we discovered that the motorcycle's maximum speed is not merely over 600 kilometers per hour, but can actually reach an astonishing 798 kilometers per hour. Nearly 800. This is still due to the fact that Mr. Shen Fei employed materials that are not of optimal quality. It appears that he has been somewhat frugal in his selection of materials. Had he chosen otherwise, we believe the speed could easily surpass 800. Ultimately, the Chrysler board has collectively decided to extend an indefinite invitation for collaboration to Mr. Shen Fei, as he embodies the future and hope of the motorcycle industry, destined to achieve unprecedented glory. This announcement from the Chrysler Group is indeed laden with significance. Once released, it created a considerable stir, akin to a massive stone being cast into a tranquil lake. Not only were countless netizens astounded, but major motorcycle manufacturers also fell into a profound silence. The revelation that 600 is not the limit and that 800 can be effortlessly attained is nothing short of shocking. What Mr. Fei has created is not merely a motorcycle. It is, in essence, a ground-flying machine. The assertion that the motorcycle will thrive under Mr. Fei's influence is noteworthy. It is a testament from a publicly listed corporation. It is no wonder that Mr. Fei boldly invites them to conduct research, even offering discounts on patent fees, as he must have known all along that Chrysler would struggle to innovate. Am I the only one who noticed the mention of material savings? Mr. Fei is certainly adept at extracting money from the unsuspecting. It's amusingly said to be a matter of material conservation, but in less flattering terms. It is simply a case of cutting corners. Mr. Fei undeniably lives up to his reputation as a mercantile mastermind. That said, one may trust in Mr. Fei's technical prowess, yet his character remains open to scrutiny. I find myself in fits of laughter, curious about the profits Mr. Fei has garnered from these transactions. The sheer intrigue is maddening. Who is placing orders with Mr. Fei that he dares not compromise on quality? I am eager to witness the full extent of his capabilities. I surmise that only government contracts would compel Mr. Fei to maintain integrity in his work. Indeed, who would dare to exploit public funds? Comments continue to flood in. An unceasing stream. Undoubtedly, the Chrysler Group's announcement has elevated Mr. Shen and his extraordinary manufacturing shop to an unparalleled status. The public now comprehends that the slogan Super Divine Manufacturing, fulfilling all your fantasies, is not merely a whimsical phrase from Mr. Shen's youthful exuberance, but rather a statement of undeniable truth. Consequently, within a brief span, orders for Mr. Shen's manufacturing shop have surged anew. Even those who previously held little interest in motorcycles have begun to unleash their imaginations, placing unconventional orders with Mr. Shen. Inside the suburban workshop, Mr. Shen has indeed ceased to pay attention to the online discussions. Upon learning that his creation, the motorcycle designed by the endearing Xiaomei, had caused a sensation across the internet, Shen Fei promptly utilized the system to procure an array of equipment, which he meticulously arranged within the expansive workshop behind his manufacturing store. Shen Fei was acutely aware of the adage that fame attracts controversy, given the current level of scrutiny directed towards him online. It was only a matter of time before his humble manufacturing establishment would be exposed. Should it be discovered that his store was merely a facade, it would certainly lead to complications. Fortunately, the substantial space at the rear of his shop provided ample room for his new acquisitions. He invested nearly all his earnings from 2 orders into the equipment, which transformed the appearance of his manufacturing store into something quite respectable. However, this expenditure left him with a mere 2,000 yuan remaining in his account. After brushing off the dust accumulated from his work in the workshop, Shen Fei returned to his computer, intent on accepting a 3rd order. Yet, he was still far from completing the system's task of accumulating 10 million points for an upgrade. As he opened his live stream room and glanced at the various tags in the store's impressions section, he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in his eyelids. The tags read, Technical Guru with 1.08 million likes, Snail Efficiency with 960,000 likes, and Negligent Streamer who never goes live with 740,000 likes. While he could somewhat tolerate these labels, he was utterly taken aback by the tag Shady Merchant with an astonishing 5.78 million likes. What absurdity was this? He sighed, muttering to himself, it's just a slight cost-saving measure. You can't focus solely on the materials without considering the bigger picture. Chapter 23. The order from Lei Bus. Never mind, he thought. Let them call me a shady merchant. After all, I am compelled by the system. They might suspect that I am profiting, but they surely cannot fathom the true extent of my earnings. Shen Fei held on to this confidence. However, at that moment, a notification from the system left him utterly flabbergasted. Ding. Periodic financial report is being generated. Expected to be completed within 1 week. At that time, the system will automatically announce the financial report in the host's live stream room. The system's gentle voice resonated in Shen Fei's mind, yet at that moment, it seemed chillingly cold. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Shen Fei's expression darkened, and he erupted in outrage. System, are you out of your mind? This is just a small manufacturing store, not a publicly listed corporation. What financial report are you talking about? He fumed. You made me cut corners. And now you're turning around to stab me in the back. Are you even human? Or do you want me to meet my demise at the hands of my customers? His chest heaved with rage, and the murderous intent in his gaze felt palpable, as if it could manifest physically. If only the system were tangible, he would have relished the opportunity to give it a piece of his mind. As it stood, netizens were merely speculating on how much he had profited. Once the financial report was released, Shen Fei felt that whether the title of the unscrupulous businessman was justified or not had become irrelevant. His greatest fear was that one day the address of his manufacturing shop would be leaked. The blades at the entrance would need to be piled up like a mountain. Shen Fei was so enraged that he felt smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. Meanwhile, the system, after emitting a prompt sound, fell into complete silence, offering no response to Shen Fei's furious outbursts. Taking a deep breath, Shen Fei realized that he had no words left for the system. It seemed to exist solely to toy with him. Sitting up straight in front of the computer once more, he continued to select orders with a darkened expression. However, gazing at the dazzling array of orders and their exorbitant prices, his mood noticeably lightened. Although the Chrysler Group had announced that Shen Fei's motorcycle technology could not surpass certain limits for the time being, major airport manufacturers had lost hope, and the prices had ceased to rise further. Nevertheless, the current top prices had reached between 3 million and 3.5 million. At this rate, if Shen Fei accepted a few more motorcycle orders, he could quickly gather the 10 million system upgrade points needed to elevate the system to the 3rd stage. However, while upgrading the system was undoubtedly important, Shen Fei felt that fully enjoying the challenge and breakthrough during this process was even more crucial. Otherwise, when the system upgraded to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th stages, its enhanced capabilities might outpace Shen Fei's understanding. A middle school student, even if achieving full marks in every subject, would find high school knowledge incomprehensible. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei paused his actions, deciding to wait for a suitable order to emerge before proceeding. Alternatively, if no other orders appeared later, he would select the one with the highest price. Just then, an order suddenly appeared in the order reception backend and swiftly ascended to the top position. The original number 1 order, valued at over 3.5 million, was left far behind. Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback, then casually clicked on the details of the new order. At first glance, his brows furrowed slightly, but upon a second and third look, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. This was it. As Shen Fei accepted the new order, a tremendous stir erupted online. In the live streaming room of the Tiger Shark platform, where Shen Fei operated his shop, millions of viewers gathered, all staring in astonishment at the order Shen Fei had just secured. Xiaomi technology. What? It's actually Xiaomi technology. Has Brother Fei's name reached Lei Jun's ears? No way. Is this really that Xiaomi from Lei Jun? They just placed an order for new energy vehicles with Brother Fei. There was no need to ponder. It was undoubtedly true. The order was worth 9,999,000. I could recognize that as Lei Jun's price even with my eyes closed. Alas, President Lei, what a blunder. How much will Brother Fei have to profit from this 9,999,000? Moreover, Fei Gu solely sells products without offering patents. Purchasing a vehicle for 9.99 million seems excessively extravagant. I cannot shake the feeling that Fei Gu, the shrewd businessman, is merely fishing, and it now appears he has hooked the big fish. Lei Bus. Haha. Is he the type who would retire after earning 10 million? If that is indeed the case, this transaction would secure his retirement. Regardless, I believe dear Lei Zong is destined to be severely deceived by Fei Gu. Motorcycles and automobiles are entirely different entities, particularly with new energy vehicles. The technological complexity is astounding. Such an endeavor is beyond the capabilities of a single person. Yes. When Fei Gu initially equipped Dai Xiaomei with a motorcycle, you all expressed similar sentiments, claiming that computers and motorcycles are fundamentally dissimilar. Yet what was the outcome? Enough of the noise. After all this chatter, no useful insights have emerged. Why not simply inquire with Xiaomi Group regarding Lei Bus's thoughts? As the millions of viewers in the livestream pondered, they eventually departed from Shen Fei's broadcast, flocking to the comments section of Xiaomi's official website. Meanwhile, at Xiaomi Group's headquarters in Yanjing, numerous directors of Xiaomi technology gathered, already embroiled in a heated debate. All of this turmoil stemmed from Lei Bus's order to Shen Fei. At that moment, countless netizens might still be unaware that Lei Bus's decision to place an order with Shen Fei was entirely unilateral, made without the consent of the board of directors. As this matter began to gain traction online, the board members could no longer restrain themselves from confronting Lei Bus. Lei Zong, you must provide us with an explanation regarding this matter. We are well aware of Shen Fei's reputation. He is indeed formidable. However, that expertise is confined to computers and motorcycles. Our Xiaomi automobile division has already invested hundreds of billions in research and development. You are entrusting a small live streaming platform's proprietor with a project that is yet to yield results after such vast investment. Is this not sheer folly? Chapter 24. A Grand Gamble. Lin Jiansheng, the vice director of Xiaomi Group's board and the head of the automobile division, furrowed his brow as he spoke. His utterance of folly was undoubtedly a significant challenge to Lei Bus's authority. The board members, however, were unfazed, displaying no signs of surprise. In truth, they were all acutely aware that Lei Bus is perceived as the unequivocal representative of Xiaomi Group in the eyes of outsiders. Yet, over the past 2 years, Lin Jiansheng and his faction have gradually undermined Lei Bus's influence. The situation has intensified since Lin Jiansheng assumed the role of head of automobile research and development a year ago. Lei Bus's unilateral decision to place an order for new energy vehicles with Shen Fei was, in Lin Jiansheng's view, akin to a dagger aimed at him. This emotional reaction was readily apparent to the discerning individuals present. The directors within the conference room exchanged knowing glances. Everyone turned their heads in unison towards the chairman. Lei Bus, eager to observe how he would respond to Lin Jiansheng's remarks. In the ongoing internal strife within the Xiaomi Group, they had yet to take sides. Given Lei Bus's accomplishments over the years and his position within the company, there was no logical reason for them to not align with him. However, Lin Jiansheng was equally formidable, rumored to have the backing of influential figures from Yanjing, ancestors who had made significant contributions to societal progress. As events unfolded, a hint of impending confrontation lingered in the air. It remained uncertain whether Lei Bus would succeed in ousting Lin Jiansheng and reclaiming full control of the Xiaomi Group, or if Lin Jiansheng would ultimately prevail and bring Lei Bus to his knees. A mere 10 million yuan? Am I expected to inform you before I spend it? Lei Bus replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face. Significant expenditures require a board meeting for collective resolution, and that typically involves sums in the billions. 10 million is trivial. I see no necessity to consult you or the board. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiansheng lifted his gaze towards Lei Bus, his expression suddenly a tempest of sorrow and rage. He pressed his lips together, his demeanor heavy with gravity. President Lei, while 10 million may seem insignificant, its impact on the Xiaomi Group is profound. Do you truly fail to comprehend this? Within just 15 minutes of the news about your order to Shen Fei circulating, Xiaomi Technology's stock price began to fluctuate. Our shareholders are now questioning the strength of the Xiaomi Group, a publicly listed company, especially focused on the burgeoning electric vehicle sector, resorting to a mere manufacturing shop owner for contracts. If this continues, the Xiaomi Group could face annihilation. I propose we immediately halt all orders with Shen Fei and you personally clarify that this was merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, we must increase our investments in Xiaomi automobiles, demonstrating to our shareholders our commitment to the electric vehicle sector. Lin Jiansheng's expression transformed from somber to fervent as he delivered his impassioned speech, appearing as if he were the sole guardian of the group's interests. However, upon concluding his remarks, Lei Bus could not help but burst into laughter, his smile radiating even more brightly than before. Look at that. Our director Lin truly excels at theatrics. I dare say, you would be better off pursuing an acting career. I assure you, you could easily become an award-winning actor. Though Lei Bus's demeanor was jovial, his words landed upon Lin Jiansheng like stinging slaps, plunging the conference room into a profound silence. Several board members trembled at the sight of Lei Bus, as if they had only just realized the magnitude of the man standing before them. However, the remarkable Lei Bus, who reached the pinnacle of success upon his debut, at his most impoverished, he possessed a mere 40 billion. Meanwhile, the two Ma's were still lingering in some obscure corner. The subtle changes in the expressions of the board members did not escape Lin Jiansheng's keen observation. The mocking words of Lei Bus echoed in his ears once more. Lin Jiansheng's countenance had darkened to an extreme degree. Mr. Lei, what do you mean by this? Are you insulting me? Lin Jiansheng's deep voice reverberated within the conference room. Lei Bus gradually reined in his smile. You claim that my decisions have led to fluctuations in the stock price of the Xiaomi Group. I must ask you, can the incessant financial injections into Xiaomi Motors, without any visible results, prevent the stock price from fluctuating? A year has passed, Lin Jiansheng, and my patience has worn thin. You accuse me of insulting you. Are you not engaging in self-deprecation? Lei Bus's gaze was icy as he regarded Lin Jiansheng, entirely devoid of his usual amiable demeanor, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiansheng fell into silence. After several seconds, he finally lifted his head. Since Mr. Lei has taken the conversation this far, I have little left to say. I propose we enter into a wager agreement. Grant me 3 days. If I fail to lead Xiaomi Motors to produce the first Xiaomi vehicle, the S7, I shall relinquish my position as the head of the Xiaomi Motors division. However, should I succeed, you must resign from your role as executive director. Mr. Lei, are you bold enough to accept? As Lin Jiansheng's words fell, the conference room erupted in a flurry of commotion. The board members speculated that the two would engage in a significant confrontation, yet they did not anticipate it reaching such extraordinary heights. Lin, think carefully. Do not act impulsively. Mr. Lei, Lin is merely speaking in anger. Please do not take it to heart. Oh dear, let us all calm down and have a cup of tea, shall we? The board members began to interject, urging Lin Jiansheng and Lei Bus to reconsider. However, Lin Jiansheng remained impervious to the surrounding voices, his gaze fixated on Lei Bus, as if prepared to stake everything against him. In response to Lin Jiansheng's piercing stare, Lei Bus suddenly appeared more composed. He leaned back in his chair and casually tossed a document onto the table. Since we are to wager, let us raise the stakes. I shall announce, in my capacity as executive director of the Xiaomi Group, that a launch event for Xiaomi Motors will be held at Beishan Square in 3 days. You will present the S7 of Xiaomi Group, while I will bring the car entrusted to me by Shen Fei. We shall see who emerges victorious. If you win, I will not only relinquish my position as executive director, but also divest my shares in the Xiaomi Group. However, should you lose, I do not wish to see you in Xiaomi again, and you must sell all your shares in the Xiaomi Group. Although Lei Bus's voice was not loud, his words resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. Chapter 25, A Grand Gift. No one anticipated that Lei Bus had preemptively drafted a betting agreement. Once the board members in the conference room regained their composure, they all turned their gazes towards Lei Bus in unison, convinced he had lost his mind. From the perspective of this betting agreement, Lin Jianqing undeniably enjoyed the advantages of both time and circumstance. After all, the Xiaomi automobile had been under development for an entire year, with an incalculable amount of funds invested. Yet, now Lei Bus intended to confront Lin Jianqing with only his partner, Shen Fei, and a mere $99 million. This was tantamount to Lei Bus opposing the entire Xiaomi group, with Shen Fei at his side. The numerous board members exchanged glances, their complex expressions betraying a mixture of absurdity and genuine respect. They had never envisioned a day when Lei Bus would, as an outsider, directly challenge the very Xiaomi he had meticulously built. They could comprehend that, irrespective of whether Lin Jianqing or Lei Bus emerged victorious, the Xiaomi group would ultimately be the beneficiary. The internal conflict between Lin Jianqing and Lei Bus would quietly conclude in an inconspicuous yet impactful manner, sparing any adverse repercussions. And indeed, most would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. With this thought, every board member in the conference room cast a respectful glance towards Lei Bus. At least in that moment, Lei Bus had thoroughly conquered them in terms of character. However, when it came to interests, the board members present ultimately chose to align themselves behind Lin Jianqing. For, from the instant Lei Bus proposed this betting agreement, not a single board member believed he could prevail. With a capital of 10 million and only 3 days' time, even if Shen Fei were exceptionally skilled, the external narrative had already elevated him to an almost mythical status. They doubted he could produce a new energy vehicle that would captivate everyone. General Manager Lei, why put yourself through this? While we have our differences, I admit to my aspiration of becoming an executive director of the Xiaomi Group. Yet, I never intended to push you to the brink. Lin Jianqing's gaze wavered between Lei Bus and the betting agreement on the table, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Lei Bus's actions had indeed taken him by surprise. From the moment Lin Jianqing stepped into Xiaomi, he understood that Lei Bus was a formidable opponent. Even with the backing of Yanjing, which made Lei Bus wary, he had consistently faced suppression from Lei Bus over the years. His peers, who had entered prominent enterprises around the same time, had secured core positions, while he remained on the periphery. Now, Lei Bus's betting agreement appeared to Lin Jianqing as undoubtedly, Lei Busi, who was still in a position of advantage, suddenly raised the white flag and announced his surrender. This left Lin Jianqing utterly perplexed. Society is rapidly advancing, and the next significant opportunity looms on the horizon, perhaps to emerge in 5 years, or even just 3. I do not wish for either you or me to hinder the development of Xiaomi. I hope that a century from now, Xiaomi will still stand at the forefront of this era. Therefore, all of this is destined to happen. It has merely arrived a bit earlier. In response to Lin Jianqing's heartfelt words, Lei Busi seized his aggressive stance. The tension in the conference room seemed to dissipate almost instantly. Lin Jianqing stared at Lei Busi, lost in thought for several seconds. He then slightly bowed, his voice imbued with respect, saying, "General Lei, I concede to you. However, rest assured, under my stewardship, Xiaomi will undoubtedly soar to greater heights." With that, Lin Jianqing rose and decisively signed his name on the betting agreement. He then stood up, his expression reverting to the cool demeanor he initially displayed. "General Lei, I truly respect you. However, this time, victory is beyond your grasp. Just 2 hours before you placed that order with Shen Fei, our Xiaomi automobile made a groundbreaking advancement. In 3 days, the S7 will ascend to the pinnacle of the new energy vehicle sector. Please, keep an eye out." With those words, Lin Jianqing turned and began to walk out of the conference room. The numerous board members of the Xiaomi group hesitated for a moment before rising and departing in succession. Before long, the expansive conference room was left with only Lei Busi. Creak. The sound of a chair sliding echoed as Lei Busi moved around the table and slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window. From this vantage point, he could survey the bustling city below. After gazing for a considerable time, he murmured to himself, "Is defeat inevitable? He is the most extraordinary young man I have encountered to date. There is something familiar about him, reminiscent of my own youth. Yet I am aware that he surpasses my younger self in every regard." While Lei Busi placed all his bets on Shen Fei, Shen Fei had already entered the system's super laboratory in the suburban manufacturing facility. The online community was aware that Lei Busi had placed an order for new energy vehicles. Yet the specifics of the order remained known only to Shen Fei himself. Standing in the primordial forest within the super laboratory, Shen Fei recalled the elaborate order details that Lei Busi had penned, unable to suppress a slight pursing of his lips. The first line of the order urged Shen Fei not to feel any pressure. Lei Busi understood that creating an eye-catching new energy vehicle within 3 days was a daunting task. Even if Shen Fei were to fail, Lei Busi would not demand payment for the order, nor would he publicly announce Shen Fei's failure. In all honesty, Lei Busi truly lives up to his reputation. Upon reading these few sentences, Shen Fei was already contemplating the prospect of accepting the order. After perusing the subsequent ideas Lei Busi had regarding new energy vehicles, Shen Fei resolutely decided to take on the task. The intricacies of gears, balance shafts, composite material production costs, batteries, motors, electronic controls, and most importantly, the intelligent driving system. Mr. Lei, you are indeed bold in your demands. It presents quite a challenge. However, in my estimation, it is good, yet not good enough. Mr. Lei, await a grand gift from me. Chapter 26. Shen Fei dives into the experiment. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Fei opened the system marketplace, beginning to select the materials necessary for the creation of the new energy vehicle. Although he held a deep admiration for the esteemed entrepreneur Lei Busi, Shen Fei was not willing to expend excessive resources. This was due to a pivotal reason he had yet to disclose regarding the order, the sum of 99 million, which, with diligent effort and sufficient savings, could unlock the third phase of the system. The allure of this possibility was simply irresistible. After a careful selection process that consumed the better part of an hour, Shen Fei finally chose all the materials required for the new energy vehicle experiment, totaling 98,000. Upon completing the payment, the 99 million Lei Busi had provided still left Shen Fei with a reassuring 92 million. Coupled with the points earned from Daxiomiai, he had ample points to initiate the third phase. However, to truly unlock this phase, he must first fulfill Lei Busi's order. Otherwise, awakening the pinnacle of military-grade manufacturing would allow Shen Fei to enhance Lei Busi's new energy vehicle significantly. For now, he could only rely on his imagination. Moreover, it is worth noting that although Lei Busi assured Shen Fei that the funds would not be reclaimed in the event of failure, an unsuccessful experiment would result in a direct failure judgment from the system. In such a case, even if the funds remained intact, Shen Fei would not earn the points necessary for system upgrades. It appears that he must exert every effort moving forward. Fortunately, time should be on his side. Lost in his thoughts, Shen Fei murmured to himself before devoting all his energy to the construction of the new energy vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world was already in an uproar. This frenzy was undoubtedly sparked by the announcement from the Xiaomi Group. In 3 days at Beishan Square, Xiaomi Motors will witness the birth of a miracle. Xiaomi, born for the fervent. Once news of Lei Busi placing an order with Shen Fei spread, countless netizens flocked to the Xiaomi official website. Initially, they sought to understand Lei Busi's intentions. However, they were met with an unexpected spectacle from Xiaomi's official channels. Am I in the wrong place? Is this not the set of a grand science fiction film? Initially, one might have assumed that Lei was merely interested in acquiring a vehicle for leisure from Fei. However, the situation has escalated to unprecedented heights. In a mere 3 days, the spectacle of witnessing a miracle unfolds in a manner so extraordinary. Given that the Xiaomi Group has made such a bold announcement, we can only await the outcome. In 3 days, we shall discern whether it is a mule or a horse. Countless netizens are abuzz with speculation, seemingly instinctively convinced that the forthcoming event at Beishan Square will showcase the vehicle order that Lei has placed with Shen Fei. Yet, the internal wager between Lei and Lin Jiansheng remains entirely unknown to the public. This scenario is precisely what Lei had hoped to achieve. Regardless of whether Shen Fei can successfully produce the vehicle in 3 days, the Xiaomi Group has already secured an advantageous position. Due to Shen Fei's involvement, public interest in this press conference for the Xiaomi Group's new energy vehicle has surged. Within the suburban manufacturing facility, Shen Fei is blissfully unaware of the external commotion. He is wholly engrossed in the creation of the new energy vehicle before him. With prior experience in crafting motorcycles, constructing a car's framework poses no challenge for Shen Fei. After all, the two share commonalities. Moreover, with the assistance of state-of-the-art automated equipment, he requires no exertion to achieve the desired parameters for the materials. Thus, within the confines of the super laboratory, Shen Fei expended approximately 10 days, equivalent to less than half a day in the external world, initially assembling the car's framework and various components. Even some of the world's most renowned automotive groups would be left astounded by such speed. After all, Shen Fei designed the vehicle based solely on his vision of optimal functionality, without any template as a guide. Once the preliminary construction was complete, Shen Fei turned his attention to the finer details, particularly the three critical components of the new energy vehicle: the battery, motor, and electronic control systems. These elements would ultimately determine the performance of the vehicle he was creating. Compared to the initial phase, this latter process demanded a longer investment of time, taking Shen Fei over 20 days to finalize everything. By this point, he had spent a full month in the super laboratory, and before him stood a complete new energy vehicle. Once the battery is charged, it would be ready to race down the highway. However, Shen Fei understood that if he concluded the experiment at this juncture, the system would likely not grant him a passing score. In essence, the system would deem the experiment a failure, for he had only completed half of the order placed by Li. This vehicle, while impressive in stature, could hardly be regarded as a top-tier new energy vehicle, because it lacks the most crucial element, the intelligent driving system, which is currently the most appealing feature of new energy vehicles. With a deep breath, Shen Fei understood that the true challenge of this experiment was only beginning. After adjusting his mental state and feeling sufficiently invigorated, he plunged into the development of the intelligent driving system. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. By the breakfast hour on the third day, a bustling crowd had already gathered in the large square at the foot of Beishan. Colorful banners bearing the name Xiaomi Group fluttered high in the wind, visible even from hundreds of meters away. Not only were ordinary people eagerly anticipating the Xiaomi automobile launch event that had been brewing for 3 days, but several business magnates had also risen early to sit in front of their televisions, awaiting the live broadcast of the event. Chapter 27. The sky-high price offered to Shen Fei. In a charming villa in Deep City, Ren Jichuan, the chairman of Huawei Group, was meticulously brewing tea while occasionally glancing at the screen before him. Although the Xiaomi Group's launch event had not yet officially commenced, the live broadcast was already underway. The scene depicted a sea of people, far more spectacular than when Huawei held its own launch. Observing this phenomenon, Ren Jichuan's niece, Jiang Qianqian, pouted and remarked, "Uncle, this is utterly ridiculous. I know Shen Fei is quite popular and impressive, having created the fastest and most stable motorcycle in the world, making the entire Chrysler Group eager for talent. But Xiaomi is clearly not on the same scale as us. One might think Xiaomi is the leading tech company in the Dragon Country." With a displeased expression, Qianqian, who was cherished by Ren Jichuan, freely expressed her thoughts in his presence. Ren Jichuan, amused by his beloved niece, shook his head and smiled. "Qianqian, pay close attention to this live broadcast today. I believe you will learn a great deal. Xiaomi Group may not match Huawei, but in terms of capability, even 10 of your uncles cannot compare to Lei Busi," he remarked earnestly. While his statement may have contained an element of humility, it was evident that Ren Jichuan held Lei Busi in the highest regard. Upon hearing this, Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she playfully shook Ren Jichuan's arm, sweetly imploring, "Uncle, have you figured something out? Please tell me, do share." With a helpless expression, Ren Jichuan looked at his niece. After taking a sip of tea, he finally spoke. All right, I will tell you. Your Uncle Lei's actions are clearly a strategic maneuver." "A strategic maneuver?" Qianqian tilted her head, her face a portrait of bewilderment. After a brief pause, Ren Jichuan continued, "Qianqian, in truth, you have already discerned the situation. As you mentioned, the current scale of Xiaomi cannot be compared to Huawei. However, why is it that today's automobile launch event by Xiaomi Group is generating even more buzz than the recent debut of our Jijia S7? This is entirely due to Lei Busi leveraging the influence of a young man named Shen Fei." As Ren Jichuan spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the screen before him, which displayed a countdown indicating that there were less than 5 minutes until the official start of the event. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianqian's captivating eyes widened in surprise. "Uncle, do you mean to say that Lei Busi placed an order with Shen Fei not with the expectation that he could develop a new energy vehicle in just 3 days? Instead, he intends to utilize Shen Fei's recent popularity to promote their Xiaomi cars?" Ren Jichuan nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, Qianqian. You have hit the nail on the head. After this news broke, many entrepreneurs in the industry reached out to me to inquire about Lei Busi's intentions, including the CEOs of NIO and BYD. Ultimately, I posed a question to them that clarified everything. How much time and money did they invest in developing their vehicles? Automobiles are far more complex than computers or motorcycles, especially new energy vehicles. While Shen Fei is undoubtedly talented, how could he possibly create a new energy vehicle in just 3 days? Nonetheless, I must admit that I have a fondness for Shen Fei. Such highly skilled young talents are increasingly rare. I've instructed the HR department at Huawei to extend an offer to Shen Fei, and I believe he will be intrigued. At the mention of Shen Fei, a deep admiration glimmered in Ren Jichuan's eyes. Jiang Qianqian, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Uncle, what kind of offer did you make to Shen Fei?" Ren Jichuan turned to her and asked, "Would you like to know?" Yes. Of course. I want to know." Jiang Qianqian eagerly nodded, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Ren Jichuan, not one to tease, revealed, "The conditions I offered Shen Fei include not only a share in Huawei, but also an annual salary of at least 300 million. Furthermore, the salary will increase by no less than 10% the following year." His voice resonated gently in the room, leaving Jiang Qianqian momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that Ren Jichuan would extend a generous offer to Shen Fei, but she never imagined it would be such an astronomical figure. Setting aside all else, that 300 million annual salary would be sufficient to hire a 30-person team composed entirely of high-tech talent. After a few seconds of being lost in thought, Jiang Qianqian snapped back to reality as the screen in the distance announced the official commencement of the Xiaomi launch event. As she and Ren Jichuan lifted their gazes toward the live broadcast, her petite lips could not help but murmur, "Unless that Shen Fei is blind, he simply cannot refuse such an exorbitant offer." Chapter 28. Has Shen Fei failed? The press conference for the Xiaomi Group's automotive launch was officially underway. Over 5 million viewers flooded into the live stream, and the barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. However, the staff managing the Xiaomi live stream found themselves momentarily stunned by the back-end data. At that same moment, thousands of comments containing the characters for Xiaomi were visible, seemingly a substantial amount. Yet, the comments featuring Shen Fei's name numbered a staggering 70 to 80,000. Although these Xiaomi Group employees were mentally prepared, they could hardly anticipate that more than half of the viewers attending their new energy vehicle launch had come primarily for Shen Fei. While the online audience was buzzing with excitement, on the other side, Lei Busi had already taken the stage. After greeting the live audience and announcing the official commencement of the conference, Lei Busi handed the spotlight to Lin Jianqing. Holding a microphone, Lin Jianqing approached the center of the stage and directly addressed the audience. "I know why you are all here today, so I shall not keep you in suspense. Now, let us welcome the star of this press conference." As Lin Jianqing's voice faded, all 5 live cameras shifted their focus to the side, revealing a magnificent and sleek automobile being driven onto the stage by Xiaomi Group staff. Lin Jianqing looked at the vehicle with eyes brimming with confidence and pride. Once the car reached the center of the stage, he began to introduce its features, from interior design to exterior aesthetics, from range performance to hardware specifications. Each pause in his speech was met with resounding applause from the audience. Many industry professionals nodded in agreement after hearing Lin Jianqing's presentation, acknowledging that the vehicle's capabilities were commendable, placing it among the elite of current new energy vehicles. Meanwhile, millions of viewers in the live stream erupted in discussions. No way. Did Fei Ge not squander Lei Busi's money this time? It seems the exterior and interior have truly been given a considerable investment. Goodness. Fei Ge is no longer the same Fei Ge. Well, how should I put it? Although this car is impressive, it doesn't evoke any sense of awe. It's not much different from most new energy vehicles. Fei Ge truly excels only in computers and motorcycles. Alright, considering the 3 days he had, it's commendable that Fei Ge could deliver such a vehicle to Lei Busi. Wait, no, look at the big screen. It seems this car was not crafted by Fei Ge. Just as the millions of viewers in the live stream were engaged in fervent discussions, the enormous LED screen on stage flickered, and lines of text and images suddenly appeared. Lin Jianqing turned to face the countless spectators below. With a smile, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, the vehicle we, at the Xiaomi Group, proudly present today is named the S7. It is the culmination of over 300 days and nights of tireless dedication from myself and the automotive division of Xiaomi, representing our inaugural generation of new energy vehicles. I am acutely aware that it may still possess numerous imperfections and may not yet stand at the pinnacle of today's new energy automotive industry. However, I humbly request a little patience from all of you. Given time, Xiaomi Automotive will undoubtedly deliver even greater surprises. As Lin Jianxing concluded his remarks, several devoted fans of Xiaomi erupted into applause. Meanwhile, in a villa in Deep City, Ren Jichuan observed the live broadcast with a knowing expression, saying, "Qianqian, do you understand now? The S7 from Xiaomi can only be deemed average, and it is quite remarkable that it has garnered such attention. If this trend continues, while Xiaomi Automotive may not achieve monumental sales, it has certainly managed to crack open the door to the new energy vehicle market. Isn't Uncle Lei's marketing prowess impressive? If it weren't for his strategy of leveraging Shen Fei to gain this level of visibility, Xiaomi Automotive might not have made even a significant splash. Now, continue to watch at your leisure. Your uncle has other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Ren Jichuan began to rise from his seat. However, at that moment, a voice from the screen posed a question. "Mr. Lin, the news of Mr. Lei placing an order with Mr. Shen Fei has circulated throughout the internet over the past 3 days. Everyone expected that this press conference would showcase a vehicle crafted by Mr. Shen Fei. Yet, from beginning to end, this event has had no connection to him whatsoever. May I inquire, has Mr. Shen Fei failed? Was he unable to produce a vehicle that meets your specifications within 3 days?" A reporter in the audience raised a microphone and earnestly asked. Ren Jichuan, who had already lifted his foot to depart, hesitated for a moment and then sat back down. Meanwhile, the multitude of viewers, both in the venue and online, were intensely intrigued by the question, eagerly straining to hear the response. Lin Jianxing, upon hearing the inquiry, maintained an impassive smile. He then turned to face Lei Busi in the audience. "I believe this question is best addressed directly by Mr. Lei himself," he stated, his face radiating the demeanor of a victor. As his words settled, all eyes turned toward Lei Busi. At that moment, Lei Busi quietly sighed and relaxed his expression, as if he had long been prepared for such a situation. However, just then, an unexpected sound akin to a tractor's engine suddenly shattered the silence of the venue. Chapter 29. No power. This vehicle is out of juice. The sudden tractor-like noise left everyone present momentarily bewildered. It was important to note that this was a high-tech new energy vehicle launch event, and the sound of a tractor felt strikingly out of place. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone collectively turned their heads toward the source of the sound. A tractor, billowing black smoke, had come to a halt at the easternmost edge of the square. Shortly thereafter, the tractor's rickety door creaked open, and a weathered old man with dark skin descended from it. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, he appeared somewhat anxious. However, a moment later, it seemed he recalled something important and shouted, "Is that Boss Lei? Is that Boss Lei? A certain Boss Shen sent me to bring you a car?" His coarse voice resonated throughout the area. Instinctively, everyone's attention shifted to the cargo area behind the tractor, where, through the gaps between a pile of firewood, the corner of a car could be faintly discerned. At that moment, Lei Busi, realizing the situation, swiftly approached the old man. "I am the Boss Lei you mentioned. Villager, is the car from Mr. Shen indeed behind us?" The excitement on Lei Busi's face was palpable, almost impossible to conceal. Although it was a bit late, Shen Fei had managed to deliver the vehicle at the last moment. Just as Lei Busi began to stride toward the tractor's cargo area, the dark-skinned old man abruptly blocked his path. "Boss Lei, you cannot look yet. You have yet to pay the shipping fee. I have driven for several hours to bring the car here. Mr. Shen instructed me to collect the shipping fee from you," the old man exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi's expression faltered, and the millions of viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "I'm not joking. I just took a sip of water and nearly spat it out." One viewer commented, "I can't handle this. Let me laugh for 3 minutes." The absurdity of the situation, transporting a car with a tractor and requiring payment upon delivery, was unprecedented. The familiar antics were unmistakable. Brother Fei was indeed the same as ever. "Look at Boss Lei. He is starting to question his life choices." Another chimed in, "Am I not entitled to some dignity? I've already paid 10 million. Do I really have to fork out a few hundred for shipping?" Lei Busi lamented. It dawned on him that he had woken up early to watch the live stream, not to see the car, but merely to witness how Brother Fei would trick him. "Brothers, this is delightful. I'm thoroughly entertained." The live stream audience erupted in joy, and laughter filled the venue. Only the old man remained vigilant, his demeanor suggesting that without payment, there would be no view of the car. After regaining his composure, Lei Busi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He then gestured behind him, and a woman who resembled a secretary hurried over. She extracted several hundred yuan in cash from her wallet and handed it to the old man. Finally satisfied, the old man led Lei Busi toward the cargo area. Moments later, he lowered the cargo fence. Only then could the crowd discern the unique design of the electric vehicle crafted by Shen Fei. However, upon closer inspection of its shape, a collective pause ensued as it bore a striking resemblance to the long-discontinued E86. Could it be that Fei Gu is an aficionado of Takumi Fujiwara, thus fashioning a car reminiscent of the AE86? I must confess, the sight of this vehicle evokes a wave of nostalgia that I find rather delightful. It appears that this shrewd entrepreneur, Fei Gu, either deemed it too troublesome or sought to economize by transforming a dilapidated second-hand car into a modern electric vehicle. Hilarious. The truth has emerged. My friends upstairs truly understand Fei Gu. Amidst the spectators' discussions, Lei Bus had already ascended the tractor-S trailer with great anticipation. All 5 cameras for the live broadcast were focused intently on the automobile designed by Shen Fei. Not far off, Lin Jiancheng, who had just stepped off the stage, observed the scene with an air of indifference. Beside him stood several board members from the Xiaomi group, who had already begun to extend their congratulations to Lin Jiancheng. Congratulations, Director Lin. The Xiaomi S7, which you spearheaded, has achieved resounding success today. From this moment forth, Xiaomi has undeniably opened the door to the electric vehicle sector, and your contributions are invaluable. One remarked, I've just checked, and within mere minutes, our stock price has risen by 0.05. I can almost envision the ascent of Xiaomi to greater heights under your leadership, Director Lin. The board members clustered around Lin Jiancheng, their faces adorned with smiles. Upon hearing their flattery, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened with a smile. He slightly raised his chin and gestured toward Lei Bus, saying, Gentlemen, it is premature to celebrate just yet. We have yet to witness whether President Lei can successfully start the vehicle crafted by Shen Fei, having spent $1 million on it. Lin Jiancheng said with a chuckle, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, easily discernible upon closer inspection. At that moment, it seemed something had transpired with Lei Bus. Amidst the rising commotion, Lin Jiancheng squinted his eyes and gazed in that direction. Meanwhile, Lei Bus had managed to unlock the car door using the key left by Shen Fei. The interior bore no discernible differences from most electric vehicles. However, the complication arose at the very instant Lei Bus attempted to start the car. The vehicle remained perched on the tractor's trailer, the support already set up, poised to descend once the engine roared to life. Yet, upon pressing the start button, the car remained utterly unresponsive. Witnessing this scene, the audience both on-site and in the live stream erupted in bewildered chatter. What on earth? Did Fei Gu make a blunder? Why won't the car start? It appears that 3 days is indeed an exceedingly brief period. Brother Fei must have overlooked something in that particular location. Alas, his illustrious reputation may be tarnished. The vehicle cannot even be ignited. What a predicament. At last, I feel a sense of equilibrium. Otherwise, in comparison to Brother Fei, I would inevitably perceive myself as utterly inept. The ambient noise is incessant. Meanwhile, Lei Bus, furrowing his brow, is diligently investigating the source of the malfunction. As a prominent figure hailing from a technical background, he possesses at least a modicum of understanding regarding automobiles. While he may not rival certain advanced professionals, he certainly surpasses the average individual by a considerable margin. However, this inspection proved to be more revealing than anticipated. Upon closer scrutiny, Lei Bus found himself at a loss. The vehicle is devoid of power. He slumped back against the car's seat, unable to suppress an expletive, and several dark lines appeared on his forehead. As his voice resonated through the live broadcast equipment, the cacophony around him dissipated into an eerie silence throughout the expansive Beishan Square. Chapter 30. Am I experiencing hallucinations in broad daylight? The stillness lingered for several seconds before an uproar of laughter erupted in the vicinity. Many doubled over in mirth. Unable to compose themselves, tears nearly streaming from their eyes. Numerous individuals had only heard of Shen Fei's notorious reputation as a shrewd businessman, lacking a concrete understanding until today. They finally bore witness to his true nature. The viewers in the live stream, who had come specifically for Shen Fei, were already in stitches. I can't take it anymore. Let me catch my breath. I might just die from laughter. The familiar scent, the familiar formula. Indeed, it's that cunning merchant leader once more. I initially believed that Brother Fei's refusal to fill up the tank for the girl was the extent of his frugality. Yet it appears Lei Bus's situation is even more dire, as Brother Fei couldn't even spare a battery charge. A $10 million order. And he won't even invest $30 for electricity. Such audacity is truly explosive within the business realm. While others treat customers like royalty, Brother Fei elevates himself to the status of a deity. It seems Lei Bus did not anticipate that his esteemed reputation would hold no sway over Brother Fei, who would continue to exploit him mercilessly. Surely, did you not observe how Lei Bus appeared utterly bewildered? Only Brother Fei could elicit such a lapse in emotional composure from a billionaire magnate. Leaning against the car seat, Lei Bus's emotions were indeed in turmoil. Upon reflecting on the order requirements he had proposed to Shen Fei, he found himself devoid of hope. Just then, Lei Bus's phone unexpectedly chimed. Instinctively, he retrieved it to glance at the screen, momentarily taken aback by the expression that crossed his face. He had presumed it to be a message from a business associate, only to discover that it was an order receipt sent by Shen Fei through the Tiger Shark platform. Upon reading the message from Shen Fei, his brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. Shen Fei, what exactly are you intending to accomplish? Is there a comparability between the two? Lei Bus murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. He soon fell into silence. After what felt like an eternity, as the staff from the Xiaomi group brought over the mobile charging stations, Lei Bus emerged from his reverie. Alas, at this juncture, the only option left was to place his trust in Shen Fei. Taking a deep breath, he climbed out of the vehicle and whispered a few words to his secretary before striding directly towards the exit. The audience, witnessing this, mistakenly assumed that Lei Bus was incensed by Shen Fei and was leaving in a huff. In an instant, murmurs erupted amongst them. Observing the scene spiraling slightly out of control, the female secretary quickly stepped forward to clarify. Our Xiaomi group's press conference has not yet concluded. Mr. Lei just informed me that once the charging is complete, he will officially unveil the vehicle that Mr. Shen Fei has crafted for our Xiaomi group. We kindly ask for your patience. After saying this, the secretary retreated to the side, overseeing the charging process of the car. Upon hearing her words, the thousands of attendees and millions of viewers in the live stream chose to await in silence. If it had been another company's press conference, allowing everyone to wait for over half an hour, countless individuals would have left prematurely. However, due to Shen Fei's presence, the audience exhibited remarkable patience. Approximately 20 minutes later, the thunderous roar of engines suddenly reverberated through the air. The crowd, who had begun to grow somewhat bored, immediately turned their heads towards the source of the explosive sound. There, in the open area of Beishan Square, a procession of supercars emerged, all coming to a steady halt. A quick glance revealed at least a dozen, including top-tier models like Ferrari and Lamborghini, a sight to behold. It is often said that sports cars are the ultimate romance for men. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, all eyes were captivated. Many hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on these elite supercars, Lei Bus's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. For the remainder of our time, I invite you to enjoy a grand automotive spectacle. These are all top-tier supercars specially procured by our Xiaomi group, and their drivers are all professional racers. Lei Bus's voice echoed across the square, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. No one expected such an electrifying program today. The millions of viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, Mr. Lei truly lives up to his reputation. Every press conference is a full-on spectacle. Listening to the roar of those supercars makes my blood boil. But wait, isn't this the press conference for Xiaomi's new energy vehicle? Is it truly wise to organize a grand competition featuring a plethora of fuel-guzzling supercars? One might ponder the intention behind this decision by Mr. Lei. Could it be that he fears his own electric vehicle, the Little Me, might outshine the competition? Alas, why should we concern ourselves with such matters when there is a spectacle to behold? But wait, what is this? Am I imagining things? The audience in the live stream, after engaging in lively chatter, suddenly erupted in astonishment. The expressions of those present froze in disbelief as they beheld the starting line on the road leading to the North Mountain Circuit. A dozen supercars roared to life, akin to a pack of wild beasts poised to pounce. At that moment, Mr. Lei himself arrived, piloting the vehicle crafted by Shen Fei, positioning himself amidst the array of supercars. The visual impact was akin to a lone lamb amidst a gathering of iron behemoths, and one that was utterly silent at that. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the cacophony erupted like a tidal wave. Goodness, someone slapped me. How could I be hallucinating in broad daylight? The pain was real, not an illusion. But has Mr. Lei lost his senses? Allow me to gather my thoughts. A race among a dozen supercars, and Mr. Li intends to compete in an electric vehicle? Lamborghini, Ferrari, Koenigsegg. If I can even catch a whiff of their exhaust, consider it a victory for me. I must commend Mr. Li for his spectacular showmanship. This is undoubtedly the most explosive car launch event I have ever witnessed. Not only the ordinary spectators were taken aback, but even the board members of the Little Me group, including Lin Jianxing, were left speechless. Several seconds passed before Lin Jianxing was the first to regain his composure. He then wiped the corner of his eyes, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, are you attempting to personally demonstrate how inferior that vehicle is, thereby highlighting the excellence of our S7? Enough. Mr. Li, you have already contributed more than enough for me and the Little Me group. Regardless of whether you remain the executive director in the future, you will always hold my utmost respect." Lin Jianxing's heartfelt words resonated deeply, seemingly moving Mr. Li himself. The other board members, upon hearing Lin Jianxing's sentiments, quickly grasped the implications. The greater the spectacle created by Mr. Li, the better our SU-7 would sell. It seems Lin Dong possesses remarkable insight, discerning the underlying motives with clarity. Under his leadership, the Little Me group is destined to grow stronger and achieve even greater glory. Chapter 31. Mr. Li's driving skills are unbelievably impressive. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Jianxing and the others, the racing competition entered its countdown phase. The supercars were poised, their thunderous roars reaching the heavens. In stark contrast, Mr. Li's Shen Fei electric vehicle resembled a lamb awaiting its fate, merely biding its time for the impending onslaught of the supercars. Finally, as the countdown concluded and the starting gun fired, the supercars surged forward in a blur. The explosive momentum at the start left the audience utterly exhilarated. As their gaze shifted to the car driven by Li Bus, laughter erupted amongst the crowd. The acceleration of electric vehicles surpasses that of most gasoline-powered cars, yet it pales in comparison to the true supercars. With just the initial launch, Li Bus was left trailing by several dozen meters. Mere seconds later, he could no longer even catch a glimpse of the exhaust from those supercars. However, at that moment, Li Bus's esteemed position as the chairman of the Xiaomi group became apparent. The crew responsible for remotely piloting the drones for live coverage was quite perceptive. Out of 5 drones capturing the action, 2 trailed closely behind Li Bus. Thus, he drove his car until he finally reached the first bend of the Beishan winding road. Both the live audience and viewers in the broadcast room had their eyes fixated on the enormous LED screen in the square. The footage transmitted back by the following drones clearly showcased the scene. Naturally, the audience was primarily captivated by the supercars, showing little interest in Li Bus's activities. A mere glance was all they afforded him before returning their attention to the rapid movements of the supercars. Yet, in that fleeting moment, no one could tear their gaze away. Some in the audience even let out incredulous gasps. The footage revealed that Li Bus's car had reached a speed of 120. While this may not match the supercars, it is by no means slow. One must remember that the highest speed allowed on most highways is typically this very limit. Astonishingly, at such high speed, Li Bus navigated the bend with remarkable ease, completing the arc in under a second. Brothers, am I seeing this correctly? Li is not slowing down for the turn. I'm utterly dumbfounded. How does it feel like he's taking that bend faster than those professional drivers of supercars? No need for speculation. He indeed was faster. I was timing it. Among the supercars, the fastest, the Koenigsegg, took 12 seconds to navigate the first bend, while Li Bus accomplished it in a mere 6 seconds. That's a full 2-fold difference. Initially, I thought Li Bus aimed to showcase his car, but it turns out he was demonstrating his driving prowess. I can only say I'm enamored. From now on, I will be Li Bus's #1 fan of driving skills. The viewers in the broadcast room were abuzz with excitement. Their focus now entirely on the spectacle of Li Bus's car. As time progressed, their astonishment only deepened. What everyone initially believed to be the pinnacle of Li Bus's daring maneuvering through the bend turned out to be merely the beginning. Goodness! Downshifting and heel-toe shifting, trail braking, initiating a drift with impeccable precision. One must inquire, is Li Bus truly not a retired F1 professional driver? Though the intensity displayed thus far has been formidable, it seems that even greater feats lie ahead. The front-engine rear-drive vehicle executes a shift in weight distribution, ensuring that the front end can hover, thus crafting an overtaking trajectory. With deft maneuvering, it retaliates within the smallest of margins, effectively managing tire wear. Most astonishingly, the indomitable Li has mastered the art of drifting through inertia. One might even argue that his driving prowess rivals that of Takumi Fujiwara from Initial D. I would gladly dub him Fujiwara Li. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has erupted into a frenzy. No one anticipated that this racing event would unfold in such a manner. Amidst a sea of supercars and professional drivers, Li has emerged as the unequivocal protagonist. The winding roads of Beishan, already notorious for their myriad curves, have witnessed Li's vehicle soar from the last position to the forefront, creating a staggering gap of nearly a kilometer from the runner-up. The professional drivers overtaken by Li stare incredulously at the emissions-free vehicle, their faces etched with disbelief. Boss Li, am I the professional driver, or are you? They ponder. Am I driving a supercar, or are you? At Beishan Square, an eerie silence envelopes the crowd. Each individual gazing in awe, their eyes glued to the LED screen showcasing Li's driving prowess. Among the throng, Lin Jiansheng exchanges glances with fellow board members from the Xiaomi group, all reflecting mutual confusion. When did Li acquire such driving skills? Who can say? Perhaps he cultivated them during his youth, indulging in various interests. It seems that upon retirement, Li could seamlessly transition into professional racing. I would certainly arrange a private viewing for everyone. Haha, Lao Sun, you said it. We must join forces to witness Boss Li in action. Enough banter. While Li's skills are indeed impressive, do you truly believe he surpasses professional racers? These drivers were hired by him. Who knows how much they held back? Upon hearing Lin Jiansheng's final remark, the crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the foot of Beishan, Li's vehicle slowly emerged into view. While they remained composed, the throngs of spectators were anything but calm. As Li approached the finish line, the jubilant cheers reverberated throughout the square. However, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Li, still seated in the driver's seat, was overwhelmed with astonishment. He gazed at the steering wheel, unable to suppress a swallow, his countenance reflecting disbelief. This state of shock persisted for over 2 minutes, only dissipating when the other professional drivers completed their lap around Beishan and crossed the finish line. Finally, Li inhaled deeply, gradually opening the car door and stepping out. Chapter 32, Fully Automated Intelligent Driving. As Li Bus stepped out of the car, professional drivers clustered around him, incredulous. Are you jesting with us, Mr. Li? You summoned us for the Beishan racing competition, boasting a first prize of 5 million. We were all geared up to compete. Yet, who could have anticipated your extraordinary prowess behind the wheel? Your skills rival those of professional F1 racers. There's simply no way we could keep pace, they lamented, their faces etched with a mix of admiration and disbelief toward Li Bus's driving abilities. As the saying goes, an outsider marvels at the spectacle, while an insider discerns the nuances. To these seasoned drivers, Li Bus's driving was nothing short of spectacular, especially his fluid maneuvers when he overtook them earlier, leaving them utterly awestruck. Their esteem for his skills was palpable, and one could only imagine the reactions of the ordinary spectators. With a crowd of over 10,000, voices erupted in excitement. Mr. Li, your performance was astonishing. The race was more thrilling than a blockbuster. Are you taking on apprentices? I wish to learn your driving techniques. Please release a driving tutorial. I would kneel in reverence to study. The atmosphere was electric, and the audience's fervor escalated to ludicrous heights. Grasping the microphone from his secretary, Li Bus cleared his throat, and the clamor subsided significantly. Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, he began, "What do you think of it?" As he spoke, Li Bus pointed towards a vehicle nearby. The crowd turned in unison to follow his gesture. Just as they prepared to voice their opinions on the car crafted by Shen Fei, an unexpected sound pierced the air, a sudden pop. 3 of the 4 tires had inexplicably burst, while the last one leaned awkwardly. But that was not the end. A series of crackling sounds erupted, followed by a resounding noise from within the vehicle, suggesting the motor had been fried. After a brief moment of stunned silence, laughter erupted throughout the crowd. How much did Shen Fei cost, Mr. Li? Not only was the battery uncharged, but the quality is utterly appalling. I've never seen a new car finish a race only to end up like this. It seems Mr. Li has dodged a bullet. Indeed, I can only imagine Mr. Li's legs are trembling. If the car had malfunctioned during the race, we might have been visiting his grave to burn paper offerings. It felt as if Shen Fei's creation had constrained Mr. Li's driving talent. Had he been behind the wheel of a supercar, the spectacle would have been unimaginable. Mr. Li, race again. This time, use that Koenigsegg. Yes, Mr. Li, we beseech you. The audience clamored, their enthusiasm unabated. Meanwhile, Lin Jianxing and the other board members observed the nearly wrecked vehicle from a distance. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Only Lei Bus remained fixated on the car before him, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. It seemed the collective assessment of this vehicle was far from flattering. "Well then, allow me to present something for everyone to enjoy," he declared. "Xiaozhong, please play the video from your phone on the big screen." As he spoke, Lei Bus retrieved his phone and handed it to his secretary. At that moment, a lingering thrill flickered in his eyes. The beautiful secretary nodded eagerly and began walking towards the distance with his phone in hand. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast and on-site were momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled by what Lei Bus was up to. With bated breath, they turned their attention to the massive LED screen. Once the secretary had set everything in motion, the screen came alive with images. "Wow, this is a video of Mr. Lei inside the car. This is going to be fascinating. I absolutely want to see how he managed to drive it like that," someone exclaimed. "Mr. Lei is incredible. I am definitely going to study this video frame by frame." Another chimed in, "Dude, don't even mention studying it. Look at those professional drivers. They are all seriously pulling out their phones to record." Everyone's gaze was fixed on the big screen, their eyes wide open, fearing they might miss any thrilling moment. At that instant, the roar of several sports cars echoed from the screen, clearly indicating the race was about to commence. Yet, in the footage, Lei Bus did not grip the steering wheel. Instead, he simply tapped a finger on the main control screen. The next moment, a melodious female voice resonated through the big screen, reaching the ears of every audience member both on-site and online. "Ding! You have selected the fully autonomous driving feature. Please fasten your seatbelt." The delightful announcement was enchanting. Yet these two sentences struck the crowd like thunderclaps, leaving their expressions frozen in disbelief. Not far away, Lin Jianxing and several board members of the Xiaomi group wore expressions of utter incredulity, questioning if they had misheard. Fully autonomous driving. Could it be that the one winning against those professional drivers and supercars was not Mr. Lei, but rather this very vehicle? A middle-aged board member could not help but swallow hard, his voice trembling with shock. Many contemporary electric vehicles claim to possess autonomous driving capabilities. Yet those in the upper echelons understood that such technology was still in the testing phase. At most, it could be referred to as an auxiliary feature, capable of avoiding obstacles and executing emergency braking. The recently unveiled Xiaomi S7, which could autonomously navigate to the center of the stage, was already an impressive feat. When Lin Jianxing showcased it earlier, the audience erupted in applause, a clear testament to its remarkable capabilities. But what are they hearing now? The words of the supernatural? Fully automated driving capabilities? Merely fastening the seatbelt for Lei Bus? If the recent racing event was indeed executed solely by the vehicle crafted by Shen Fei, and Lei Bus did not touch the steering wheel at all, they remain utterly unaware of the monumental impact this car will have on the entire new energy vehicle industry. In comparison to this vehicle, all those claiming to possess autonomous driving features will be mercilessly crushed into the ground. Chapter 33, Shocking Everyone. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. At most, it should merely be a form of assisted driving. It is utterly implausible for a single car to accomplish all these maneuvers. How could such technology possibly exist now? Even in 10 years, it would be unimaginable. Lin Jianxing, regaining his composure, exclaimed in a state of disbelief. Unlike the other directors, he understood just how outrageous this situation truly was. "Director Lin, do not be too hasty. We will understand the situation as we proceed," another director said, squinting his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxing pursed his lips and turned his furrowed brow toward the large screen. The other ordinary spectators, after their initial shock, were already gazing intently at the unfolding scene. The enormous LED screen displayed the racing footage, and after fastening his seatbelt, Lei Bus comfortably reclined in the car's seat, remaining completely motionless. Soon, the straight stretch of the track ended, and the camera shifted to the first turn. At that moment, everyone instinctively held their breath. The 6 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. When the imagery of those 6 seconds replayed in their minds, a chill ran down everyone's spines, coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. I am numb all over. If I am not mistaken, Lei Zong did not even graze the steering wheel with a finger throughout the entire course. That dazzling turn without any reduction in speed was indeed executed by the car itself. Did you all notice Lei Zong's expression? It seemed even he was taken aback. Who wouldn't be startled by this? I have never heard of a car driving itself at such speeds. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted like a tidal wave. Everyone was left speechless by this spectacle. And this was not the end. Each turn, every overtaking maneuver, downshifting and heel-toe action, trail braking, the pendulum of pressure initiating a drift, FR shifting the center of gravity to ensure the front can hover, creating an overtaking path, agile driving to execute minimal countermoves, thus managing tire wear, utilizing inertia to drift. These sophisticated maneuvers, which even professional drivers struggle to perform, were being flawlessly executed by a single car. The more they witnessed, the more astonished the crowd became, especially at the 10-minute and 8-second mark. The melodious chime echoed once more. Ding! The tire and motor have exceeded their load capacity. Failure is anticipated in 8 minutes and 7 seconds. All other components are currently intact. You may drive with confidence. As these announcements resonated from the large screen, an involuntary gulp rippled through the crowd. It became evident that the issues with the tire and motor had already been diagnosed within the vehicle, with time measured down to the very second. Throughout the racing process, there was no possibility of any hazardous complications. I was utterly astounded, completely flabbergasted. Initially, I believed that a speed exceeding 800 was the pinnacle of flying prowess. Yet in merely 3 days, I found myself once again awestruck by the astounding feats of the pilot. The pilot had achieved divine status in my eyes for the umpteenth time, transitioning from computers to motorcycles to new energy vehicles. Just where lies the limit of this remarkable individual? I had never fathomed that a single person could attain such extraordinary heights. Is it too late for me to pursue my studies? For the first time, I witnessed the enchanting allure of knowledge and technology. Previously, a friend speculated that this pilot must be 60 years old, but I would assert that he cannot be younger than 80. Surely, such accomplishments require a lifetime dedicated to mastering various technologies. The live stream audience was on the verge of surpassing 10 million, engaged in fervent discussions, unable to pause. They gazed at the vehicle on the screen, fully in autonomous driving mode, akin to witnessing Ultraman in reality, beholding a radiant spectacle. Moreover, it was not just the ordinary viewers who were profoundly shaken. Even the prominent business magnates watching the broadcast wore expressions of utter astonishment. Within a standalone villa in Deep City, Ren Jichuan observed everything before him, his breath becoming slightly hurried. Recently, their company, Huawei, had unveiled its own new energy vehicle, the GJS-9. Upon its debut, this model had outperformed numerous competitors in the new energy vehicle sector, ascending to the pinnacle of the field thanks to its autonomous driving capabilities. Yet, at this moment, comparing the GJS-9's autonomous features to the vehicle crafted by Shen Fei left Ren Jichuan at a loss for words. What kind of autonomous driving was their GJS-9 even? It seemed almost like a child's toy. Reflecting on the 300 million annual salary he had authorized for Shen Fei made Ren Jichuan's face flush with embarrassment. Huawei had invested over 20 billion in research and development to create the GJS-9, while Shen Fei had single-handedly developed a vehicle capable of rendering their GJS-9 obsolete. The value of Shen Fei alone dwarfed that of all the masters and doctoral candidates he had hired. 300 million. It felt as though not only was he striking Shen Fei's face, but he was also slapping his own. Qian, uncle, you were utterly wrong this time. So egregiously mistaken. From the outset, this was not a marketing ploy by Lei Busi, but rather a personal showcase by Shen Fei. I had underestimated Shen Fei immensely. He alone equaled the capabilities of countless elite research teams. The emergence of such talent in the Dragon Nation is a fortunate blessing for both the country and its people. After a bitter smile, Ren Jichuan's face radiated with excitement. At that moment, whether Shen Fei could be utilized by Huawei seemed insignificant to him. What mattered was that Shen Fei was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianqian had long ceased to absorb any of Ren Jichuan's words. Her gaze was fixed intently on the screen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Clearly having become an ardent fan of Shen Fei. Chapter 34. A perfect conclusion. As the playback of the footage concluded, everyone's attention returned to the car that Shen Fei had crafted. The first applause broke the silence, followed swiftly by a cascade of clapping, as if igniting a chain reaction. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with resounding applause. All present felt that a glorious era for new energy vehicles was on the horizon. Just then, from within the car, which had suffered a ruined tire and burnt motor, a delightful notification sound suddenly echoed. Ding! There is a voicemail for the owner to review. Detection. Detection. Mail permissions are too high. The system will now automatically play the message for the owner. The unexpected voice momentarily stunned everyone. Before they could react, a magnetic voice resonated from inside the vehicle. Hello. Mr. Li, this is Shen Fei. You may have heard that I only sell products, not patents. Whoever can comprehend my work can share in the patent fees. However, for this first-generation new energy vehicle, which I refer to as Little Me Sue, I am willing to sell certain patents to you. Unfortunately, I am currently in need of funds. If Mr. Li is interested, we can communicate through the order receipt. As Shen Fei's words reverberated across the plaza, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Meanwhile, millions of viewers in the live stream, regaining their composure, erupted in a frenzy. What the heck? Where's your dignity? How can that unscrupulous businessman utter such outrageously shameless words? Laughter erupted. Anyone can be short on cash, but you, the head of a shady business, claiming to need money? How ludicrous. Wait, is that really Shen Fei's voice? Why does he sound so youthful? Wow, you just jolted me awake. That voice must belong to someone around 20. Are you joking? 20? Has he been researching since he was in the womb? I could accept him being 80. But if he is 20, how will I live with myself? Compared to him, I feel utterly useless. I can already envision today as trending topic. The prodigious research genius is only 20. Shen Fei, at 20, partners with Lei Jun, while I, at 20, am still clueless about life. Woe is me, please stop talking. My mother is watching the live stream. She keeps glancing between the screen and me, and I can sense her murderous intent. A segment of audio inadvertently revealed Shen Fei's age, causing a stir among the listeners. As for Lei Busi, he couldn't contain his laughter, his mouth nearly stretching to the back of his head. He was well aware that Shen Fei only sold products, not patents. Initially, Lei Busi intended to secure absolute control of the group through Shen Fei, followed by personally leading a research team to tirelessly develop the custom vehicles based on Shen Fei's orders. Little did he anticipate that Shen Fei would present him with such a remarkable gift. With Shen Fei's assistance, Lei Busi was confident that the first generation of the Xiaomi Su Lite would soon enter mass production. At this moment, he felt that the name Shen Fei had chosen was remarkably fitting. This vehicle was a beacon of light piercing through the realm of new energy vehicles. And Shen Fei was a radiant light in Lei Busi's life, illuminating both him and the Xiaomi group entirely. With this thought, Lei Busi hurried to contact Shen Fei. However, just then, a somewhat heavy footstep echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Jianqing approaching. Congratulations, Lei Zong, Lin Jianqing said. A trace of bitterness and disbelief etched on his face. He had never imagined that Lei Busi could triumph over the entire R&D department of the Xiaomi group solely with Shen Fei's prowess. And that it would be such an overwhelming victory. You need not be so disheartened. The one who defeated you is not me, but that genius youth. Lei Busi remarked sincerely. People often say my life has been quite legendary, but in comparison to this genius, I feel he is the true embodiment of legend. Lin Jianqing stood momentarily in stunned silence upon hearing Lei Busi's words before responding with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Lei Zong, you misunderstand. I am not disheartened. I lost fairly. Shen Fei is formidable, so much so that I feel my heart tremble. Yet your choice is equally impressive. I now realize that you are not only the founder of Xiaomi, but also the most suitable leader for it. Lei Zong, may we meet again by fate. With those final words, Lin Jianqing slightly bowed to Lei Busi and turned to leave. Lei Busi hesitated for a moment, then couldn't he help but inquire. What are your plans moving forward? He did not seek to retain Lin Jianqing, just as Lin Jianqing would not have sought to retain him had he been the one to fail. While they were adversaries in business, Lei Busi still held a degree of admiration for Lin Jianqing, particularly in the realm of new energy vehicle technology, where Lin Jianqing excelled far beyond him. The S7 had only been bested by Shen Fei, yet had not faltered against other new energy vehicles. Moving forward, I wish to return to the Research Institute. As you know, the Lin family holds some influence in Yanjing. I had previously devoted myself to research within the institute, but eventually found it rather dull and lost my enthusiasm. However, today, Shen Fei has shown me what true research entails. I believe I shall dedicate the latter half of my life to scientific research. Even if I can achieve a modicum of success, it would render my existence worthwhile. Lin Jianqing stated earnestly, as if he had long since made up his mind. At these words, Lei Bus stared at Lin Jianqing in astonishment. a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes for the first time. Wishing you the best of luck. Haha, thank you, Lei. I hope that in the future, we might again share a cup of tea together, Lin Jinqing replied. After uttering this final sentiment, he felt no lingering attachment to the scene before him. He turned, waved goodbye to Lei Bus, and elegantly departed. Lei Bus watched Lin Jinqing's receding figure, pursing his lips, unable to refrain from murmuring. Every individual engaged in research deserves respect and admiration. Yet, the majority will live their lives in obscurity, with few achieving the extraordinary success of Shen Fei. Jinqing, I hope you can maintain a balanced mindset throughout your lengthy research career, for there exists but one prodigy like Shen Fei in this world. Chapter 35, Military Research Base. With Lin Jinqing's departure, Lei Bus reflected on the occasion as the press conference of the Xiaomi Group came to a successful conclusion. The name Shen Fei once again dominated the trending lists across various platforms, saturating news segments and front-page headlines, all monopolized by this groundbreaking new energy vehicle. While people have encountered new energy vehicles that offer automated driving assistance, a fully autonomous, intelligent racing vehicle was something that had not even graced their dreams. Consequently, many who had not witnessed the live conference were left in awe after stumbling upon videos of the race at Beishan Square. No one had anticipated that. Amidst such advanced technological development, the first to face unemployment would not be farmers, but racing drivers, a profession seemingly impervious to job loss. As the commotion online intensified, Shen Fei finally caught the attention of certain individuals. In the first military district of the Magic City, ranked among the top 10 military bases in the nation, the true strength lay not in its combat prowess, but rather in its leading military-industrial research capabilities. Here, the largest military research base in the country thrived, attracting countless top-tier research talents from across the nation. In a certain vast area of this military district, an elderly man with graying hair and an imposing presence regarded a video on his phone, unable to resist adjusting his reading glasses. The youth of today are formidable indeed. I never imagined our dragon country could produce such outstanding young talents. Yet, it seems his research focus leans towards civilian applications, such a waste of his gifts, lamented the man named Chun Jinming, who bore the insignia of several stars upon his shoulders. He then pressed a button on the table, and moments later, a tall, impeccably dressed young man in military attire knocked and entered. Teacher, you called for me? Yes. Xiaoma, please find a way to contact the young man named Shen Fei. I wish to invite him to work at our research and development base, Chen Jinmin remarked, casting a proud glance at his esteemed disciple, Ma Hongyi. As the head of the RD base, Chen Jinmin had numerous students, and among them, Ma Hongyi's talent and perceptiveness ranked within the top 5. Consequently, Chen Jinmin's demeanor towards him was notably amiable. However, upon hearing Chen Jinmin's request, Ma Hongyi hesitated momentarily. Teacher, I have heard of Shen Fei. His recent accomplishments have stirred quite a buzz online. Is it not a bit unconventional to bring him directly to our RD base? We typically recruit only the finest talents from prestigious military academies and research institutes, many of whom have at least 5 years of experience in military research. Shen Fei's work pertains to civilian products. He likely lacks the requisite knowledge for our projects, Ma Hongyi boldly articulated. Most individuals would comply with Chun Jinmin's orders without question, fearing his notorious wrath, as he was known for his fiery temper within the RD base. Numerous newcomers had been brought to tears by his scoldings. Nevertheless, Ma Hongyi felt emboldened to express his thoughts, buoyed by Chun Jinmin's unique regard for him. Chen Jinmin merely chuckled at Ma Hongyi's words. I only wish for Shen Fei to have a trial. I am not proposing to recruit him as a formal member of the research base. The realms of civilian and military applications are vastly different. Whether he possesses the aptitude for military research remains to be seen. Now, go ahead and reach out to him. Acknowledging this, Ma Hongyi nodded obediently and turned to exit the room. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, Chen Jinmin's voice resonated once more. By the way, has Qin Ying concluded her experiments? At the mention of Qin Ying, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Ma Hongyi's eyes, and he promptly nodded in affirmation. Yes, teacher. Mentor Qin has completed her research on the TZ-type superhard alloy material. Although her experiments took 2 years intermittently, this breakthrough will usher in a historic revolution for our armored tanks. With this superhard alloy, the combat capability of our tanks will elevate by at least 2 tiers. Mentor Qin is truly a genius. Ma Hongyi expressed his admiration without reservation, making it clear that compared to Qin Ying, Shen Fei was rather insignificant. Chen Jinmin nodded, a hint of a smile emerging on his authoritative visage. Qining possesses exceptional talent. During her 2.5 years of study under my guidance, she advanced to become a mentor at our research base. Xiaoma, you must strive to excel as well. Yes, teacher. I assure you, we will not disappoint our teacher's expectations. All right, you should contact Shen Fei now. Once you have made the connection, inform everyone to gather in Hall 1 for a meeting. Make sure Qin Ying is also present. Yes, certainly. Teacher, I will arrange this immediately. The mere thought of seeing Qin Ying soon filled Ma Hongyi with a surge of excitement. He quickly quickened his pace and exited Chen Jinmin's office. After Ma Hongyi's departure, Chen Jinmin turned his gaze back to the mobile device before him. Observing the image of the fully automated intelligent driving sports car developed by Shen Fei, he couldn't help but murmur, I wonder if this is a specific programmed model or an intelligent road recognition system. If it is the latter, it could potentially be applied to military operations, significantly enhancing the efficiency of special operations. However, given the current technological landscape, achieving mass production of such a system seems quite challenging. Shen Fei must have dedicated considerable time to develop this set of technologies. Chapter 36, Military Research Base Meeting. Meanwhile, Shen Fei remained unaware that he had already captured the attention of Chen Jinmin, a prominent figure in military industry. After transmitting certain core technical data regarding the electric vehicle to Lei Bus, Shen Fei exited the manufacturing shop, intending to take a few days to rest. According to the memories he had assimilated, aside from this manufacturing shop, he seemed to possess an apartment in the city center. Thus, Shen Fei contemplated spending a couple of days at the urban residence. Although the manufacturing shop had rooms for rest, Shen Fei believed that work and life should remain distinct. Moreover, he hardly encountered anyone here. If this continued, he feared his social skills would surely deteriorate. As he stepped out of the manufacturing shop, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, Shen Fei couldn't help but stretch comfortably. Currently, his plan was to wait a couple of days before accepting new orders or to take on orders that were particularly suitable. Having entered the third phase of the system's top-tier military manufacturing, Shen Fei naturally sought to challenge himself further. All right, let us settle on that for now. It was time to set off towards the city. Shen Fei exhaled softly, then drove his second-hand, worn-out Jetta leisurely in the direction of the urban center. Simultaneously, within the precincts of the first military district of the Magic City, Chen Jinmin was making his way towards the military district conference hall. Before he could approach, he heard a cacophony of wails emanating from within. Sistering, stop hitting me. I concede, isn't that enough? Instructor Qin, you are now a mentor. This is not fair bullying. Woo-woo. If you hit me again, I might break. Listening to the commotion, Chen Jinmin's expression momentarily froze, followed by a resigned smile. This girl with that. He quickened his steps, and as he reached the entrance of the conference room, just then, a remarkable figure elegantly lifted her leg and sent a man flying. Those long legs, clad in loose trousers, exuded a sensuousness brimming with explosive energy. Upon closer inspection, Chen Jinmin noticed that, aside from the individual kicked away by Qin Ying, 4 or 5 others lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. They had evidently suffered greatly at her hands. At this moment, Qin Ying remained blissfully unaware of Chen Jinmin's arrival behind her. She glanced at the fallen individuals and, with a playful clap of her hands, crossed her arms and remarked, Hey, you all are rather weak, aren't you? I've told you to focus on your research. But you must also take the time to strengthen your bodies. How is it that after 2 years, you are still so feeble? Her melodious voice echoed throughout the spacious conference room. Not only did the prostrate individuals feel utterly disheartened, but even the onlookers couldn't suppress their wincing reactions. Sistering, how can we not train? We run 20 kilometers in the mountains every day, without fail, for 2 years. But how could we possibly compete with you? Even the special forces steer clear of you. What can we do? Forget it, Sistering. Do as you wish. We choose to stand and face our demise. The group exchanged words, their faces reflecting their grievances. Qin Ying observed their expressions and paused momentarily before eagerly advancing towards them, rubbing her hands together. Ah, you have spirit. Those few words do show some manliness. I'll grant you this. As she spoke, her long legs, exceeding a meter in length, were already lifting. However, at that moment, Chen Jinmin could no longer watch in silence. Ahem. Enough, Qin Ying. Stop tormenting your junior colleagues. As he spoke, he entered the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Chen Jinmin, The crowd within the room reacted as if they had seen their long-lost father, rushing towards him with tears in their eyes. Elder Chen, you must stand up for us. Qin Ying is being utterly tyrannical. We are a group of the nation's top military researchers, and she insists on forcing us to exercise. It's sheer torment. I had nightmares upon hearing she was returning. I had made progress on the research for the 3 projects, only to have it all frightened away. Please, Elder Chen, help us. They surrounded Chun Jinmin, tears and snot flowing freely, completely devoid of the demeanor expected of elite military talents. All right, Qin Ying is only looking out for your well-being. Without a good physique, you won't be able to engage in research for long. Now, everyone, please return to your seats. I have important matters to discuss today. As he concluded, Chun Jinmin's tone turned slightly more solemn. Upon hearing this, the dozens of individuals present immediately changed their expressions, retracting their smiles and gradually making their way back to their seats. Only Qin Ying remained nonchalant, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down. Chun Jinmin glanced at her, but chose not to say anything further. He stepped forward to the display screen in the conference room and uploaded a video to the system. Following this, he addressed the audience, suggesting they first watch the video. As Chun Jinmin's voice faded, the gaze of the several dozen attendees converged upon the screen. They witnessed a car executing complex maneuvers autonomously, without any human intervention, effortlessly outpacing a fleet of supercars. Even among this assembly of elite military-industrial talents, expressions of astonishment surfaced. Meanwhile, Qin Ying, observing the video, narrowed her striking eyes, lost in contemplation as it concluded. At this moment, Chun Jinmin strolled to the podium, casting his gaze over the audience with an air of authority, and began, "What you have just witnessed transpired merely hours ago. It is a recording from a presentation by a leading tech firm in our nation. I trust some of you may recognize the name Shen Fei. However, there may be those unfamiliar with it. Now, I invite you to share your thoughts on the footage." As his words settled, the leading military talents exchanged glances, subsequently engaging in discussion. Seated at the forefront, Qin Ying narrowed her eyes again, her thoughts veiled. Chapter 37. Is it so difficult to acknowledge Shen Fei's excellence? In the conference room, after a brief exchange of opinions, one individual rose to address Chun Jinmin. Elder Chun, I believe the fully autonomous driving feature showcased in the video indeed possesses merit, albeit limited. To elaborate, the visual impact is striking, yet its practical application is minimal. From a civilian perspective, this technology could enhance the driving experience immensely. However, street racing is not permissible under the law. Should the Xiaomi Group wish to launch this vehicle, the racing feature would undoubtedly fail regulatory scrutiny. Nonetheless, from a technical standpoint, I hold a certain admiration for Shen Fei. He seems to possess a unique aptitude for intelligent technologies. A youth, adorned with silver-framed glasses, articulated his thoughts confidently. Upon hearing his remarks, many in the room nodded in agreement. Chun Jinmin then turned his gaze toward the young man and inquired, "Su Ting, what if it were adapted for military use?" The youth, named Su Ting, appeared momentarily taken aback by the query. Meeting Chun Jinmin's steady gaze, he chuckled and replied, "Elder Chun, please do not test me. I can conceive of this. Currently, I believe this technology cannot be applied to military purposes. In the course of military operations, the incorporation of autonomous driving capabilities can indeed liberate combat forces. However, no matter how sophisticated these technologies may be, they ultimately consist of cold, lifeless components that are incapable of making the most accurate judgments in the face of the battlefield's ever-changing dynamics. For instance, intelligent driving systems merely analyze current road conditions. As exemplified in the video we observed earlier, these systems navigate turns at the highest speeds, choosing the most efficient and shortcut-laden routes. This method of assessment represents the fundamental and crucial basis of intelligent driving systems. Yet, on the battlefield, proximity does not inherently equate to advantage or safety. Should such autonomous driving systems be employed in military applications, it could potentially lead to irrevocable errors. Su Ting's voice resonated in the conference room, each sentence building upon the last. This time, the chorus of agreement grew louder. Many female researchers even cast admiring glances at the dashing Su Ting. Just then, an exceedingly discordant voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. "Su Ting, is it truly so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of one named Shen Fei? You lot, with your inflated egos, look down upon the innovations he has developed. But if it were you, could you create such an intelligent driving system?" The sarcastic tone struck like a slap, landing heavily on Su Ting and the others. Yet, when they turned to face the source of the voice, their spirits instantly sank. Sister Ing, I harbor no disdain for Shen Fei. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. As for intelligent driving systems, I have no experience in that field, and I cannot ascertain whether it is feasible to develop one, Su Ting asserted, mustering his courage. Qin Ing, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. She then directed her gaze towards Chun Jinmin and said, Elder Chun, just look at how hypocritical they all are. Military research surpasses civilian efforts in many respects. Yet, something that can astonish even someone like Lei Bus is reduced to a mere matter of discussion in their mouths. They exhibit a complete lack of fundamental respect for technology. If it were up to me, Elder Chun, there would be no need to gather so many together. Each would be placed in a small room, isolated to delve into their research, thus avoiding all this vanity. Qin Ying's words were unyielding and audacious. Su Ting Mahongi and the others felt their eyes twitch in response. Were it not for Qin Ying's formidable prowess akin to that of a special forces operative, they would have surely retorted. Instead, they could only observe in silence, hoping earnestly that Chun Jinmin could intervene on their behalf. However, this last flicker of hope was soon extinguished. While Qin Ying's remarks were indeed blunt, they were not without merit. As for Shen Fei's intelligent driving system, it undoubtedly belongs to a vanguard of innovation. He is quite an impressive young man, and I eagerly anticipate his arrival here. Xiaoma, what were the results of your communication? Chun Jinmin inquired, shifting his attention to the seated Mahongi not far away. Upon hearing this, Mahongi was momentarily taken aback. He then retrieved his phone and glanced at it, appearing somewhat speechless as he remarked, Teacher, I managed to obtain the contact number for the registration platform of Shen Fei through the official Tiger Shark live streaming platform. I called him twice using the official number from the admissions office, but both calls were declined. Subsequently, I sent him a text message, yet he has yet to respond. Chun Jinmin waved his hand, suggesting they set this matter aside for the moment. Meanwhile, Qin Ing could not help but shoot a disapproving glance at Mahongi, fully aware of the underlying provocations in his words. Very well, let us wait for Shen Fei to reply. I am confident that if he possesses a genuine interest in research, he will not let this opportunity slip away. With that, Chun Jinmin began to address the formal agenda of the meeting. The attendees in the conference room immediately straightened their postures, realizing that the previous discussion was not the true purpose of this gathering. Under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, Chun Jinmin picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed a prominent line on the blackboard on the essential breakthroughs required for contemporary strategic aircraft. Chapter 38. Problems that money can solve are not problems. As Chun Jinmin, along with Qin Ing and a host of the nation's foremost military-industrial talents, commenced their discourse on the topic of strategic aircraft within the headquarters of Shunfeng Tower in Deep City. The CEO of Shunfeng, the leading express delivery company in the country, was grappling with the issues surrounding aircraft development. Wang, should we continue our research? An assistant-like middle-aged man lamented beside Wang Wei. The previous 6 experiments have all failed. If we persist, who knows how much more we will have to invest. Since the beginning of last year, Shunfeng had initiated a plan for drone delivery to enhance their express services, aiming to comprehensively outpace other major courier companies. To this end, Shunfeng had recruited a significant number of specialized research talents in this field, with a total investment exceeding several billion. However, it was unexpected that their ambitious claims had not materialized. They had publicly proclaimed their intent to develop a drone with exceptional endurance, strong delivery capabilities, and high stability, significantly enhancing the efficiency of parcel delivery. They advertised a nationwide service, promising same-day delivery, with a resounding appeal. Yet, the outcomes had been far from satisfactory. All 6 research attempts had ended in failure. Either the endurance was insufficient, the cargo capacity mediocre, or while the first 2 criteria were met, the stability was severely lacking. Over the past year, Shunfeng had expended considerable resources, resulting in the destruction of numerous experimental aircraft. The current predicament left both Shunfeng and Wang Wei feeling trapped. They were in a situation where any attempt to surface would lead to immediate downfall, while remaining concealed would result in being suffocated by the impending crisis. Lao Liang, I understand your concerns well. However, if we cease our efforts now, wouldn't all the previous investments go to waste? Moreover, I, Wang Wei, pride myself on my commitment to my word. Having boldly proclaimed our intentions, how will others perceive Shunfeng and me if we fall silent now." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wei gritted his teeth and spoke with a resolute attitude, as if he were determined to take responsibility for the bold claims he had made, regardless of the cost. Hearing this, the middle-aged assistant beside him couldn't help but tremble slightly. "President Wang, please think carefully. Our Shunfeng has indeed been profitable over the years, but we cannot withstand the likes of Lao Liang." "Wait, don't speak just yet," Wang Wei interrupted the assistant abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned and gazing at Wang Wei with confusion. At that moment, Wang Wei was staring intently ahead, his previously bewildered expression suddenly brightening with clarity. Following his gaze, the assistant looked over and found himself swallowing hard, for the screen before them was frozen on an image featuring Lei Busi alongside a vehicle. "President Wang, you can't possibly mean..." "Indeed, Lao Liang, since Shen Fei has managed to create a groundbreaking new energy vehicle, producing a drone that meets our specifications should be no great challenge," Wang Wei lamented, smiting his thigh in realization. "I should have thought of this sooner. Ever since I learned about the automotive launch event at Beishan Square held by the Xiaomi Group, this should have been obvious." With that, he opened his laptop and placed an order with Shen Fei. The middle-aged assistant, after a moment's hesitation, could no longer remain silent. "President Wang, Shen Fei doesn't have the best reputation." Wang Wei paused momentarily at this remark and then chuckled while continuing to finalize the order. "Are you referring to Shen Fei's reputation as a shrewd businessman? Ha! If he truly can produce the drone for me, I wouldn't even mind refueling it. It's just a tank of fuel, after all, not a significant expense." While speaking, Wang Wei completed the order and leaned back in his executive chair, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief, as if he had finally set his worries to rest. The middle-aged assistant, however, remained furrowed in thought. "President Wang, my concern isn't about that. What I mean is that Shen Fei is far too young." According to the voice message circulating from Beishan Square, everyone speculates that he is only around 20 years old. Creating such an impressive new energy vehicle at such a young age is already astounding enough to earn widespread admiration. But even the most gifted individuals can run out of inspiration. How could a 20-year-old possibly juggle both the technology for new energy vehicles and drone manufacturing? Moreover, the specifications for the drone we wish to create have never been seen on the market before. It's not an exaggeration to say it is one of a kind in the world. Can Shen Fei truly accomplish this? The assistant articulated all his concerns. Wang Wei fell silent for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. "Lao Liang, I understand this is challenging. Otherwise, we wouldn't have faced so many failures. But do you have a better solution at present?" After Wang Wei finished speaking, it was the middle-aged assistant's turn to be rendered speechless. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure and said, "Mr. Wang, perhaps your choice is indeed the correct one. But will Shen Fei accept our order? I imagine the number of people trying to place orders with him online must be astronomical by now." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei confidently waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. I have just checked, and the highest order amount at Shen Fei's manufacturing store is only 20 million. I am offering him a staggering 1.2 billion. Did you not say that Shen Fei is greedy for money? Therefore, he will undoubtedly accept my order." The middle-aged assistant instinctively nodded in response. "Is that so? Well, that's good. Wait, Mr. Wang, how much? 1.2 billion. Are you certain you haven't added an extra zero, mistakenly turning 12 million into 120 million? As he regained his senses, the middle-aged assistant became rather anxious. It is important to note that they were only manufacturing small drones, not large passenger aircraft. The research and development costs are high, but the manufacturing costs top out at tens of millions. 120 million would be enough to produce a medium-sized passenger aircraft. Moreover, the assistant had heard that Shen Fei adhered to a principle of selling products rather than patents. He felt that this deal seemed exceedingly unbalanced. "All right, Lao Liang, you need not overthink this. Money is meant to be spent. As long as Shen Fei can produce the drones for us, it will be worth it. Although one such drone may not suffice for our drone transport system, once Shen Fei succeeds, we can simply purchase a few more from him. As long as money can resolve the issue, it is no issue at all," Wang Wei declared with an air of extravagance. The middle-aged assistant could only nod, his eyes twitching with concern. However, he truly felt it necessary to inquire about Shen Fei's whereabouts. Ideally, he would send a few individuals to monitor Shen Fei, as he was genuinely worried that Shen Fei might abscond with the funds. After all, rumors were circulating online that Shen Fei, the cunning businessman, might vanish at any moment. The assistant believed that offering 1.2 billion was already a sufficiently enticing proposition. Chapter 39. The turmoil of new orders on the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. Ever since the conclusion of the Xiaomi automobile launch event, the promotional advertisement live stream for Shen Fei's manufacturing store had not relinquished its position at the top of the homepage. Countless netizens flocked to see just how terrifying the orders in Shen Fei's live stream had become, as Wang Wei's order emerged like a dark horse. Securing the top spot for order amounts, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Shen Fei's live stream were utterly astonished. Wow, am I seeing this correctly? 1.2 billion. Shunfeng Group placed a 12 billion order with Brother Fei? Goodness, my brother Wang is ruthless. That is 12 billion RMB, not 12 billion joy beans. Woe is me, don't even mention it. I have never seen 12 billion joy beans in my lifetime. Suddenly, I find myself thinking that Mr. Lei is rather stingy. Just look at Mr. Wang. His generosity is reflected in a 9-digit figure. Alas, I never anticipated that a computer priced at 100,000 would be the closest connection I had to the illustrious Mr. Fei. It is said that the computer gifted to Air Z by Mr. Fei has become too precious for gaming and is now displayed in a streaming room. I envy Air Z and the adorable Xiaomei. I rue my choices deeply. By the way, what is Mr. Wang commissioning Mr. Fei to create with that 12 billion? Why is it still a confidential order? Perhaps it is for creating Ultraman? Nonsense. I believe it is for crafting the armored warrior. Huh. What a delightful surprise to see both the dragon and the phoenix appearing simultaneously. The viewers in the streaming room began to speculate fervently. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of the order Mr. Wang placed with Mr. Shen. Before long, the astute netizens unearthed some clues. I have it. Drones. The order Mr. Wang placed with Mr. Fei must pertain to drones. Drones? Is it the kind of drones I am familiar with? What sort of drone could possibly be worth 12 billion? My friend, you seem rather uninformed. Shunfeng has long been promoting the development of drones for parcel delivery. It is said they can carry a ton and are capable of nationwide flight. However, there has been little progress, suggesting that perhaps Mr. Wang was left with no other option but to seek Mr. Fei's assistance. Alas, Mr. Wang is mistaken. Even the most impressive drone cannot possibly justify a price tag exceeding 1 billion. Regardless, the funds are not ours to concern ourselves with. If Mr. Fei indeed succeeds in this venture, I shall exclusively use Shunfeng for my deliveries. Indeed, I concur. Even if I cannot utilize the computers or motorcycles crafted by Mr. Fei, it is still a privilege to benefit from the drones he produces. Upon surmising that the order might pertain to drones, the millions of viewers in the streaming room erupted in excitement. Even more astonishing was the fact that within half an hour of this news spreading, Shunfeng's stock experienced a significant surge. In the highest office of the Shunfeng Group's headquarters, the middle-aged assistant named Liang was utterly bewildered. It took him a good 10 seconds to regain his composure. He then shook his head with a wry smile as he looked at Mr. Wang, who sat in his executive chair. Mr. Wang, it appears I underestimated this individual's influence. After the remarkable success of the Xiaomi Group's automobile launch, this person's fame is unparalleled. At this rate, it won't be long before your 12 billion investment pays off, Liang remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang, upon hearing these words, gazed at his computer screen, his expression clouded with concern. Old Liang, why hasn't Shen Fei accepted the order yet? Is my offer not enticing enough? While Mr. Wang was indeed thrilled by the rise in Shunfeng's stock price, he was acutely aware that it was all thanks to Shen Fei. What if, by some misfortune, Shen Fei declined his order? That would be disastrous. The stock that had surged would inevitably plummet, and perhaps even more drastically. After all, if Shen Fei were to reject the order, online discussions are undoubtedly rife with speculation. Their drone delivery proposal from Shunfeng appears to be on the verge of being completely shelved. Mr. Wang, it should not be an issue of pricing. Your offer is already quite generous. Perhaps Mr. Shen is simply preoccupied with other matters at this time. In response to Wang Wei's remarks, the middle-aged assistant could only attempt to guess and offer some consolation. However, at that very moment, Wang Wei suddenly sprang from his seat, startling the assistant. Witnessing the typically composed Wang Wei in such a state of agitation, the assistant felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, Mr. Wang, has Mr. Shen accepted the order? Upon hearing the assistant's inquiry, Wang Wei wore an expression of bemusement. He gestured towards the computer screen and, with a hint of frustration, remarked, I wondered why Shen Fei hadn't accepted the order. In my haste, I reopened the order details and realized I made a grave mistake. All the drone's parameter data I provided to Shen Fei was incorrect. I mistakenly added an extra 0 to both the range and payload weight. I must have been distracted when you were speaking to me earlier. No wonder Shen Fei didn't accept the order. A range of 10,000 kilometers and a payload of 10 tons. How could such a drone possibly be manufactured? Let me see how I can cancel this order and submit a new one to Shen Fei. As Wang Wei spoke with a wry smile, he began to maneuver the mouse in search of the order cancellation option. Just then, a notification popped up on the back end of the Hushark live streaming platform. Ding! Friendly reminder. Your shop order on the Hushark live streaming platform has been accepted by the shop owner. The order status will change to accepted. Upon reading this message, Wang Wei's expression instantly froze in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't mistaken. A voice filled with astonishment erupted from his throat. Lao Liang, please tell me I'm not seeing things. Mr. Shen has actually accepted an order for a drone with such outrageous parameters. He accepted it. Chapter 40. Silence reigns on the balcony of a residential building in the heart of the magical city. Shen Fei reclined comfortably in a sun lounger, basking in the afternoon sun. Glancing once more at the order he had just accepted, Shen Fei mused to himself, it seems Mr. Wang truly has an eye for quality. This is how it should be. An order that presents challenges, and with sufficient compensation, it provides the motivation to create. Rising from the lounger and stretching languidly, Shen Fei resolved to head back to the manufacturing shop to address the order placed by Wang Wei. After accumulating 10 million points, the system had unlocked the third phase of top-tier military manufacturing. Completing Wang Wei's drone order had previously seemed nearly impossible without acquiring the top-tier military manufacturing skills. However, now, Shen Fei felt ready to embrace the challenge. Moreover, it is not merely the complexity of this order that piques Shen Fei's interest. He is equally pleased with the price it offers. As the system initiates the third phase, the details regarding the upgrade to the fourth phase of the point system have also been unveiled, an astounding 1 billion points. Shen Fei had previously speculated boldly, yet he could not have anticipated that the commencement of the next stage would necessitate such an exorbitant amount of points. Nonetheless, the term concept-level military manufacturing provides him with a sense of psychological balance. Although he remains uncertain about the specifics of this advanced military production, the very mention of it exudes an air of grandeur and sophistication, which surely justifies the investment of 10 billion points. Setting aside the matter of Wang Wei's order, Shen Fei retrieved his phone to check the 2 missed calls and a message that awaited him. Naturally, these correspondences were from Ma Hongyi at the military research base. He chose not to answer the call and glanced at the message without any intention to respond, as he was at a loss for words. He muttered to himself, "Forget it. I have no interest in entering any military research facility," before discarding the message and calls into the trash. This was not due to a lack of willingness to serve his country. Rather, he felt utterly incapable of doing so. The escalating points required for system upgrades meant that Shen Fei needed to earn even more money, and the prospect of making a profit within a research base seemed bleak. If not impossible, how could he then hope to upgrade the system? Furthermore, another significant reason loomed over him. Life within the military research base would undoubtedly lack the freedom he currently enjoyed. He might be compelled to engage in research on topics that did not capture his interest or, worse yet, were of minimal difficulty. These factors completely extinguished any possibility of Shen Fei entering the research base. As Shen Fei set off to return to the suburban manufacturing shop and prepare to handle the Shunfeng Group's drone order in the chairman's office of the Shunfeng headquarters, Wang Wei and assistant Liang Shuzhong, exchanged glances for an extended moment, gradually emerging from their state of astonishment. Yet, deep within their eyes lingered a profound shock. "Chairman Wang, why don't you slap me? I can't shake the feeling that this is utterly unreal. We struggled to create a drone with a range of 1,000 kilometers and a payload of 1 ton. And yet Shen Fei has secured an order for a drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a payload of 10 tons. Am I truly not dreaming?" Liang Shuzhong could not help but swallow hard, his throat constricting. His position as Wang Wei's assistant was the result of careful selection by the board members, primarily due to Wang Wei's extravagant spending habits. The directors, concerned that Wang Wei might squander the company's resources, assigned him the exceedingly frugal middle-aged assistant, Liang Shuzhong. However, this time, faced with the staggering investment of 1.2 billion from Wang Wei, Liang Shuzhong felt it was worth it. Indeed, immensely worthwhile. If Shen Fei could truly develop such a drone, then Shen Fei would not only secure its position as the leading express delivery service in the country, but could also stand unrivaled on the global stage. The prospect of sending a package in the morning and having it delivered by afternoon, who could match that? Old Liang, are we being overly cautious with our order? Liang Shuzhong mused. Shen Fei is nothing short of extraordinary. He is a genius in research. Wang Wei, observing Liang Shuzhong's exaggerated expression, found himself equally impressed. Since building his empire from the ground up, few could captivate Wang Wei's attention. Yet, upon learning of Shen Fei, the latter had continuously expanded the boundaries of Wang Wei's understanding. For the first time, Wang Wei felt that beyond the pursuit of wealth, there existed individuals and endeavors of profound allure. Mr. Wang, do you feel an urge to further your education or pursue advanced studies? Liang Shuzhong remarked candidly. To be truthful, I feel the same. The elderly often say that knowledge is power and that the pursuit of learning is the highest calling. I used to think such sentiments were out of touch with this era, but Shen Fei has illuminated for me the true power and immense charm of knowledge. With a look filled with an unusual hope, Liang Shuzhong expressed his heartfelt sentiments. However, he was acutely aware that at his age, delving into research was likely too late for him. Yet he had a son. His child had just entered the 6th grade of middle school. Previously, Liang Shuzhong's desire was merely for his son to live a safe and joyful life, with little regard for education. But now, he yearned to reclaim the opportunities he had missed and restore a complete childhood for his son. All right, old Liang, let us refrain from further lamentations. There are countless researchers in the world, yet individuals with the talent and determination of Shen Fei are exceedingly rare. Our nation lacks such a brilliant scientific mind. He will shine like a beacon, illuminating the paths of countless young souls in search of direction. Moreover, I sense there is something you have yet to articulate. Compared to someone like Shen Fei, even billionaires like Lei Bud seem somewhat diminished in stature, don't they? Wang Wei jested, his mood buoyant. He was filled with anticipation for the drone that Shen Fei would soon deliver. Upon hearing Wang Wei's remarks, Liang Shuzhong dared not respond. After a brief moment of hesitation, he suddenly found a topic to discuss. By the way, Mr. Wang, is there a deadline for the order placed with Shen Fei? Should we consider issuing a preliminary announcement? The online community has already speculated about our drone order with Shen Fei. I believe there is no need to keep it a secret. Moreover, Lei Buds has already provided us with a prototype. Perhaps we should announce it 3 days in advance. Let the world know about the triumph of Beishan Square's Xiaomi automobile. It must be said that in the realm of marketing, we truly ought to learn from Lei Jun. Upon hearing Liang Shuzhong's words, Wang Wei immediately fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he spoke directly. Old Liang, you have indeed reminded me. Announcements must be made. Although I have not given Shen Fei a deadline, based on his past order fulfillment speed, I estimate that we will receive the goods from him within a week at most. Let us set it for a week. 1 week from now, at Deep City Haihu Park, we shall hold a drone launch event. Let us see whether the commotion from Lei Jun's Little Me car release is greater than that of our drone event. By the end, even the seasoned Wang Wei could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Naturally, Liang Shuzhong was even more exhilarated. Yes, President Wang. I will make the arrangements right away. Nodding emphatically, Liang Shuzhong swiftly made his way out of the office. His actions were remarkably prompt. Within 10 minutes of concluding his conversation with Wang Wei, an announcement was prominently displayed on the official website of Shen Fei Group, as well as on the official accounts of its various platforms. The content of the announcement read, in 7 days at Deep City Haihu Park, Shen Fei Group will hold a drone express delivery launch event. Stay tuned. The message was succinct, yet it created ripples akin to a massive boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up a storm of excitement in no time. I knew it. It must be drones. President Wang is collaborating with Fei Gu to create drones. I can barely keep up with the workload. I had taken leave just to attend the Mi Group's car launch, and now I need to ask for leave again. At this rate, the boss will surely fire me. Ha! Don't worry, brother. You can watch openly during work. I feel your boss will be watching too. He won't have time to bother you. Damn, dude, you really know how to talk. Can't you say this earlier next time? Regardless, now that I am pursuing the launch event, I truly understand the thrill of girls chasing after variety shows. It is simply exhilarating. Below the official Shen Fei account, the number of comments surpassed 10,000 within mere minutes. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the drone launch event, in 7 days. Meanwhile, in another location, at the military research base of the 1st Military District, Chun Jinmin was conducting a seminar with Qin Ying and others, yet there was an unsettling silence. Old Chun, it's simply unattainable, absolutely unattainable. The strategic aircraft currently hinges on 2 crucial functionalities: strategic bombing and material deployment. Starting with strategic bombing, to ensure our pilots return safely, we must focus on the external protective shell of the strategic aircraft. However, even the newly developed TZ-type ultra-hard composite metal by Ying cannot guarantee it can withstand an air-to-air missile without malfunctioning. On land, a couple of missiles hitting a tank may not pose much of a threat, but in the air, even the slightest malfunction can be fatal. As for material deployment, although it is directed towards our own camp, significantly reducing the risk, we still cannot assure 100% safety. I believe this topic is a fallacy, entirely unattainable. In the hushed confines of the meeting room, Ma Hongyi was the first to rise and speak. However, Chen Jinmin gestured for him to sit down. He then surveyed the room, casting his gaze over the 40 to 50 elite talents in the defense industry, and solemnly inquired, "Is there truly no solution? Not even a single idea?" His voice reverberated within the chamber, yet it was met with an even deeper silence. Only Qining furrowed her brow slightly, as if she wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately shook her head and swallowed her words. Chapter 41. I truly do not wish to be a mercenary. I am merely driven by financial necessity. In a suburban manufacturing facility, Shen Fei meticulously reviewed the order specifications provided by Wang Wei. He then activated the super laboratory. Following the system's upgrade to the 3rd phase, the laboratory's capabilities had undergone significant enhancement. The time ratio had escalated to 501. Although this increase was not as pronounced as that from the 1st to the 2nd phase, Shen Fei found this time ratio to be remarkably extravagant. In the super laboratory, 50 days of his time would equate to merely 1 day in the real world. It was precisely due to the extraordinary capabilities of the super laboratory that Shen Fei dared to accept Wang Wei's order. Even in the event of failure, he need not fret about time constraints. Additionally, the variety of equipment and the materials repository within the super laboratory had all been upgraded to military-grade standards. Within this laboratory, not only could Shen Fei utilize an array of cutting-edge military equipment at no cost, but he could also purchase any military-grade materials available on the market. However, the prices of certain materials caused him to wince. The multiple zeros made him reluctant to even count them. Thus, when he mentioned to Lei Bus that he was experiencing a financial shortfall, he was not jesting. During the order fulfillment process, the system dictated to Shen Fei that the more money he saved, the more points he would earn. However, he could not predict when he might wish to create something of his own. At that time, he would certainly require the very best materials. Regrettably, his current funds were insufficient for such endeavors. A slightly ambitious project would likely lead to financial ruin. Alas, Mr. Wang, the world outside is branding me the king of mercenaries, and the number of likes on my shop for this title is nearing 30 million. To be candid, I had no intention of deceiving you. I genuinely aimed to construct a drone for you and shed this mercenary label. Yet now, I find myself feeling quite impoverished. And I hope you can understand my predicament. Shen Fei mused to himself before accessing the materials repository function of the super laboratory. After spending a considerable amount of time selecting materials, he finally gathered all that was necessary to craft the drone. Compared to previous attempts, this selection process took notably longer. But it was unavoidable, given the exorbitant costs of military materials on site. Shen Fei has been tirelessly searching for alternative materials. Fortunately, diligence has borne fruit. What could have cost millions in materials has now been compressed to within 2 million. After consolidating all costs, Shen Fei ultimately disbursed 1,800,000 to the system. If Wang Wei were to discover this figure, he would likely be utterly devastated. Goodness, I paid you 2 billion. 2 billion. And yet, you only spent 180,000 in the end? Could you not exhibit a bit of masculine resolve? Although Wang Wei is currently oblivious to Shen Fei's expenditures, it is likely that he will soon be enlightened. Before entering the super laboratory, Shen Fei caught a glimpse of the system still generating its periodic financial report. Shen Fei surmised that the system would release it without allowing him a single glance, leaving him powerless to make any modifications. With that thought in mind, Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter, "Sigh." Upon completing this order, it seems prudent to hire a few bodyguards or enhance the manufacturing shop with some defensive weaponry. Otherwise, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. After selecting the materials, Shen Fei mentally reviewed the manufacturing process. For a standard drone, he could produce a dozen within a day. However, crafting a drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a payload capacity of 10 tons, while ensuring exceptional stability, presents a formidable challenge. To be candid, this task is more demanding than constructing that electric vehicle for Lei Bus. The latter's only significant hurdle was the automatic intelligent posture system. While the drone Wang Wei commission has three critical, yet mutually exclusive aspects. A long range makes increasing the payload challenging. A large payload complicates stability. And strong stability restricts both range and payload. Finding a balance among these three factors is exceedingly difficult. It is akin to a skilled technician striving to create a meticulously crafted component, where the precision must reach within 1 micrometer. Missing by even half a millimeter is unacceptable. The difficulties Shen Fei faces far exceed those of merely producing a so-called component. Phew. These three challenges must be addressed in order of priority. Let's tackle the easiest problem first, the range. Shen Fei exhaled softly and began to conceptualize. As he did so, many of the necessary manufacturing devices were summoned from the super laboratory. Although Shen Fei claimed that range was the most straightforward issue, this was merely in comparison to the other two challenges. According to the parameters Wang Wei provided, the drone's length is approximately 10 meters, which is the maximum feasible length for such a drone. It's not that longer lengths are impossible. The length of the drone is indeed its most suitable dimension. If it were to be extended further, its agility would be significantly compromised. In comparison, the average length of a commercial airliner hovers around 30 meters, allowing it to achieve a range of approximately 12 to 13,000 kilometers. This implies that Shen Fei must engineer a drone with merely 1/3 the volume of a commercial airliner while attaining a comparable range, a task of formidable difficulty. However, at this moment, Shen Fei appeared to have conceived a potential solution. His eyes sparkled with realization as he murmured, "The most challenging obstacle to maximizing range lies in reducing the fuel tank size. An oversized tank undoubtedly affects the aircraft's cargo capacity and stability. Currently, all aircraft utilize aviation kerosene as fuel. While tank size correlates with range, the type of fuel has an even greater impact. If we can tackle the issue of tank size, why not address the fuel itself? Yes, this line of thought seems to be the optimal solution." As he concluded his musings, Shen Fei's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. He promptly declared his commitment to dedicating all his energy toward resolving the fuel dilemma. Meanwhile, at the first military district research base in the Magic City, Chen Jinmin granted Su Ting and others approximately half an hour to meticulously devise strategies for enhancing the safety of the strategic aircraft. Yet, half an hour elapsed, and Su Ting and her colleagues remained in a state of bewilderment, their minds utterly blank and devoid of ideas. To understand the context of this meeting, one must refer back to 3 days prior. At that time, the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation engaged in a clandestine modern aerial combat exercise. Since the advent of fighter jets, air superiority has become a pivotal factor determining the outcome of conflicts. Consequently, nations have placed immense emphasis on their aerial combat capabilities. In recent years, the Dragon Nation has invested substantial resources in fortifying its air force, sparing neither funds nor efforts. However, the aerial exercise conducted 3 days ago left many military leaders in the Dragon Nation with a chilling sense of reality. It was not that the Dragon Nation was outmatched by the Bear Nation in aerial combat. On the contrary, the Dragon Nation emerged victorious from the exercise. Yet, the victory was brutally sobering. During the entire aerial combat exercise, the Dragon Nation deployed a total of 100 fighter jets, comprising 20 JH-7 series fighter bombers, 25 J-10 series, 10 Su, 27 and J-11 series, including J-11B, 8 Su, 30 MK series, 7 Su, 35, 10 J-15, 8 J-16 series, including J-16D, and 12 J-20 series jets. This represented a complete strategic aircraft series equivalent to an entire air brigade. Conversely, the Bear Nation only deployed 10 fighter jets. Just as the Dragon Nation's military leaders assumed the Bear Nation was jesting, the latter delivered a sobering lesson through their actions. 100 fighter jets easily obliterated the 10 from the Bear Nation, even dismantling their operational headquarters. However, this also resulted in 100 fighter jets from the Dragon Kingdom being laid bare to the enemy's gaze. the Bear Nation retaliated with a fierce exchange, activating all its anti-aircraft emplacements and unleashing a barrage of projectiles before its impending demise. In this tumultuous engagement, they sacrificed one operational base to eliminate 98 fighter jets from the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force, with only 2 returning unscathed to their camp. In terms of this military exercise, the Dragon Kingdom emerged victorious. Yet, the reality of warfare cannot be defined by a solitary triumph. The Dragon Kingdom traded nearly 100 fighter jets for a single operational base. In the context of genuine conflict, such a transaction would be a grievous loss. Consequently, following this aerial battle simulation, the senior military officials of the Dragon Kingdom convened an urgent meeting to dissect the harrowing root causes of this exercise. After 8 hours of intense deliberation, the officials reached a consensus. The defensive capabilities of the strategic aircraft were woefully inadequate. Once they penetrated enemy territory, they inevitably faced a scenario of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Moreover, the crux of the issue was not merely the destruction of a strategic aircraft. It was far more critical to consider the pilots of these fighter jets. Each fighter pilot is a rare gem, meticulously nurtured, and the loss of even one is profoundly lamentable, let alone an entire squadron. Thus, the higher-ups issued an urgent command to Chen Jinmin, mandating that he lead a team of the finest military talents from the research base to devise a solution for the safety of strategic aircraft pilots within a week's time. Today marks the 2nd day since Chen Jinmin received this directive. Chapter 42, another marvelous function of the system. Old Chen, I believe this issue is not solely ours to contend with. Every nation must face it. So, please do not worry excessively. In the short term, I think the safety of strategic aircraft pilots cannot be resolved, remarked Ma Hongyi, standing up as he sensed the heavy atmosphere in the conference room. His words, though intended to ease the tension, only served to provoke Chen Jinmin, whose irritation was palpable. Is that what you have to tell me? Leave it to time? Each time we encounter a scientific challenge, do you all adopt such a mindset? If time resolves the issue, then what purpose do you serve? Furthermore, if everyone else solves this problem, what advantage will the Dragon Kingdom possess? What the higher-ups require is for us to lead other nations in finding a solution. In short, 2 days. I am giving you 2 days. If you cannot even produce the most basic conceptualization, then I must seriously consider Qin Ying's suggestion to confine each of you to a small dark room for focused research. With that, Chen Jinmin slammed his hand on the table and left the conference room with a stern expression, leaving Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment, Ma Hongyi could no longer contain himself and glanced toward Qin Ying's direction, his face breaking into a sycophantic smile as he exclaimed, Sister Ying, Mentor Qin, in the usual course of events, your insights seem to be the most plentiful. Why not offer us some guidance? It appears that Mr. Chen is not jesting this time. As Ma Hongyi's voice resonated within the conference room, the others swiftly turned their gazes toward Qin Ying, seated at the forefront, their faces alight with hope. Although most of those present had never attended classes alongside Qin Ying since her ascension to the role of mentor at the research base, they were well aware of her formidable prowess. The cohort to which Qin Ying belonged had since evolved into the leaders of various military-industrial research institutions, with her standing out as an exceptional talent. Had she not sought the tranquility of the research base, she might have been snatched away by other military districts to oversee extensive military-industrial projects. Ah, so now you call her Sister Ying? Just moments ago, you were eager to report to Mr. Chen. Furthermore, you stated that I am the mentor. Why should Mr. Chen confine you in a small dark room? May fortune favor you. Qin Ying cast a fleeting glance at Ma Hongyi and the others, then rose, her long legs gracefully swaying as she departed the conference room under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The stunned Ma Hongyi and his companions felt as though their hearts had plummeted to the depths of despair. Alas, there is no hope now. We can rely on no one. Let us strive to formulate a reasonable research proposal for Mr. Chen within the next 2 days. If that proves impossible, we must at least present some ideas, even if they are flawed. Mr. Chen's frustration today likely stemmed from our silence. Su Ting sighed and shook her head. The others exchanged glances of resignation, nodding silently in agreement. Time slipped away like grains of sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. While Su Ting and her elite military-industrial peers grappled with the strategic defense issues, Shen Fei, located in a manufacturing facility on the outskirts of Magic City, had spent a full 100 days within the super laboratory. Had it not been for the rigorous timeline of drone development, Shen Fei might have lost all sense of time and gone mad. Yet, perseverance bore fruit. After over 3 months of arduous effort, Shen Fei finally crafted the drone that Wang Wei had requested, an epic-making machine with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a cargo capacity of 10 tons, exhibiting exceptional stability. Gazing at his creation, even Shen Fei could not suppress a hint of excitement. Ding! The system is now scoring the host's recent experiment. Upon system assessment, the host's production of the drone has achieved a perfect score of 100. In the aspect of the drone's fuel tank construction, the host's comprehension and manufacturing capability have surpassed limits, earning an S-grade evaluation. The system now rewards the host with 10 intelligence points and 10 million system upgrade points. The system's gentle voice cascaded down in a series of announcements. Initially, Shen Fei paid little heed, but upon hearing the final 2 statements, his body, poised to exit the laboratory, froze in place. The system's reward of 10 million upgrade points is rather insignificant. In this regard, the system has always been rather miserly. Compared to the billion upgrade points, 10 million feels akin to begging from the system. However, those 10 points of intelligence are truly tantalizing, causing Shen Fei to involuntarily swallow hard, the adrenaline surging within him. If he has not misinterpreted, these 10 points of intelligence equate to an increase of 10 IQ points. An individual with an IQ of 100 is deemed average, while one with an IQ of 110 is considered exceptional. In other words, these 10 points from the system can elevate someone from ordinary intelligence to superior intelligence. When applied to Shen Fei, the effect would be even more pronounced. Given his innate talent and intuition in research and scientific inquiry, which can only be described as top tier, it is often said that Einstein had an astonishing IQ of 160. Previously, Shen Fei wondered if he could ever measure up to Einstein, but with the integration of these 10 points of intelligence, he feels confident that he could compete with Einstein's intellect, should he be alive today. It appears the system possesses many features that I have yet to explore. Nevertheless, the mere ability to enhance intelligence is already an extraordinary capability. Shen Fei took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his excitement, and then looked once more at his creation before departing from the super lab. Chapter 43. The poor nephew, Ant has arrived. In the expansive workshop behind the manufacturing shop, the drone crafted by Shen Fei lay quietly in place. He had also equipped this drone with intelligent autonomous flying capabilities. Although it pales in comparison to the fully autonomous driving system he had developed for the electric vehicle he made for Xiaomi, it can certainly fly to the headquarters of Shen Feng Group without issue. This is not due to Shen Fei's reluctance to equip the drone with a fully autonomous driving system. Rather, the drone inherently possesses remote control capabilities, and navigating the skies is less complex than traversing terrestrial roads. Hence, full autonomy would be somewhat superfluous. Oh, he almost forgot. The fuel tank's compression feature still requires testing for a full day. If the drone does not explode within 24 hours, it should pose no significant concerns. At that point, he could simply let the drone fly itself over. Shen Fei mumbled to himself as he turned his gaze towards the drone's fuel tank. Regarding the system granting him an S-level evaluation exceeding 100 points, Shen Fei was not particularly surprised. The fuel tank he developed is undoubtedly a product of advanced technology. With a volume of just under 2 cubic meters, yet capable of holding enough fuel for a journey of 10,000 kilometers. Anyone who hears this would surely be left in awe. It is a molecular compression technology for aviation fuel, which compresses aviation fuel of first-rate quality several times over, significantly reducing the space it occupies. The entire fuel tank is divided into 2 sections. The lower part accommodates the compressed aviation fuel, while the upper part is responsible for decompressing and transferring it. The tank is filled with molecular liquid conductors developed by Shen Fei, endowing it with considerable research value. However, nothing is absolute. Despite Shen Fei's complete confidence in the tank he has created, the compression of fuel is no trivial matter. A misstep could lead to an explosion. Thus, Shen Fei intended to conduct a preliminary experiment. Yet, he reconsidered, realizing time was of the essence. He decided to be generous and fuel up the tank himself. The journey from here to the Shen Feng headquarters should not require an entire tank. A modest amount would suffice. As Shen Fei pondered, he instinctively reached for his phone to request Wang Wei to deliver a barrel of aviation fuel. However, after a moment's thought, He opted for prudence and purchased a barrel from the system's materials database instead. With a twinge of sorrow, he paid 5,000 yuan. After filling the drone's compartment with fuel, he climbed inside to set it for automatic takeoff and cruising. Once he exited the drone, he promptly procured a complete set of firefighting equipment from the system's marketplace and installed it within his workshop. Having completed these tasks, Shen Fei locked the door behind him, hopped into his second-hand Jetta, and sped away from the manufacturing site. To avoid any potential explosion affecting him, he deemed it wise not to return to the workshop for at least 24 hours. At the research base of the 1st Military District, only one night remained before the 2-day deadline set by Chen Jinmin. In a certain room within the base, Qining sat before her computer, her delicate hands occasionally moving the mouse and then jotting down notes on an A4 sheet. Meanwhile, the wastebasket beside her had accumulated a mountain of crumpled papers. Despite her claims of indifference towards the fates of Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, she could not afford to disregard the tasks assigned to her. Yet, after 2 days of solitary contemplation in her residence, she had failed to devise a satisfactory strategy to address the security concerns surrounding the strategic aircraft. Enough. No more thinking. My head is about to explode, Qining exclaimed, tossing her pen aside with a sigh. She then rose and casually donned a set of comfortable attire before leaving her room. 5 minutes later, when Qining reappeared, she had arrived at Chen Jimin's office. Old Shun, I would like to take a leave of absence for 2 days, she stated as she pushed open the office door. Upon seeing Qining, Chen Jinmin's stern expression softened into a hint of a smile. Qining, it is indeed beneficial to step outside and refresh your mind. I have observed that you have confined yourself to your room these past few days. Do not be too hard on yourself. It is necessary for Su Ting and his companions to apply pressure, but your teacher understands that you have exerted your utmost effort. Upon hearing Chen Jinmin's words, Qining casually nodded and replied, there is some truth to that. However, Chen Lao, I am not merely seeking solace. I wish to visit a relative. It has been 2 years since I last saw him, and I am uncertain whether he has survived or succumbed to hunger. As she spoke, Qining leaned against the table beside her, exuding an air of languid ease. Were it not for her surroundings, one would never guess that she was an esteemed mentor within a premier military-industrial complex. Chen Jinmin, taken aback by her statement, adjusted his glasses and hesitantly inquired, relative? You mean Chen Lao? My parents passed away early, and my only sister tragically died in a car accident some years ago. However, my sister has a son, who remains my sole family in this world. Qining replied, her eyes reflecting a flicker of unusual emotion. She quickly dismissed her feelings with a wave of her hand and continued, Chen Lao, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well. You need not worry about the matters at hand for now. Please take a couple of days to rest, Chen Jinmin advised with evident concern. Qining nodded in acknowledgement and exited the room. A few minutes later, she stepped out of the research facility, by the stone pillar at the entrance. She furrowed her brow in contemplation before directing her gaze southeastward. If my memory serves me correctly, my sister's house should be in that direction. Tianhai Community, Building 3, Unit 403. Yes, I believe that is correct. My poor nephew likely still resides there. Chapter 44. Aunt, do you have a proper job? The following morning, the warm sunlight from the east streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Shen Fei's face. However, he was not awakened by the sun's rays, but rather by the weight pressing down upon him. A sudden wave of suffocation enveloped him, prompting Shen Fei to cough lightly before abruptly waking up. Initially believing his throat to be parched, he reached out for his water cup. Yet, as his hand brushed across his front, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. His previously drowsy eyes widened in alarm as he turned his gaze to the side of the bed, where a strikingly beautiful stranger lay sprawled across his sheets. She wore a white shirt on her upper body and shorts below, clutching a pillow that had inadvertently landed on him. Instinctively, Shen Fei touched his chest, realizing that it was indeed the pillow she held that had roused him from his slumber. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead as he stared at the sleeping woman, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Had his identity been revealed? Was this a ploy? Which company was behind it? As Shen Fei's thoughts spiraled, he remained in a state of bewilderment. The woman's beautiful eyelashes suddenly fluttered twice. Following that, she opened her charming eyes. She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she yawned, then straightened up and stretched lazily. It was only then that she turned to Shen Fei and exclaimed, "Oh, that nap was truly delightful. Shen Fei, come here, let your aunt embrace you. I've missed you dearly." As the woman wrapped her arms around herself, Shen Fei finally emerged from his state of bewilderment. "Aunt, what in the world is happening?" Shen Fei remained on high alert, every hair on his body standing on end. However, at that moment, a wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly surged within his mind. When he looked down at the woman before him again, he tentatively asked, "Aunt Qining?" "Oh, very good. It seems you haven't completely forgotten your aunt. But after years apart, look at you. Qin Fei, you've grown into quite the young man. I remember you were rather unattractive as a child. Yet now you appear quite handsome," she laughed, her voice ringing like a bell in the bedroom. The corners of Shen Fei's eyes twitched involuntarily at her words. Yet, he didn't react strongly to the name Qin Fei, for he had come to understand some of his past through those memories. At the age of 8, his biological father was sentenced to 6 years for intentional injury. Subsequently, his mother died in a car accident while visiting him in prison. By the age of 12, Shen Fei officially became an orphan. In the following years, he lived with his grandmother. After his father was released from prison, Shen Fei never had the chance to see him, as he inexplicably jumped from a building. Later, his grandmother also passed away, leaving him to navigate university life alone. Throughout those 4 years of college, Qining, his aunt, would visit him once a year on his birthday, celebrate with him, and then disappear after leaving some money. Regarding Qining, Shen Fei harbored no particularly vivid memories. He only recalled that she harbored a deep resentment towards his biological father, even insisting that he change his surname to Qin, thereafter being known as Qin Fei. To this day, he suspected that she had forgotten his original surname. When he looked up at Qining, he noticed her gazing at him with a sudden look of compassion, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Fei asked, "Aunt, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Qining reached out to touch his face, a teardrop rolling down her cheek. "Little Fei, you have endured much hardship over the years. Your aunt has been so busy with work, I haven't been able to care for you. Living alone in this city must have been tough for you. But don't worry, I'm not busy anymore. I'll come see you whenever I can, all right?" As she spoke, one hand wiped away her tears while the other gently caressed Shen Fei's face. Shen Fei observed her heartfelt display of emotion. In a fleeting moment, emotions stirred within him. Qining was the only relative he had in this world. And what of Shen Fei? "All right, aunt," he replied, "but I have a question for you. I live on the 4th floor, and I distinctly remember locking the door last night. How did you manage to enter?" Shen Fei gazed at Qining, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. There was something else he wished to express. Not only had he locked the door, but he had also taken the precaution of adding a security measure. The moment the door opened, a bell by his bedside would ring. Although no one had ever seen his face or knew where he resided, it was wise to be cautious. Yet, he found himself perplexed. How had Qining entered so quietly? If she possessed the key, the bell should have sounded accordingly. At that moment, Qining stood before the mirror, adjusting her clothing and hair. Upon hearing Shen Fei's inquiry, she casually shrugged and replied, "Oh, I have a knack for picking locks. It was rather late last night, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I opened the door myself." As she spoke, she waved the hairpin in her hand, indicating that it had been her tool of entry. After processing her explanation, Shen Fei's mouth twitched in disbelief. A talent for lock-picking? Was she truly his legitimate aunt? The thought of Qining's occasional disappearances led him to conjure a narrative in his mind, a tale of a female master thief traversing the underworld, risking capture by the police while celebrating her nephew's birthday. "Aunt, honestly, I'm doing quite well. You needn't visit me so often. Just remember to take care of yourself," Shen Fei expressed sincerely. Qining, who was in the midst of perfecting her appearance, momentarily paused, then looked at him with a bemused smile. "Nephew, what are you daydreaming about? I am engaged in legitimate work. Now rise and shine. Today, I'm taking you on a grand shopping spree." Chapter 45. How about I buy you a sports car? With that, they set off for the mall. And she was indeed serious. They embarked on a substantial shopping expedition. From head to toe, Qining purchased more than 3 outfits for Shen Fei. However, one aspect that left Shen Fei feeling somewhat uncomfortable was the way Qining continuously linked her arm through his as they strolled through the mall. Several times, store clerks mistook Qining for Shen Fei's girlfriend, causing his ears to flush with embarrassment. After all, Qining was his aunt, bound to him by blood. Yet, Qining seemed utterly unconcerned, offering no explanations whatsoever. Noticing Shen Fei's discomfort, she playfully asked a beautiful salesgirl, "Don't we make a lovely couple?" This teasing led Shen Fei to retreat in haste. as Qin Ying's laughter, reminiscent of tinkling bells, echoed behind him. Shen Fei's emotions remained somewhat disordered even after departing from the shopping mall and settling into his dilapidated second-hand Jetta. Observing Shen Fei's demeanor, Qin Ying doubled over in laughter, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinarily amusing. Despite possessing an IQ exceeding 160, Shen Fei found himself utterly at a loss in this regard. Consequently, he could only cast a pitiful glance towards Qin Ying, his eyes pleading for mercy. Upon noticing his expression, Qin Ying erupted into laughter once more, to the point where tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Wiping her eyes, she finally spoke. "All right, dear nephew, I shall cease my teasing. You are truly delightful. It seems I must frequently return home to visit you. Just a smile from you makes me forget all my worries." As she spoke, Qin Ying's gaze wandered over Shen Fei's worn-out Jetta. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Fei, how about I buy you another car? This one is far too shabby. How will you go out and find a girlfriend? I've heard that young people these days fancy Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Would you like me to get you one?" Her expression was entirely earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. Shen Fei, upon hearing her proposition, was momentarily taken aback. He had little interest in what car he drove, appreciating instead the low profile his current vehicle afforded him. After all, no one would suspect that the infamous businessman Shen Fei would be driving such an old car. "No need, this car suits me just fine," Shen Fei replied as he started the engine. However, the notion of his aunt offering to gift him a sports car worth millions made him somewhat suspicious. Qin Ying appeared to be only a few years older than him. How could someone so young possess such wealth? Was she truly not a core member of some criminal organization? "Oh, very well, let that go. While we may forego the car, there are still some things we must acquire. Turn around, let's south head to Tiananmen Square." "Huh, what are we going there for, Aunt? Don't ask questions. If I say go, then you go?" Meanwhile, in a manufacturing facility located on the outskirts of Magic City, a faint clicking sound suddenly resonated. Following that, a mechanical female voice echoed throughout the vast factory. "Scheduled time has concluded. Preparing for takeoff according to the predetermined trajectory. Mobile signal connected, information dispatched." Simultaneously, at the top floor of the Shunfeng headquarters building, Wang Wei had just concluded a corporate meeting. The discussions primarily revolved around their upcoming drone launch event. "President Wang, we have put significant effort into this promotional campaign. Even before the event has commenced, it has already made it onto the trending topics list. According to incomplete statistics, at least tens of millions of netizens have been following this matter. All preliminary preparations have been completed. We are merely awaiting the arrival of Mr. Shen's drone." Liang Shuzhong trailed behind Wang Wei, who was seated in his executive chair, signing various documents while nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it has been nearly 3 days now. I wonder when Brother Shen will make a move. However, I have faith in Brother Shen's efficiency," Wang Wei remarked, subtly altering his address for Shen Fei. If Shen Fei truly brings to life the drone he has been yearning for, he would indeed be akin to a brother. Moreover, Wang Wei felt he was fortunate to have such an ally. "Rest assured, President Wang, I believe Mr. Shen will soon deliver good news," Liang Shuzhong said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, old Liang, weren't you previously somewhat apprehensive about this matter? Why the sudden faith in Brother Shen?" Liang Shuzhong, feigning mystery, shook his head. No, President Wang. It is not that my attitude has changed. Rather, I simply have greater faith in Mr. Shen's desire for wealth. Time is indeed a form of currency, is it not?" His voice resonated slowly within the office. Wang Wei's expression momentarily froze. Then he erupted into hearty laughter. "Old Liang, you truly are a cultured individual. While others may deride Brother Shen as greedy, they merely label him a cunning businessman. Your insinuation is rather sophisticated." Wang Wei turned to face Liang Shuzhong, astonished to find him harboring such a nuanced perspective. Liang Shuzhong met Wang Wei's gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head, not anticipating that Wang Wei would discern his underlying meaning so swiftly. At that moment, Wang Wei's phone, resting on the desk, vibrated unexpectedly. Liang Shuzhong, eager to change the subject, exclaimed, "President Wang, a message has arrived." Wang Wei absent-mindedly nodded, picking up his phone to glance at the screen. Upon doing so, he found his gaze riveted to the device. Several seconds passed before he excitedly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Old Liang, it's Brother Shen. We have news. News has arrived." Chapter 46, The Rapidly Approaching Drone. Within the office of the chairman of the Shen Fei Group, Wang Wei's exuberant voice lingered in the air. A single text message had the power to unsettle this billionaire executive. Only Shen Fei could achieve such a response. President Wang, what does Mr. Shen's message say? Liang Shuzhong, snapping out of his daze, approached Wang Wei, his face alight with excitement. Brother Shen has sent word that the drone he is constructing for us is complete and is currently being shipped. Look, here's the animated flight diagram of the drone. Wait, no? Could it be that Brother Shen has commanded the drone to fly here on its own? Wang Wei pondered, slightly astonished yet not overly surprised by Shen Fei's ability to bind the drone using the phone number he had left behind. For others, this might pose a challenge. But for Shen Fei, it seemed merely child's play. However, the thought that Shen Fei might actually be directing the drone to autonomously traverse the distance sent a wave of unease through Wang Wei. His expression was a blend of joy and anxiety. He was delighted that Shen Fei might have endowed the drone with autonomous flight capabilities, yet he was also apprehensive. For this was a priceless drone he had acquired for a staggering $2 billion, a unique piece produced by Shen Fei himself. He could trust his 6.5-year-old son to venture from the bustling metropolis to this place without worry. But this drone was his precious treasure, more cherished than his own child. Mr. Wang, I must confess, there is indeed a possibility, Liang Shuzhong remarked with admiration and respect. Mr. Shen has truly surprised us. He has fueled the drone. However, it seems this allows him to save on the exorbitant shipping costs. The group often labeled him as an extreme miser, always finding ways to economize for the company. Yet in comparison to Shen Fei, he felt like a mere novice. He could only describe Shen Fei's maneuver with one word: extraordinary. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Wang Wei could not help but swallow hard, his throat constricting. He promptly leapt from his chair, rushing outside while anxiously exclaiming, "Old Liang, hurry. Check if there are any idle planes available in the group. The drone's flight trajectory indicates it will leave the boundaries of the metropolis in approximately 10 minutes. We must escort it immediately. We cannot afford any mishaps." Yes, Mr. Wang. I will arrange it right away. Liang Shuzhong responded with a firm nod. Recognizing Wang Wei's urgency, in the Fengxian district of the metropolis, the area with the lowest foot traffic, lay the headquarters of the metropolis's first military district. Shen Fei had anticipated the need for prior clearance for high-altitude drone flights and had already secured the necessary permits through the reputation of his manufacturing shop. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. There was a restricted zone along the drone's route to the Shen Fei headquarters where no aircraft were permitted to fly. Within the research base of the first military district, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others stood rigidly in 4 or 5 rows, observing the increasingly grim countenance of Chen Jinmin. Their legs involuntarily trembled. After a second had passed, Chen Jinmin, now thoroughly enraged, could no longer contain himself. Is this the best you could devise? An anti-missile radar system? An automated evasion mechanism? And what about that so-called emergency escape acceleration device for pilots? Can you be any more outrageous? Why not just create a transformer to dismantle the enemy's camp directly? Chen Jinmin pointed at Su Ting and others, spewing vitriol as he berated them. It was not that the methods proposed by Su Ting were unfeasible. Rather, the current technology rendered them utterly unattainable. The issue at hand was magnitudes greater than the security concerns surrounding an entire strategic aircraft. In other words, if such concepts could indeed be realized, then the notion of defense would be rendered moot. One could simply pilot fighter jets through enemy encampments with reckless abandon. Chen, old Chen, weren't you the one who urged us to think boldly? We have exerted considerable effort in our deliberations. Amidst the crowd, Ma Hongyi spoke with a hint of grievance. At that very moment, Su Ting and the others instinctively shut their eyes in silence, their lips twitching in exasperation. What a wretched team. In the very next second, as Su Ting and his companions struggled to keep their eyes closed, Chen Jinmin erupted in fury. I told you to imagine, not to daydream. After 2 days, this is all you come up with, and you dare to feel wronged? You, Su Ting, Jiang Zhan, Zhao Yan, every last one of you. You have thoroughly disappointed me. Tonight, you shall forego dinner. Start running laps around the military district. Do not stop until you have completed 20 kilometers. Chen Jinmin could hardly contain his indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Ting and the others turned pale, their hearts sinking. They exchanged glances with Ma Hongyi, each of them harboring murderous thoughts. What did 20 kilometers of cross-country running entail? Even the special forces next door would be left gasping on the ground for half an hour after such a run. for those of them involved in military research. Completing such a distance would likely cost them dearly. Seeing Chen Jinmin's ashen face, which bore no semblance of jest, Su Ting and his companions could only lament silently within. They understood that it was best not to provoke Chen Jinmin further. Otherwise, the distance could easily escalate to 30 kilometers, and they would truly be rendered incapacitated. All present, listen to my command. Begin. As the head of the research team, Su Ting issued the order. However, at that moment, a soldier clad in military attire rushed towards them in a state of alarm. The urgency in his demeanor caused Su Ting and the others to halt, their attention drawn to him. The soldier sprinted to Chen Jinmin's side, hardly pausing for breath before reporting, "Sir, our radar monitoring system has detected an unmanned aerial vehicle approaching rapidly. The parameters of this drone are quite peculiar. It is of a type that has never been seen on the market. Commander Sun has instructed me to inquire whether we should shoot it down. No aircraft is permitted to approach the military district. Commander Sun finds this drone suspicious." Chapter 47. Is it not possible to accomplish these tasks with a drone? A drone? With strange parameters? After listening to the soldier's report, Chen Jinmin's expression momentarily froze in surprise. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden roar erupted overhead. Instinctively, Chen looked up, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. High above, several hundred meters in the air, a vaguely discernible drone was racing by at tremendous speed. While others might not perceive anything at such a distance, Chen Jinmin immediately deduced its nature. This drone measured over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. It was equipped with several tail fins, which left Chen somewhat bewildered. Now he understood why that officer had remarked on the peculiar specifications of this drone. Even he had never encountered such a design before. Furrowing his brow in contemplation for a brief moment, Chen quickly spoke. "Inform Commander Sun to refrain from shooting down this drone. Dispatch our combat pilots immediately to intercept it." "Understood, Chief Chen." Meanwhile, Shen Fei was unaware that there were issues with the flight path he had set for the drone. At that moment, Qin Ying was accompanying him as she made significant renovations to his apartment located in the city center. Initially, Shen Fei had merely intended to return there occasionally for rest. However, after Qin Ying's thoughtful modifications, the space was imbued with a warm, homely atmosphere. She had procured numerous new furnishings from the Tiana furniture market. Yet, once everything was arranged, Shen Fei found himself seated on the newly acquired sofa, feeling as though something essential was still lacking. After a brief moment of realization, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Auntie, did you forget to buy a bed? There's only one bed in the house." Upon hearing his words, Qining waved her hand dismissively, saying, "If I forgot, I'll just buy it next time." With that, she moved to the newly purchased lounge chair on the balcony and settled comfortably, lazily asking, "Xiao Fei, are you currently employed? When you graduated from university, I was so busy that I didn't get a chance to help you with your job search. Is there anything you would like to do? I can assist you." Listening to Qin Ying's casual display of concern, a warm current swept through Shen Fei's heart. He casually replied, "Auntie, I've opened a small shop. I can manage to support myself." As for his personal affairs, Shen Fei decided it was best to withhold details from Qin Ying for the time being. It wasn't a matter of distrust. Rather, as his inventions became increasingly extravagant, they would inevitably attract more attention. He did not wish to burden Qin Ying, as he could sense her genuine affection for him. "Oh, I see. It's good that you have something to occupy your time. Sometimes, a simple and tranquil life is quite pleasant, free from excessive worries," Qin Ying remarked, letting out a slight sigh. Although she claimed to have set aside her thoughts on various matters, the weight of her concerns lingered. However, the very thought of Su Ting and others, including Chen Jinmin, still fretting over this matter made it impossible for Qin Ying to truly put it aside. The subtle shifts in her expression and the faint sigh did not escape Shen Fei's notice. Considering how much care Qin Ying had shown him, he couldn't help but inquire, "Aunt, do you have something on your mind? Perhaps sharing it with me could help alleviate your worries." Upon hearing Shen Fei's heartfelt concern, Qin Ying lifted her gaze to meet his. Yet, she soon broke into a smile. "Aunt has no troubles, and you wouldn't be able to assist me anyway." With that, she closed her eyes again, retreating into quiet contemplation. After several minutes, noticing that Shen Fei had remained silent, Qin Ying turned to look at him again. Seeing him intently focused on her, she seemed to realize something. Hastily, she began to explain, "Xiao Fei, it's not that I think less of your abilities. It's just..." "Sigh, perhaps sharing this won't hurt." Consider it a bit of amusement for yourself. Sitting up straight from her reclined position, she crossed her long legs and gazed at Shen Fei as she began. Actually, Aunt works in game design. Recently, my company developed a military strategy game, but we've encountered an issue with the strategic aircraft. They are too easily destroyed. While the aircraft can be continuously produced, training pilots to operate them is quite challenging. If all the pilots are lost, a player loses air superiority, and the game becomes unenjoyable. Thus, I have been pondering how to address the vulnerability of the strategic aircraft and enhance the player's experience. Qining earnestly articulated her concerns. Yet she held no expectation that Shen Fei could offer any substantial advice or assistance. After all, this problem was beyond the capabilities of Su Ting and the others. In her eyes, Shen Fei, who had merely attended an average second-tier university, would likely struggle to grasp the complexity of the issue. Observing Shen Fei lost in thought, she refrained from interrupting him and reclined back in her chair. However, just as she settled down, Shen Fei suddenly spoke up. "Aunt, isn't the primary function of the strategic aircraft to conduct bombing and supply drops? If so, why must pilots be the ones to execute these tasks? Can't we employ drones instead?" His voice resonated softly on the small balcony. Qining instinctively responded, "Wow, I truly underestimated you, Xiao Fei. You even know the functions of the strategic aircraft. Wait, what did you just say? Drones? Using drones to accomplish these tasks?" After Shen Fei's last two remarks, Qining had barely registered them. Once she processed the idea, her pupils involuntarily constricted in shock. Murmuring the word drone repeatedly, Qinying's enchanting eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. A seemingly casual remark from Shen Fei appeared to unravel the dilemma that had occupied her thoughts for the past 2 days. Yes, a drone, simply a drone. Presently, the most effective solution to the strategic aircraft defense dilemma lies in the deployment of drones. This approach entirely alleviates concerns regarding the safety of strategic aircraft pilots. Should the need arise, even if the drones were to be discarded, the intent to strike remains resolute. Qining continued to murmur to herself, her emotions soaring to unprecedented heights. If they could truly possess a fleet of bomber drones, then the recent drill with the Bear Nation would not have been a lesson from them to Long Nation, but rather a lesson taught by Long Nation to the Bear Nation. "My dear nephew, how I adore you. You have truly alleviated my worries. Now, I must hurry back to the company to address this matter. Enjoy a delightful meal on your own tonight. I shall return to see you later." Rising from the recliner, Qining affectionately ruffled Shen Fei's hair, then tossed him a bank card before hastily striding towards the door. With a resounding slam, she closed the door behind her, and her figure vanished from sight. It was only then that Shen Fei emerged from his stupor, realizing she had departed. Had she truly left? Just as he contemplated Qinying's fleeting presence, he remained unaware that the drone he had sent to Wang Wei was currently being intercepted by 8 military fighter jets. Mount Putuo, also known as Putuo Lojia Mountain, stands as one of the 4 sacred Buddhist mountains in Long Nation, often referred to as the Holy Land of the South China Sea. Typically, a multitude of visitors flock here to offer incense and pay their respects. Today, coinciding with the weekend, the influx of people was particularly significant. However, at a certain moment, countless tourists traversing the mountain paths suddenly looked up, their gazes fixated on the azure sky adorned with clouds. A single aircraft sped along at the center, while 8 sleek fighter jets dispersed, surrounding it completely. The spectators had never witnessed such a spectacle. Many hastily retrieved their phones to capture the moment. A number of individuals could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Fortune is upon us. I knew today would bring good luck. We are witnessing 8 fighter jets. Is there a distinguished figure aboard that aircraft? Are those jets providing escort? It certainly seems so. Goodness, what kind of notable person would require 8 fighter jets for protection? Could it be a military commander? Oh, that is beyond the concerns of us, ordinary citizens. Look, this scene is simply breathtaking. A temple on one side, fighter jets on the other. The impact is overwhelming." Initially, the crowd was merely intrigued by the spectacle of 8 fighter jets escorting an aircraft. Yet, as the formation of fighter jets continued their flight over a distance, the temple complex atop Mount Putuo and the aerial display of fighter jets became captured in a single breathtaking tableau. The scene before countless tourists instantly provided a tremendous visual impact. It was as if, under the blessings of the Buddha, the nation had achieved a prosperous and powerful facade. At that moment, numerous devout followers on the mountain paths knelt in reverence. wishing for the eternal prosperity of our country, while countless visitors offered their sincere prayers. Unbeknownst to them, within the military command center nearby, several high-ranking officials adorned with multiple stars on their shoulders were equally astonished by the images displayed on the screens. However, the shock experienced by these military leaders was not due to the visuals of temples or fighter jets, but rather the high-definition footage relayed back from a combat drone. Mr. Chen, are you certain? Commander Sun Dongxian of the 1st Military District, with a grave expression, inquired of Chun Jinmin, who stood beside him. Commander Sun, we will have to wait until we intercept this drone before making any definitive statements. However, judging solely by its payload, it is impressively daunting. Currently, our military's most advanced drones have a maximum takeoff weight of only 52 tons. Please note, that is takeoff weight, not payload. The drone we are intercepting is estimated to have a payload of around 10 tons. Do you comprehend what 10 tons signifies? It can carry 7 or 8 missiles and wreak havoc wherever it goes. As Chun Jinmin spoke, his aged hands clenched tightly together, unable to suppress the excitement shimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing Chen's words, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Mr. Chun, if that is the case, then this drone could essentially function as a bomber. Moreover, it requires no pilot. It can be controlled from the ground. Does this not perfectly address the dilemma we face? The unspoken thoughts of Chun Jinmin were articulated entirely by Sun Dongxian. Chun Jinmin, pursing his lips, responded, Commander Sun, from the current perspective, there is indeed a strong possibility. I should have anticipated this. Utilizing drones as bombers to replace pilots for aerial bombardments could resolve the challenges presented to us. Yet, whether this can be actualized requires meticulous examination. This unidentified drone has provided significant inspiration, yet it also poses considerable limitations. Its payload capacity is sufficient, but I estimate it can only operate for a few hundred kilometers at most, and stability is also a concern. Nevertheless, we should intercept it first to ascertain its origins. Chapter 49. We are in serious trouble. Upon hearing Chun Jinmin's words, Sun Dongxian silently nodded. However, just as he was about to issue an order to the 8 fighter jets for a forced interception, a female officer in the command hall suddenly stood up. Mr. Chun, Commander, we have made progress. I just contacted the Urban Security Management team in Modu to inquire whether this drone was registered, and if so, who the registrant is. The response they provided was that the drone had been reported by an individual named Shen Fei. The voice of the female officer echoed gently in the conference room. Upon hearing this, Chun Jinmin abruptly rose from his seat. Who did you say? Shen Fei? It was not only Chun Jinmin who was taken aback. Even Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the curious onlookers who had gathered were struck with expressions of astonishment at the mention of this name. They could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary drone could be the creation of Shen Fei. In merely a few days, Shen Fei had stirred up yet another significant commotion. What is the matter, old Chen? Do you know this Shen Fei? On the other side, Sun Dongxian appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the name Shen Fei. As the commander of a military district, he generally did not pay much attention to the happenings online. Commander, I truly did not expect this drone to be designed by Shen Fei, Sun Dongxian exclaimed, his gaze filled with confusion. You're unaware, but in recent days. In response to Sun Dongxian's incredulous look, Chun Jinmin recounted Shen Fei's achievements in detail. Upon hearing this, even the commander could not help but display a look of astonishment. A computer with a reaction speed comparable to a supercomputer, a motorcycle that exceeds 800 in extreme speed, and a fully intelligent, autonomous electric vehicle? Old Chen, this Shen Fei is quite exceptional. Why haven't you brought him into your research institute? Such talent should contribute to our national defense. Sun Dongxian remarked with admiration. Chun Jinmin glanced at Sun Dongxian and then shook his head with a wry smile. Commander, just a few days ago, I had Ma Hongyi send an invitation to Shen Fei. However, he has yet to respond. I initially thought he regarded us as frauds and considered sending someone to find him personally. But now, I suddenly feel that it may not be the case at all. By the end of his statement, a hint of self-deprecation crossed Chun Jinmin's face. Sun Dongxian, observing this, appeared somewhat perplexed. Old Chen, what exactly is going on? Chun Jinmin did not immediately respond to Sun Dongxian, but instead turned to glance at Su Ting and the others standing behind him. At that moment, under Chun Jinmin's gaze, Su Ting and her colleagues collectively lowered their heads in silence. Reflecting on their previous evaluations of Shen Fei in the meeting days earlier, both Su Ting and Ma Hongyi wished to find a hole to hide in. They had offered such remarks about Shen Fei, while they had spent more than 2.5 days pondering a solution to a topic that Shen Fei had inadvertently provided a breakthrough for. How could they explain this? What could they possibly say? Enough, you need not feel too ashamed. I share some responsibility in this matter as well. Had I not intended for Shen Fei to merely be an intern and failed to accord him the respect he deserved, he might have already agreed. Commander, that is the crux of the matter. I underestimated Shen Fei. As a mere intern at a military district research base, Shen Fei likely did not garner much attention, which explains the absence of a response. Chen Jinmin shook his head in self-reproach. Meanwhile, Sun Dongxian finally grasped the situation. Though his understanding of military scientific research was rather limited, he proceeded to inquire, Elder Chen, in your opinion, how exceptional is Shen Fei's talent in research compared to Qineng? At this moment, it may be difficult to ascertain. However, I firmly believe that given time, Shen Fei will undoubtedly reach the heights of Qineng. Both Shen Fei and Qineng stand at the pinnacle of military research talent. Perhaps Shen Fei's only shortcoming lies in his limited familiarity with military technology. Chen Jinmin offered a balanced evaluation. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongxian was taken aback. Qineng's recently developed TZ-type super-hard alloy material was already undergoing practical testing. Should the trials prove successful, it would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of armored tanks. Thus, in Sun Dongxian's eyes, aside from Chen Jinmin, Qineng was among the most formidable figures at the military research base. Elder Chen, Commander, we have new information. A voice echoed from the conference room. The Public Security Bureau has conducted an investigation and identified the ownership of the drone. It currently belongs to Shunfeng Express Company. Should we immediately contact the person in charge at Shunfeng to arrange for an emergency landing of the drone? Upon hearing this, Sun Dongxian quickly issued instructions. Contact them immediately. If Shunfeng can facilitate the drone's emergency landing, it will save us considerable effort. After all, the sky is not like the ground. Forcibly intercepting a drone, especially without causing damage, presents a significant challenge. Understood, Commander. The female officer responded, promptly picking up the communicator to act on the orders. Observing this, Chen Jinmin set aside thoughts of Shen Fei for the moment and focused intently on the drone depicted on the command screen, which was still soaring rapidly through the sky. Meanwhile, aboard a private jet belonging to Shunfeng Group, Wang Wei sat anxiously in the cabin, his face etched with worry. This sense of urgency was far more distressing than losing a child. Mr. Wang, you need not be overly concerned. It should not present any major issues. Since Mr. Shen has the confidence to send the drone on its own, he must have good reason. If you do not trust me, can you not trust Mr. Shen? Liang Shuzhong offered words of comfort, which struck a chord with Wang Wei. After a moment of silence, Wang Wei nodded to himself and remarked, Indeed, that makes sense. Brother Shen is certainly worthy of trust. The drone we have struggled to develop for over a year, he managed to resolve in just 3 days. And with such astonishing parameters. In my heart, Brother Shen has nearly ascended to the status of a superhero. Ultimately, a hint of relief finally graced Wang Wei's face. However, at that moment, Liang Shuzhong's phone unexpectedly rang. Assuming it was a call from someone within the group, he casually answered it without much thought. Yet, it was not long before Liang Shuzhong's expression became frozen in shock. Yes. All right, understood. Rest assured, I assure you. I will inform our President Wang immediately. Liang Shuzhong's throat constricted, his head nodding vigorously. His demeanor left Wang Wei momentarily speechless. Normally, Liang Shuzhong would not shower him with such formalities during a call. Old Liang, whose call was that? Wang Wei inquired, his mind swirling with questions upon observing Liang Shuzhong's demeanor. Upon hearing Wang Wei's question, Liang Shuzhong, who had just hung up the phone, was drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed hard, his face turning pale as he replied, President Wang, we are in serious trouble. Mr. Shen's drone accidentally flew over the military district. They are currently investigating this matter. We must force the drone to land immediately. As he spoke, the cold sweat on Liang Shuzhong's forehead continued to pour down. When it comes to the military district, no incident is trivial. What might seem like a minor mishap could escalate into accusations of espionage for military secrets. This could lead us to a military tribunal. What should we do? What are we to do? If the military district truly pursues this matter, our entire Shunfeng group could be implicated. President Wang, perhaps we should. Liang Shuzhong hesitated, struggling to find the right words. After the initial shock, Wang Wei gradually regained his composure. He looked up at Liang Shuzhong, his expression grave, and said, "Old Liang, I understand what you are insinuating. The drone has not yet been delivered to us. It does not directly involve us. The accountability can entirely be placed on Brother Shen. Can it not? How could I, Wang Wei, stoop so low? Would I still be able to hold my head high afterward? With the military district, we must approach this matter with honesty and clarity. There must not be the slightest hint of shifting responsibility onto Brother Shen. In short, this matter will be the responsibility of myself and Shen Fei Group." After Wang Wei spoke, he noticed Liang Shuzhong seemed hesitant once more, so he interrupted him. "Enough. This matter is settled. If the military district inquires further, simply follow my instructions. Now, let me see if I can swiftly force the drone to land using my phone." Simultaneously, in the command hall of the 1st Military District, Chen Jimin addressed Sun Dongxian, "Commander, I am heading to the scene with Su Ting and the others immediately." Observing Chen Jinmin's urgency, Sun Dongxian was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Old Chen, you wish to thoroughly investigate that drone, don't you? It wouldn't be too late to bring it back to the military district later." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinmin did not lower his foot. Instead, he slightly shook his head at Sun Dongxian and continued walking outside. "Commander, I can hardly wait any longer." Approximately 20 kilometers from Putuo Mountain, in a desolate expanse, a place usually devoid of human presence, 7 aircraft had descended today. Under Wang Wei's remote control, the drone had successfully executed a forced landing from the sky, while 6 of the 8 fighter jets also followed suit. The remaining 2 hovered above, maintaining a vigilant watch. Before long, a convoy of military vehicles sped towards the site, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 4 military vehicles came to a halt nearby. Chen Jinmin opened the car door and was the first to step out, followed closely by Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others. As they stood in close proximity to the drone crafted by Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, Chen Jinmin could no longer conceal the excitement in his eyes. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters and a fuselage length of over 10 meters, the spacious cabin and unique structural design, featuring twin tail fins, were astonishing. "Shenyang, how on earth did you create such a drone with a payload capacity of 10 tons? He marveled. In contrast, a typical drone of similar specifications would be incapable of flight, and even if it could, it would not sustain such stability for an extended duration. Happy New Year in advance, everyone. Chapter 50, The Frustrating Shenyang. Chen Jinmin's voice, tinged with awe, reverberated through the site. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening slightly. If they could previously argue that Shenyang's development of that new energy vehicle was merely civilian technology, significantly distinct from military research, they now found themselves at a loss for words. From any perspective, the drone before them, engineered by Shenyang, undeniably possessed the attributes of a military product. Its payload alone was sufficient to carry 7 or 8 medium-sized missiles, or even a Dongfeng 11 missile without exaggeration. Should missiles be loaded onto this drone, it could instantly be renamed a strategic unmanned bomber. Furthermore, if utilized for transporting military supplies, this drone could aptly be described as a mobile strategic supply depot. A 10-ton military payload could fully equip an entire platoon. Zhang Ku, decrypt the control system of this drone immediately and bring it back to the military district. I want a comprehensive evaluation of its endurance, stability, and maximum speed. Chen Jinmin commanded, now evidently composed, no longer exhibiting the initial fervor he had displayed. As Su Ting and Ma Hongyi exchanged glances, a shared understanding seemed to dawn upon them, and they quietly exhaled in relief. "Su Ting, how far do you think this drone can travel at most?" Ma Hongyi leaned closer, whispering. Su Ting pondered for a moment before responding, "Previously, Elder Chen estimated that this drone could only cover a few hundred kilometers at most. However, I believe that was due to the unclear transmission of images. Elder Chen might have misjudged. Now that we have seen it ourselves, the dual tails beneath the drone likely serve as fuel storage. In total, they probably hold only a few hundred liters of aviation fuel. For instance, take the A300B 4-passenger aircraft. Its fuselage weighs 9,006 tons, with a payload of 165 tons. On average, it consumes 4 tons of fuel per 1,000 kilometers. Based on this data, under maximum load, this drone would exhaust all its aviation fuel after barely over 100 kilometers. As she concluded her thoughts, Su Ting could not help but chuckle lightly. The mileage threshold for a strategic bomber is 8,000 kilometers. Compared to a true bomber, this drone's range seems almost childishly trivial. Upon hearing Su Ting's analysis, Ma Hongyi released a sigh, finally emerging from the shock induced by Shen Fei. However, at that moment, Zhang Ke's astonished voice suddenly broke the silence. Elder Chun, I can't open it. It's completely stuck. Upon hearing Zhang Ke's words, everyone turned to look. There he was, crouched in front of the drone's hatch with a toolbox, utterly at a loss. This scene left Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, who had just regained their composure, momentarily stunned. Why had Chen Jinmin chosen the seemingly delicate Zhang Ke to crack the drone's control system? He was, after all, the foremost expert in this field within the research base. Someone whose expertise even Su Ting and Ma Hongyi could only admire. Yet, what were they witnessing? Zhang Ke was struggling not only to breach the control system, but could not even open the hatch. Elder Chun, Shen Fei's expertise in automation is indeed formidable. Currently, we have only two options to open this hatch. One is to have Shen Fei remotely unlock it, and the other is a more forceful approach, to forcibly open the hatch. However, I suspect the second option may not work. Shen Fei likely equipped it with a self-destruct mechanism. While an explosion may be unlikely, this drone could very well catch fire. After addressing Chen Jinmin, Zhang Ke, with his black-rimmed glasses and an earnest demeanor, turned to face the drone, feeling a sense of grievance wash over him. Come on, this is a civilian drone. A civilian one. Is it really necessary to make it impossible to open the hatch? I have my dignity to uphold. Zhang Ke raged internally, struggling to maintain his usual composure. Upon hearing Zhang Ke's lament, Chen Jinmin, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He then silently turned his head to the correspondent who had accompanied him. Please contact the person in charge at Shen Fei, he instructed. Yes, Mr. Chun, the correspondent nodded eagerly in response. Approximately 2 minutes later, a faint crack echoed through the air, followed by the automatic and gradual opening of the cabin door. Zhang Ke inhaled deeply, an unwavering determination reigniting within his gaze. Mr. Chun, I will now attempt to decipher the control system. Very well, proceed, Chen Jinmin affirmed, offering Zhang Ke an encouraging glance. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the others watched Zhang Ke's resolute figure as he entered the drone, silently cheering him on. Zhang Ke represented more than just himself. He embodied the collective brilliance of all the elite talents at the military research base, facing off against Shen Fei in a contest of intelligent control. Naturally, Su Ting and the others hoped for Zhang Ke's victory. However, this time, Zhang Ke's endeavor would take considerably longer. After what felt like an eternity, he re-emerged at the entrance of the cabin. How is it, Zhang Ke? Have you succeeded? Ma Hongyi could not restrain himself from being the first to inquire. His eyes fixed intently on Zhang Ke. Under the collective gaze of his peers, Zhang Ke's expression faltered, and he unexpectedly broke into tears. Whoa, Mr. Chun. I am utterly useless. I cannot crack it. I have tried every method, but I simply cannot decipher the central control system devised by Shen Fei. Mr. Chun, please punish me. I have brought shame upon our research base. By the end of his lament, Zhang Ke had crouched down, burying his head deep into his knees. He had initially believed that once he opened the cabin door and accessed the control panel, it would be a straightforward task to unravel the central control system. However, after more than 10 minutes of study, he could not even comprehend the workings of the system created by Shen Fei, let alone crack it. He claimed to have employed every possible approach, yet in reality, he spent those minutes merely staring blankly at the data of the control system, feeling utterly at a loss. For the first time, Zhang Ke experienced a profound sense of defeat, even questioning his purpose in life. He had dedicated a decade to the study of intelligent systems, considering himself among the foremost experts in the field. Yet, in less than 20 minutes, Shen Fei had rendered him feeling utterly alienated from the very systems he thought he mastered. Chapter 51. Wang Wei began to panic. Zhang Ke's anguished cries echoed across the desolate mountains, leaving the numerous soldiers standing rigidly in the vicinity exchanging bewildered glances. Beneath the 6 fighter jets, the pilots bore expressions filled with an unusual complexity. It is said that the selection of fighter pilots is incredibly stringent, with a metaphor of 1 in 100,000 often cited. However, only they understood that compared to talents like Zhang Ke from the Research Institute, they were far from exceptional. At this moment, Zhang Ke, who was regarded as a paragon among them, found himself reduced to tears by an ordinary citizen. Such an occurrence could hardly fail to leave them astounded. Regardless of others' opinions, the name Shen Fei had etched an indelible impression deep within their hearts. one they would never forget. Not far away, Su Ting, after a brief silence, ultimately chose to step out from the crowd. Approaching Zhang Ku, he gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Zhang Ku, do not be disheartened. Shen Fei may simply be an oddity, a genius in research. Let us not compare ourselves to him. If you continue to cry, I might find myself weeping alongside you. You are an expert in intelligent systems, while I excel in military structural engineering. Yet, to this day, I am unable to discern the exact structure of the drone crafted by Shen Fei. Perhaps we must concede that Shen Fei is indeed exceptional, surpassing us in certain respects." With that, Su Ting couldn't help but shake his head with a bittersweet smile. Nearby, Chun Jinmin, observing Su Ting and the others, felt an inexplicable sense of solace wash over him. He had always believed that the paths of Su Ting and his companions had been too smooth, shining brightly from their military academy days to the present. A setback from Shen Fei was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. All right, let us reflect on what has transpired when we return. Communications Officer, please contact Shen Fei and arrange for them to remotely control the drone to the military district. Yes, sir. In the passenger cabin of the aircraft belonging to Shen Fei Group, Wang Wei received directives from the military district after a brief interval. However, as he operated the drone to take off again using his phone, he and Liang Shuzhong exchanged bewildered glances, their hands trembling slightly. After several seconds, Liang Shuzhong stammered, "Mr. Wang, if I am not mistaken, is the situation as follows?" Initially, the personnel from the military district could not even open the drone's hatch. Later, when they did manage to open it, they still couldn't start the drone. Hence, they reached out to us. Upon hearing Liang Shuzhong's words, Wang Wei silently nodded, a complex expression swirling in his eyes. "Old Liang, do you think it's because the military district found it troublesome, or could it be that they are utterly baffled by the drone created by Brother Shen?" As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form in the palm of Wang Wei's hand. Liang Shuzhong's face fell at the implication. "Mr. Wang, I firmly believe it is the latter. Otherwise, why would the military district repeatedly contact us? Please heed my advice. We cannot bear the weight of this situation. We sought a civilian drone, yet Shen Fei has produced one that even the military district cannot operate. What are the odds of such a coincidence occurring? I suspect that this entire affair is a premeditated scheme by Shen Fei to pilfer military district information, subsequently shifting the blame onto us. It is quite possible that during the time we have wasted here, Shen Fei has already absconded with a considerable fortune," Liang Shuzhong boldly speculated. And as he finished his statement, Wang Wei's expression shifted from one of uncertainty to a tempest of emotions. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed and remarked, "Well, it is futile to dwell on this matter any further. The military district has provided us with a location, allowing us to land directly within their confines. We shall soon ascertain the gravity of the situation." With that, Wang Wei turned to gaze out the cabin window. The sky was clear and the clouds were pristine. However, his heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the drone took flight once more, 6 fighter jets and 4 military vehicles simultaneously commenced their journey back to the military district. Approximately 20 minutes later, the drone and the military vehicle carrying Chun Jinmin and his team arrived at the military district. Not far from their entry point, an open area was already teeming with personnel. Prior to Chun Jinmin's return, the researchers had set up the equipment necessary for testing the drone's performance. Sun Dongxian and several senior officials from the military district had been waiting there in anticipation. As Chun Jinmin disembarked and approached, Sun Dongxian inquired, "Old Chun, shall we commence?" "Everything is ready." Upon hearing this, Chun Jinmin looked at the drone, now adorned with testing apparatus, and nodded in affirmation. "Commander, let us begin. I estimate that within half an hour, we will have the performance metrics and structural diagrams of this drone. Even if its range is currently inadequate for use as a strategic drone, with some modifications, I believe there is substantial potential for success. Shen Fei has indeed provided us with a remarkable breakthrough." As he spoke, admiration for Shen Fei flickered in Chun Jinmin's eyes. He wished fervently to bring Shen Fei to their research base immediately. Upon hearing Chun Jinmin's remarks, Sun Dongxian promptly ordered the commencement of the drone's performance testing. He then turned to Chun Jinmin and slowly stated, "Old Chun, I have already sent a formal invitation to Shen Fei in my capacity as the commander of the 1st Military District. Initially, I intended for someone to approach him in person, as we have located the premises of his manufacturing shop. However, considering Shen Fei's exceptional talent, I believe we should exercise caution. Sending someone to invite him in person may come across as too forceful, and I fear he might misinterpret our intentions. As Sun Dongxian's words resonated through the air, Shen Junmin had yet to respond when the expressions of those nearby, including Su Ting and others, revealed their astonishment. An invitation extended to Shen Fei personally by the commander of the 1st Military District carries immense weight. It seems that soon we shall have the pleasure of encountering Shen Fei in person. Ma Hongyi spoke with a tone laced with complexity and anticipation. Eager to witness the individual who had brought Zhang Ku to tears of despair, a character so formidable that even Su Ting felt overshadowed. Standing beside him, Su Ting chimed in. Indeed, with Commander Sun personally extending the invitation, how could Shen Fei possibly decline? The honor conferred is exceedingly generous. Chapter 52. Is Shen Fei still human? While Su Ting and Ma Hongyi exchanged hushed whispers, Shen Jinmin furrowed his brow slightly. He did not believe that Commander Sun Dongxian had overstepped by inviting Shen Fei in his capacity as military district commander. Rather, he hesitated to express his concern, saying, "Commander, you are directly investigating Shen Fei's whereabouts." Sun Dongxian, taken aback by the remark, quickly grasped the implication. "Elder Chun, you misunderstand. My inquiry into Shen Fei's shop address is for entirely different reasons, not at all as you might suspect. I harbor no intention of surveilling Shen Fei. In fact, I hold his talents in the highest regard and would never do anything to alienate him. My concern is that Shen Fei's rising fame may attract unwanted attention, and before he formally joins our district, I must ensure his personal safety. Thus, I have dispatched 3 5-man teams from the Flying Dragon unit to discreetly protect him. They will only operate in the vicinity and will not intrude upon Shen Fei's affairs." Sun Dongxian explained earnestly, and his words left Chun Jinmin momentarily speechless. The others, including Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, could not help but feel a surge of envy and resentment. "Commander, this is quite the preferential treatment. Is it that Shen Fei is the darling of the military district, while we are mere strays?" They exchanged glances, their mood darkening. They understood that Shen Fei held the potential to aid the military district in overcoming significant challenges, but they had not anticipated such a level of regard from Sun Dongxian. The Flying Dragon unit is one of the 10 foremost special forces in the Dragon Kingdom, capable of executing amphibious operations across land, sea, and air. They are heralded as the land's fierce tiger, the sea's flood dragon, and the sky's hunting falcon. Each operational team possesses an extraordinarily formidable combat capability, integrating command, sniping, demolition, cover, fire suppression, assault, and medical assistance. The deployment of 3 Flying Dragon teams by Sun Dongxian signifies an exceptional commitment. To put it into perspective, should terrorists attempt to launch an assault against Shen Fei, even 100 elite operatives may not suffice. It is conceivable that the 15 members of Flying Dragon could annihilate them entirely. Just 2 years prior, when a significant figure from Yanjing visited Modu, Sun Dongxian had only dispatched 2 teams for protection. Yet for Shen Fei, he mobilized 3 teams without hesitation. How could this not leave Su Ting and the others utterly disheartened? It seems we are on the verge of losing favor even before Shen Fei has arrived at the military district, lamented Ma Hongyi, his expression one of impending despair. In response, Su Ting pressed her lips together and gradually spoke. Shen Fei must indeed be formidable to receive such treatment. Yet, we are not mere slouches, are we? Sister Ying is correct. We have grown too comfortable in our previous lives, and it is time to inject some excitement into our existence. Foreigners often introduce a catfish into a bathtub filled with salmon, for the aggressive nature of the catfish keeps the salmon vigilant, enhancing the quality of their flesh. Whether Shen Fei is the catfish, I cannot say, but we shall not resign ourselves to being mere salmon. By the end of her statement, Su Ting's voice brimmed with indomitable spirit. Upon hearing her words, Ma Hongyi and the others could not help but shudder with renewed vigor. Even Zhang Ku, who had appeared somewhat dejected, silently lifted his head, a flicker of fervor igniting within his gaze. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to these elite military talents, half an hour had quietly slipped by. Not far away, the researchers responsible for testing the drone's performance had ceased their tasks. The lead researcher stood frozen, his expression utterly bewildered. Gradually, he approached Chun Jinmin, swallowing nervously as he walked. Upon reaching Chun Jinmin, his countenance still bore an air of disbelief. "Qianzhong, what is the matter? Is there an issue with the drone?" Chun Jinmin inquired, noticing the distracted demeanor of the researcher. The others turned their attention toward Qianzhong, also sensing something amiss in his expression. Under their scrutiny, Qianzhong's lips quivered as he inhaled deeply before exclaiming, "Old Shun, there is a problem, a significant one. I assure you, our testing equipment is functioning correctly. But how can this be? Maximum payload of 10 tons. Maximum range of 10,000 kilometers. Top speed of 2,800 kilometers per hour. And stability rated at A. After years of evaluating fighter jet performance, I have never encountered such a monster. And it is merely a drone." Qianzhong's voice, filled with astonishment, reverberated through the room, leaving everyone in a state of complete shock. Soon after, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the space. "Qiangu, did you misstate, or did I mishear? Maximum range of 10,000 kilometers. A fighter jet typically covers only 8,000 kilometers at most, and a top speed of 2,008. Our J-20's maximum speed is just 3,000 kilometers per hour. The most outrageous aspect is the stability rating of A. Under what conditions is such stability achieved? You cannot possibly mean when fully loaded." Ma Hongyi could not contain his astonishment and was the first to voice his incredulity. He felt as though his jaw might drop in astonishment. Repeating those words aloud, he felt as if he were narrating a tale from a science fiction novel. Meanwhile, Su Ting and the others could hardly suppress the chill that crept down their spines. The fervor that had just ignited within them seemed to be extinguished in an instant by a deluge of cold water. Was Shen Fei still human? This was not merely akin to tossing a catfish into a fishbowl. This was akin to a terrifying great white shark that could devour them all in one bite. Chapter 53. How can noble scientific pursuits be intertwined with profit? Hong Yi's stability at full load reached an A rating. Not just you all, but even I, to this day, cannot believe that the specifications of this drone could be so exaggerated. Commander, Elder Chun, this drone requires no modifications whatsoever. It can be deployed directly as a strategic unmanned aerial vehicle. Moreover, there is one crucial point I must convey to both of you. Many of the technologies within this drone are breakthroughs we have yet to achieve. I cannot even replicate the structural blueprints. While the framework is relatively straightforward, the internal materials of this drone seem to possess an inherent structure. I suspect it is this very internal structure that has exaggerated its load capacity and balance to such an extent. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming feature lies there. Qianzhong turned with a grave expression, raising his hand to point. The others present followed his gaze. And Qianzhong took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his inner astonishment before he spoke slowly. The fuel tank, the most fearsome aspect of this drone, has an overall volume of less than 2 cubic meters, yet it accommodates enough aviation fuel to support a journey of 10,000 kilometers. Elder Chun, you must understand what this implies. Shen Fei has managed to compress aviation fuel into such a compact form, releasing it only when needed. This is undoubtedly a revolutionary advancement in fuel technology. Yet, I have no idea how Shen Fei accomplished this. I cannot comprehend the structure of that fuel tank. Qianzhong's words cascaded forth, each sentence striking the hearts of the listeners like heavy boulders, leaving them feeling utterly weighed down. Since the moment Qianzhong uttered his first sentence, Su Ting, Zhang Ku, and the others could not close their mouths in disbelief. They had initially thought that a load capacity of 10 tons and a central control system that even Zhang Ku could not decipher were astonishing enough. Yet they could never have imagined that these were merely the least remarkable features of the drone. I believe my assessment of Shen Fei was already high enough. But little did I know that I was only glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. Not just the younger generation like Su Ting, but even I felt a sense of inferiority. The youth are formidable. The youth are formidable. At this moment, even Chun Jinmin could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Upon learning that Sun Dong had dispatched 3 entire teams of the Flying Dragon Special Forces to protect Shen Fei, Chun Jinmin felt, in his heart, that it might have been a bit excessive. At this moment, it is not merely the 3 Flying Dragon Special Forces that hold significance. Even the deployment of additional personnel to covertly safeguard Shen Fei would not be considered excessive by Chun Jinmin. The advanced technology present in the drone before them is sufficient to elevate the combat capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force by several tiers. Should the Bear Nation engage in an aerial combat exercise against the Dragon Kingdom, employing the same strategic approach, the Dragon Kingdom could undoubtedly utilize the drone crafted by Shen Fei to thoroughly teach the Bear Nation a lesson. Commander, Elder Chun. There is something else I must address. At that moment, Qianchang's voice suddenly resonated once more. Nearby, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi stumbled, nearly losing their footing entirely. Is it not enough already? This is already quite disheartening. Is there no end to it? Chen Jinmin, too, found himself momentarily taken aback. What else could there be? Under the unwavering gaze of the crowd, Qianchang's expression shifted to something rather peculiar. Elder Chen, the situation is as follows regarding the technology of this drone. There is indeed no need for further enhancement, nor can we improve it. However, in terms of materials, let me put it this way. Elder Chen, aside from the specialized cabin materials that I cannot comprehend at all, the remaining structural materials are rather subpar. If this drone were to fly at a maximum speed of 2,800 kilometers per hour, I fear the nose would explode. I firmly believe that Shen Fei, with his capabilities, cannot be unaware of this. Hence, I find it perplexing as to why he would not allow this drone to attain its optimal state. This should be quite simple for him. As someone who tends to be meticulous, Qianchong felt a sense of discomfort. On one hand, there are the exceedingly poor structural materials. On the other, the parameters are exaggerated to an extreme. This compelled Qianchong to wish to replace all the inferior materials immediately. However, as he has not thoroughly examined this drone, he dared not touch even a single screw. Many others present, upon hearing Qianchong's remarks, could not help but wear expressions of skepticism, seemingly baffled by Shen Fei's intentions. Only Ma Hongyi, who had been surfing the internet, experienced a slight twitch of his eyelid before stepping forward from the crowd. I believe I may know the reason. Upon hearing Ma Hongyi's words, everyone turned in unison to look at him. Qianchong could not help but urgently inquire, Hongyi, do you know why Shen Fei is doing this? Ma Hongyi nodded and began to speak slowly. Brother Qian, you may not be fully aware of some of Shen Fei's illustrious achievements. While his manufacturing prowess is renowned online, he possesses an even more infamous title. Netizens affectionately refer to Shen Fei as the head of rogue merchants. Without delving too far, consider the electric vehicle he created for the Xiaomi group. When the vehicle arrived at the launch event of the Xiaomi automobile, Mr. Lei from Xiaomi Group discovered that Shen Fei had not even charged a single battery for him. However, that was merely the beginning of the troubles. After completing a lap on the winding roads of Beishan, 3 out of the 4 tires burst, and the motor was rendered completely inoperative. It appears Shen Fei used substandard materials, presumably for the sake of profit. Nevertheless, the drone that Shenfeng commissioned Shen Fei to create was intended solely for civilian use. It is unlikely that these materials would pose any safety issues, as the personnel from Shenfeng would have to be utterly reckless to dare operate this drone at speeds of 2,800 kilometers per hour. Ma Hongyi's words flowed forth in rapid succession, leaving the audience, unfamiliar with Shen Fei's illustrious exploits, somewhat bewildered. Qianchong's expression was particularly peculiar, as he could hardly fathom the notion of profit being associated with noble scientific research. At that moment, Sun Dongxian seemed to grasp something, stating, the pursuit of ultimate performance is Shen Fei's respect for and challenge to scientific inquiry. The use of inferior materials is purely for monetary gain. Shen Fei is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing to me. As he concluded, a faint smile emerged on Sun Dongxian's face, prompting a shared glance among the attendees. Just then, the thunderous roar of an aircraft abruptly interrupted their thoughts. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a plane descending rapidly toward them. Ma Hongyi, noticing this, shrugged slightly and remarked, speak of the devil, here come the people from Shenfeng Group. Chapter 54, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As the Shenfeng Group's passenger plane descended lower, the hearts of Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong grew increasingly heavy, particularly as they observed the crowd gathering on the square below, surrounding an aircraft. Cold sweat poured from Liang Shuzhong's forehead. Mr. Wang, if I'm not mistaken, those individuals below are carrying military insignia, aren't they? Good heavens! Just how much military intelligence has Shen Fei managed to steal? This must have even alarmed the military district commander. Liang Shuzhong exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. We must sever ties with Shen Fei, or we could truly find ourselves in military court. Hearing this, Wang Wei's brow furrowed with concern. As the plane finally came to a halt, he took a deep breath and said, all right, old Liang, let us go. No matter how grave the situation, what is meant to happen will happen. With that, a resolute expression crossed Wang Wei's face as he rose, opened the cabin door, and began to descend. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jinmin gazed at the Shenfeng passenger plane, pondering for a couple of seconds before turning to Sun Dongxian beside him, saying, "Commander, how do you intend to handle this situation? The ownership of this drone currently belongs to Shen Fei Group. If Shen Fei Group is unwilling to transfer the drone manufactured by Shen Fei to us, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. After all, Shen Fei has yet to respond to our inquiries." Upon hearing Chen Jinmin's words, Sun Dongxian was momentarily taken aback. "Old Chen, are you implying that even if I personally invite Shen Fei in my capacity as the commander of the military district, offering them substantial incentives, they might still refuse to collaborate with us?" Chen Jinmin shook his head slightly and replied, "Commander, if it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be eager to join our research base. However, I am somewhat uncertain about Shen Fei. Therefore, Commander, I believe we should prepare for both scenarios. We must secure that drone." "Understood, Old Chen." Sun Dongxian nodded silently, then turned his gaze forward. At that moment, Wang Wei, accompanied by Liang Shuzhong, was hastily approaching. However, before they could draw near, Liang Shuzhong raised his hand and repeatedly gestured to explain. "Leaders, esteemed leaders, there has been a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. We at Shen Fei Group merely placed an order with Shen Fei. We had no idea they would take the opportunity to steal military secrets. This matter has no relation whatsoever to Shen Fei Group." Liang Shuzhong's voice preceded his arrival, exuding an air of acute panic. Upon hearing his remarks, the expressions of Sun Dongxian, Chen Jinmin, and others turned to one of astonishment. Stealing military secrets? What does that even mean? As Wang Wei approached, Sun Dongxian turned to Chen Jinmin and then slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, have you perhaps misunderstood?" At Sun Dongxian's inquiry, it was now Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong who were left speechless. After regaining his composure, Wang Wei hastily responded, "Greetings, Commander. I am Wang Wei, the chairman of Shen Fei Group. The drone manufactured by Shen Fei passed over the military district. It did not steal any military secrets. Why then did your personnel require our urgent presence here?" At this moment, Wang Wei was genuinely perplexed. If the drone had not stolen military secrets, why were they instructed to force it to land? Why had so many individuals been summoned to surround the drone, as if fearing it might flee? "You must be Mr. Wang, correct?" "Greetings, I am Chen Jinmin, responsible for the military district's research base." "It appears you are indeed mistaken. The airspace over the military base strictly prohibits any aircraft that has not been reported to the military district from flying through. However, the primary reason we requested the emergency landing of this drone is not this. Rather, it is due to some peculiar parameters of the drone, which we wish to investigate. As for the claim that Shen Fei is stealing military secrets, that is utterly ridiculous." At this point, Chen Jinmin paused slightly, unable to resist glancing back at the drone. He continued, "Let me explain this to you both. There are indeed certain military secrets within the military district. However, the secrets embedded in this drone developed by Shen Fei surpass those of the entire military district combined. What is it that Shen Fei needs to steal?" Chen Jinmin's voice, tinged with a wry smile, resonated one sentence after another. Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong were utterly bewildered. What does it mean that the secrets contained within a drone crafted by Shen Fei are more significant than the secrets of an entire military base? This was undoubtedly the most outrageous statement Wang Wei had ever encountered in his lifetime. "See, Commander, are you referring to the drone's endurance and payload specifications?" Wang Wei, regaining his composure, inquired with a measure of confusion. Chen Jinmin nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Ma Hongyi could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Boss Wang, you must remember, wasn't this order placed by you for Shen Fei? An endurance of 10,000 kilometers, a payload of 10 tons, a maximum speed of 2,800 kilometers per hour, with full load stability rated at a level. How could you dare to place such an extravagant order? Those in the know realize that your company, Shen Fei, intends to utilize this for drone delivery. Those unaware might think you are transitioning into manufacturing strategic bombers," Ma Hongyi exclaimed, almost rolling his eyes. Upon hearing Ma Hongyi's heavily sarcastic remarks, Wang Wei couldn't help but slap his thigh in realization. A misunderstanding. This was truly a misunderstanding. "Commander, you don't understand. When I placed the order with Shen Fei, I inadvertently added an extra 0 to the parameters. However, hearing your words, it seems that the drone Shen Fei has developed actually meets all these conditions." By the end of his statement, Wang Wei couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, his throat constricting. When he learned that Shen Fei had completed the order, he hadn't thought much of it. He believed that if Shen Fei could fulfill the order parameters with a compromise, he would have been incredibly grateful. But who could have imagined that Shen Fei had indeed created such an extraordinary drone with such exaggerated specifications? Now he finally understood why this drone had caused such an uproar. It turns out that such outrageous parameters not only seemed extravagant in civilian applications, but also bordered on the absurd in military contexts. Chapter 55. Qining rushes back to the base after the shock. Wang Wei let out a deep sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there was no involvement with military secrets, that was all that mattered. Mr. Wang, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. However, is it not a bit of a waste for your Shunfeng group to utilize this drone for delivery? At that moment, Sun Dongxian, who had been silently standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. He had not forgotten Qin Jinmin's earlier admonition. Upon hearing Sun Dongxian's words, Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Commander, I do not quite comprehend your meaning." Wang Wei chose to feign ignorance. It was impossible for him not to comprehend the implications of Sun Dongxian's words. However, the upcoming press conference for Shunfeng had already stirred considerable public interest. Countless individuals were undoubtedly following the developments closely. While he had no qualms about contributing to the nation, the entire Shunfeng group was reliant on the success of this drone. Without it, how could they possibly proceed with the press conference? They could hardly leave millions of netizens in suspense. If that were to happen, Shunfeng's stock might plummet to dismal depths. Boss Wang, you are a discerning individual. Let us speak plainly. Our military district intends to retain this drone. Should we manage to overcome certain technological challenges, it would represent a significant leap in the capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force. Rest assured, as military personnel, we shall not take advantage of the public's goodwill. Here's the deal. Based on the parameters of the drone order you placed with Shenyang Aircraft Corporation, specifically, a range not exceeding 2,000 kilometers and a payload not surpassing 2 tons, we will provide Shunfeng with 3 drones of this specification. Furthermore, I can facilitate a contract between our military district's defense department and you, Mr. Wang. Should you require additional drones, you may procure them from us at a fair price. Upon hearing the initial remarks from Sun Dongxian, Wang Wei felt a chill seep into his heart. Yet, at the conclusion of the conversation, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face, brighter than the most splendid of flowers. Chief, you are truly a commendable leader of the people. To be candid, given the extraordinary capabilities of this drone, I had initially intended to donate it to our military district. However, since you have expressed such sentiments, it would be remiss of me to decline. Perhaps we could draft the contract at once? Sun Dongxian's expression momentarily faltered at Wang Wei's words, before a grin broke forth. Haha, it is evident that your leadership has propelled Shunfeng to the forefront of the domestic courier industry for a reason. Young Wang, please accompany Mr. Wang to the Defense Department to finalize the drone contract. Understood, Chief. A police officer promptly responded, leading Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong toward the Defense Department. While it appeared that matters had reached a satisfactory conclusion, the reality was far more complex. Commander, Chen Lao, I shall speak candidly. The drone will remain with the military district, granting us ample time for research. However, I believe that overcoming the critical technical challenges associated with this drone in the short term will prove arduous. It would be prudent to invite Shenyang Aircraft Corporation to our military district, or at the very least, request their presence for technical guidance. I am confident that this would enable us to engage in an aerial exercise with the Russians in no time. We cannot afford to let the last humiliation linger. We must reclaim our honor. Qian Zhong expressed, his demeanor reflecting a fiery determination. It was no wonder that his temperament was somewhat volatile. Indeed, there are some inappropriate actions from the nation in question. Due to the lack of a confidentiality agreement regarding the exercises, they subsequently disclosed the results on their military website, sparking a fervent discussion among their netizens, who have disparaged the capabilities of our Air Force. I understand now. I shall arrange for another invitation to be sent to Shen Fei. The terms can be set by him. As long as he does not request my position as the commander of this military district, he is free to choose any other role he desires. Sun Dongxian declared with conviction. Although his statement was somewhat exaggerated and perhaps unrealistic, military appointments are not solely at his discretion. However, should Shen Fei propose any conditions, Sun Dongxian would exert every effort to fulfill them. After all, given Shen Fei's demonstrated talents and the extraordinary capabilities of the drone before him, Sun Dongxian felt emboldened to advocate for him with the higher-ups. He was confident that once the authorities learned of today's events, they would cherish Shen Fei as a prized asset. It would be no trouble at all to make exceptions for him in certain aspects. Commander, Old Chun, what are you all doing here? Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating Shen Fei's arrival at the military base, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Turning to see the source of the sound, they noticed Qin Ying, dressed casually, strolling toward them with a look of curiosity as she surveyed the gathering. Clearly puzzled by the unusual assembly at the square, Chen Jinmin, still preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Fei, remarked upon seeing her, "Qin Ying, weren't you on leave? Why have you returned so soon?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ying looked up at Chen Jinmin and shook her head vigorously, saying, "Old Chun, let's not discuss that. During my leave, I suddenly conceived a potential breakthrough topic. What if we could use drones to replace strategic bombers? This would entirely eliminate the safety concerns for pilots." So, I hurried back to see if this idea could be realized. However, on my way back, I calculated and realized that I had been overly optimistic. Strategic bombers are operated by skilled fighter pilots, making many technical aspects less demanding. Yet, for drones to truly replace strategic bombers, there are numerous insurmountable challenges. They must have extended range, significant payload capacity, and high stability. Addressing these issues seems even more daunting than our current topic. As she concluded, Qin Ying let out a deep sigh, regretting her hasty return for what turned out to be a more difficult dream to achieve. "Teacher, since I am back, I will forego my leave and focus on resolving our topic first. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to account for it to the higher-ups." As she spoke, she raised her head, but upon noticing the peculiar expressions on Chen Jinmin and the others' faces, along with the oppressive silence that enveloped the scene, she felt a sense of foreboding. Qin Ying could not help but be taken aback. "Old Chun, why are all of you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" As she spoke, she instinctively raised her hand to wipe her fair cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the others could no longer resist casting their gazes from Qin Ying to the drone behind her. After a moment, Su Ting stepped forward, unable to contain himself, and said, "Sister Ying, the drone you thought was unattainable has already been crafted by a certain individual with peculiar talents." Upon hearing Su Ting's words, Qin Ying's pupils dilated in surprise. Her gaze fixated intently on the drone in the square as she exclaimed, "Su Ting, what do you mean? Sister Ying?" "It's like this." Under Qin Ying's watchful and uncertain eyes, Su Ting recounted the events that had transpired over the past hour. By the time he finished, Qin Ying was left agape, her jaw nearly unhinged. "Old Chun, is what Su Ting said true? I was just contemplating that such a drone could not possibly exist. That Shen Fei has actually created it, and its sole purpose is for transporting packages?" Chen Jinmin nodded in affirmation. "Qin Ying, it is indeed true. We have all underestimated Shen Fei. However, your ability to conceive a way for drones to surpass conventional boundaries is commendable in itself." Qin Ying waved her hand dismissively. "Old Chun, this was not entirely my idea. It was my nephew who inadvertently inspired me. But enough of that. Commander, where is Shen Fei's shop? He still hasn't replied to the military district, has he? I shall personally pay him a visit. We must bring Shen Fei to our military district. Otherwise, if the other military districts learn of this, who knows what means they might employ to snatch him away. After all 5 major military districts are desperately seeking top-tier military talent. Our military district is formidable in Magic City, but in the grand scheme of the 5 military districts, there are research bases that far surpass ours." Qin Ying's words were nothing short of audacious. While Sun Dongxian had merely intended to entice Shen Fei with generous offers to join their military district, Qin Ying was already contemplating an abduction. Considering Qin Ying's combat prowess comparable to that of special operations soldiers, and seeing her roll up her sleeves, Sun Dongxian felt that she was not jesting in the slightest. Meanwhile, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the others had already begun to cheer. "Sister Ying, well done. You go and capture Shen Fei, and I'll cheer you on from the military district. In our military district, aside from obeying the commander, Old Chun, and those of higher rank than me, I most respect you, Sister Ying. Truly a role model for our generation. By the way, Sister Ying, don't hold back when you take action. Shen Fei can be quite demoralizing. You don't know, even Zhang Ku was brought to tears by him." Zhang Ku interjected. "Woo, don't say that. Just mentioning it makes me want to cry again." The crowd buzzed with lively banter. The onlookers appeared to revel in the chaos, while Sun Dongxian cast a glance at Chen Jinmin. Noticing the latter's face brimming with excitement, a series of dark lines appeared on his forehead. Enough, everyone. Cease this at once. You are soldiers, not ruffians or bandits. What on earth are you thinking? Bringing someone here bound? Have you lost your senses? Qining, I advise you to abandon this notion. Even if Shen Fei truly refuses to come to our military district, I shall not disclose his address to you. As for your attempts to investigate, by all means, try to uncover it. The moment I became aware of the investigation into Shen Fei's whereabouts, I instructed the Public Security Bureau of Magic City to seal his personal file and all related information. Currently, I am the only one who can access it. This drone possesses terrifying capabilities, and Shen Fei's talents in research are exceedingly rare. I have already reported Shen Fei's situation to the Central Military Headquarters. At that time, his personal information will be classified. Even the presidents of the 5 war zones must obtain permission from the Central Military Headquarters to review it. Sun Dongxian cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ying, as if to say, go ahead, see if you can secure the Central Military Headquarters approval. Naturally, it was only because it was Qin Ying that Sun Dongxian would divulge so much. Had it been anyone else, he would have told them to leave with a curt dismissal. Sister Ying, enough? Your grand aspirations have barely begun and already met their end. Sister Ying, take a break. Unless you plan to dig 3 feet into the ground of the entire Magic City, you likely won't catch even a glimpse of Shen Fei. Haha. Don't be disheartened, Sister Ying. Perhaps you can truly seek approval from the military headquarters later. Upon hearing Sun Dongxian's words, Su Ting and the others could no longer suppress their laughter. However, Qin Ying merely cast a faint glance at Su Ting and the others, saying, what do I have to be disheartened about? Do you truly fail to grasp the meaning behind the commander's words? If we cannot obtain Shen Fei, then neither shall the others from the 5 war zones. But once the 5 war zones begin to covet Shen Fei, do you believe the commander can remain composed? At that point, I would not even need to intervene. The commander is likely to lead the Flying Dragon team to retrieve Shen Fei himself, wouldn't he? Qin Ying shrugged and turned her gaze towards Sun Dongxian. Su Ting and the others were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, their gazes fixed intently on Sun Dongxian. Old Shen, it seems that the personnel at your research base are rather idle. There are many aspects of Shen Fei's drone that require further study. I propose that starting now, you must clarify at least half of the details regarding this drone within 3 days. If that cannot be accomplished, it appears the Special Operations Team is currently conducting a new round of physical training. Let them participate as well. Facing the collective gaze of the assembly, Sun Dongxian issued his orders directly. Without allowing Qin Ying or anyone else to counter, he turned on his heel and departed the scene, leaving behind the sudden outcry of Su Ting and the others. Commander, this is not how one plays the game. Sister Ying, look at the good deeds you've done. No. Sister Ying, don't take action. I wasn't referring to you. It's a misunderstanding. Whoa, Sister Ying, it was the command of the commander. If you have the ability, go after him. Sister Ying, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Please be gentle. It hurts. Chapter 57. Shen Fei is bewildered. In a modest dwelling within the Tianhai community, after Qin Ying's departure, Shen Fei reclined on the balcony chair, comfortably drifting into a deep slumber. It must be said that Qin Ying's unexpected arrival had indeed added a vibrant hue to Shen Fei's life, elevating his spirits and allowing him to relish his current existence. However, in the midst of his dreams, Shen Fei remained oblivious to the tumult stirred by the drone he had crafted. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant sound of text message notifications jolted him. Shen Fei instinctively furrowed his brow at the noise, gradually prying open his heavy-lidded eyes. Few were those who knew this phone number, so why the ruckus? He muttered to himself before unlocking his phone and glancing at the screen. To his astonishment, he was left utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. Hello, Comrade Shen Fei. I am Sun Dongxian, commander of the 1st Group Army stationed in Demon City. I sincerely invite you to join our esteemed 1st Group Army. Hello again, Comrade Shen Fei. I forgot to mention, you may set any conditions you desire, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Hello once more, Comrade Shen Fei. I apologize for disturbing you again, but all of us in the 1st Military District are extremely eager for you to join us. We hope you can lead our military-industrial research base to new heights. Staring at these 3 messages, which had been sent within a mere half hour, Shen Fei felt utterly bewildered. What could possibly prompt a military district commander to send him 3 increasingly extravagant messages in such rapid succession? The buzz surrounding the new energy vehicles developed for the Xiaomi Group was considerable, But surely that could not warrant a personal invitation from a military commander? Previously, someone from the military-industrial research base had reached out, yet these messages appeared genuine. With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, Shen Fei examined the subsequent messages, revealing a series of order receipts from the Tiger Shark live streaming platform sent by Wang Wei. After reviewing Wang Wei's messages, he returned to the initial texts and finally grasped the situation. The drone's flight path had not been properly configured, inadvertently crossing over the military district and being intercepted by military personnel. This revelation made sense. The technologies incorporated into the drone indeed touched upon military applications. It was no wonder the district commander had sent multiple messages. With a clearer understanding of the circumstances, Shen Fei's brow furrowed once more. For he had already concluded upon receiving the first message that joining the military research base was utterly unattainable. However, now a commanding officer from a military district has personally extended an invitation to him. Shen Fei genuinely found himself at a loss, unsure how to respond as he had previously. He could not simply refuse outright. Setting aside other considerations, he was still on their territory. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. Not to mention, the eaves were rather expansive. A refusal was inevitable, yet how could he express it more delicately? Otherwise, it would be akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. He had heard that many individuals within the military district had quite volatile tempers. What if they decided to forcibly take him away? Shen Fei propped his chin on his hand, lost in deep contemplation. After roughly 5 minutes, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Eureka!" With that, Shen Fei promptly accessed the super laboratory. In an instant, he vanished from his location. However, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in his room, and at that moment, his phone contained an entire dossier on the challenges of drone manufacturing. This encompassed, but was not limited to, comprehensive diagrams of drone construction, analyses of specialized materials, and principles regarding the compression of aviation fuel molecules within fuel tanks. With this dossier in hand, the military district could significantly expedite their understanding of the drone, even without Shen Fei's involvement. Well, this was as far as he could go. He had practically chewed the food into bits and fed it to them. As for whether the military district's researchers could comprehend these blueprints, and to what extent, that would depend on their acumen. Nevertheless, even in the worst-case scenario, creating a drone with slightly inferior performance should not pose a significant challenge. Shen Fei mused to himself. He then proceeded to send the information without hesitation. Of course, this dossier was not offered without expectation. Shen Fei would never engage in a loss-making venture. If Sun Dong accepted this information, he would have to acquiesce to Shen Fei's request to refrain from joining the military district. Having accomplished all this, Shen Fei's brow remained furrowed. While he had temporarily addressed the issue of the military district's invitation, he was acutely aware that the location of his suburban manufacturing facility had likely been exposed. Regardless of any potential unforeseen circumstances, Shen Fei felt it imperative to implement some comprehensive measures. As he departed from the Tianhai community and made his way toward the suburban manufacturing facility, Shen Fei simultaneously held his phone in one hand and began placing various online orders. The first step in his plan was to hire some workers to completely renovate the suburban manufacturing facility. Next, he intended to install surveillance and defense systems around the facility. For Shen Fei, who had fully mastered modern intelligence systems, this was far from a daunting task. He could even develop a fully automated intelligent security and defense system to ensure the safety and confidentiality of his manufacturing operations. Additionally, he believed it necessary to acquire metal materials and organic polymer materials. Previously, this had not been an issue. However, now, under the possibility of being monitored, Shen Fei could not continue to create materials out of thin air without sourcing any supplies. Finally, Shen Fei intends to procure a batch of equipment from the super laboratory. This equipment must ensure that Shen Fei can produce the ordered products in reality without relying on the super laboratory. Only then can he truly feel secure. He would also be able to resolutely decline the military district's invitation, for he would have no fear of scrutiny, indeed, none whatsoever. However, upon contemplating the exorbitant costs associated with this series of operations, Shen Fei could not help but weakly exclaim, "System, it seems I have wronged you previously." Without a hint of cunning or deceit, it would be impossible to fund such grand endeavors. Just this single instance of saving from several orders would likely be sufficient to cover the costs. As Shen Fei pondered the arduous journey ahead on his path as a shrewd businessman, At the same time, within the 1st Military District's base in Magic City, Chen Jinmin stood before his office window, gazing down below, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The drone crafted by Shen Fei had a profound impact on him. A complete military research base, even with the addition of the TZ-type ultra-hard alloy material recently developed by Qin Ying, could not yield military products with a technological sophistication that rivaled that of the drone created solely by Shen Fei. Chen Jinmin, do you truly deserve to be the chief of this research base? Sun Dongxian stated that aside from the position of the military district commander, any other position could be offered to Shen Fei. In truth, Chen Jinmin wished he could hand over the top position of the research base to Shen Fei. Although the military administration would undoubtedly object, Chen Jinmin genuinely felt that aside from Shen Fei's perhaps insufficient qualifications, his achievements in research left Chen Jinmin feeling somewhat embarrassed. For most of his life, he had dedicated himself to military scientific research, producing some valuable contributions over decades of tireless effort. However, in comparison to Shen Fei's research accomplishments, his own work seemed dim and lackluster. At the very least, Chen Jinmin had not succeeded in positioning Longwa's military industry as a global leader in certain aspects. Yet, should Shen Fei's drone technology achieve a breakthrough, Longwa's capabilities in unmanned strategic bombers would surpass all others globally, creating a considerable gap between them and other nations. Knock, knock. Chen Lao, are you there? It's Dongxian. I need to speak with you. Just as Chen Jinmin's thoughts swirled, a sudden knock interrupted him. Upon recognizing Sun Dongxian's voice, Chen Jinmin promptly returned to the present. He glanced at the sky and, while moving to open the door, wondered aloud. What urgent matter could the commander have at this late hour? Chapter 58. The military exercise is about to commence. As Chen Jinmin opened the door, Sun Dongxian, brimming with excitement, walked straight into the room without taking a seat. He eagerly pulled out his phone and handed it to Chen Jinmin, exclaiming, Chen Lao, Shen Fei has sent a message. Here are the major challenges regarding his drone research. Please take a look. Oh, upon hearing the words, Chen Jinmin could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He hastily took the phone from Sun Dongxian's hand, and while examining the contents, he settled onto the nearby sofa. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after a full 30 minutes, Sun Dongxian's tension was palpable, yet he refrained from interrupting Chen Jinmin, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of his review of the materials sent by Shen Fei. After approximately another 5 minutes, Chen Jinmin slowly lowered the phone, his face now etched with a profound astonishment, his slender frame trembling slightly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sun Dongxian inquired, Old Chen, what do you think? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Chen Jinmin finally responded, this information is invaluable. The comprehensive diagrams of the drone's structure, analyses of special materials, and principles of compressed aviation fuel molecules are all meticulously detailed in this document. With this information, we can significantly reduce the development time of the drone. If all goes well, we could produce a batch of slightly less capable drones that can still execute bombing missions perfectly in no more than 3 days. However, to achieve the performance of the drone personally crafted by Shen Fei, we must thoroughly comprehend the materials he has provided. Commander, to be honest, even though Shen Fei has explained some concepts clearly, the implementation remains a formidable challenge. He is truly a genius in research, especially regarding molecular compression and the principles behind it. How did he even conceive of such ideas? As he concluded, uncontainable awe flickered in Chen Jinmin's eyes. Sun Dongxian, equally stirred yet somewhat sighing, remarked, Old Chen, I entrust this information to you. Whether we can develop a drone with performance matching Shen Fei's depends entirely on your research base. In fact, by sending us this data, Shen Fei has effectively declined my invitation. He mentioned he is accustomed to working alone and finds it difficult to operate under constraints. If we accept this drone data, we cannot impose further upon him. Alas, perhaps we inadvertently place pressure on Shen Fei. I believe we cannot accept this drone information without offering him adequate compensation. Chen Jinmin shook his head repeatedly at these words. Both men understood well that someone like Shen Fei, having declined once, would not be swayed by further demands. Old Chen, I believe this may not be a misfortune after all. A talent like Shen Fei possesses his own convictions. His presence at our research base would inevitably influence him, for better or worse. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Shen Fei has unequivocally expressed his stance. This drone research material is not merely a tool for Shen Fei to reject my proposals. It also serves to demonstrate his patriotism. In my view, That suffices. Sun Dongxian quietly interjected. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinmin cast a glance at Sun Dongxian, his lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately swallowing back his words. While it was Sun Dongxian who made that assertion, the truth remains that talents like Shen Fei are coveted by every military district. In recent years, various major theaters have prioritized the advancement of military technology, leading to a proliferation of research bases akin to mushrooms after rain. The competition is indeed fierce. However, such healthy competition is fully sanctioned by higher authorities, aimed at stimulating the overall enhancement of the Dragon Nation's defense capabilities. After all, national defense is the foundation of a country's diplomacy. Dignity resides upon the edge of the sword. Truth is always within the range of cannons. Should our research base be fortunate enough to possess a scientific genius like Shen Fei, I dare say that, within the entire Eastern Wilderness Theater, our base could stride confidently with Shen Fei alone. Old Shen, you need not overthink this. Although Shen Fei has not agreed to join our military district, he is in the Magic City, which gives us an advantageous proximity. By the way, I sought you out today for another matter. You may delegate the drone research to Qian Chong and his team. Within the next week, you must lead a team to thoroughly inspect the tanks and fighter jets, identifying areas for potential enhancement. Our first group army stationed in the Magic City is about to commence a new round of exercises with the 71st Army of the Eastern Theater. The higher-ups are placing significant emphasis on this exercise. I've heard that several senior leaders from the military headquarters will personally attend to observe the drills. Upon hearing Sun Dongxian's words, a serious expression immediately graced Chen Jinmin's face. The Eastern Wilderness Theater, as one of the 5 major theaters in the nation, oversees 3 combined arms group armies and 5 direct brigades, namely the 71st, 72nd, and 73rd Armies. The direct brigades include the Rocket Brigade, Reconnaissance Brigade, Electronic Warfare Brigade, Information Assurance Brigade, and Bridge Brigade. Originally, the first group army of the Magic City functioned independently to guard this international metropolis, akin to the elite forces stationed in Yanjing by the Central Theater. However, in recent years, to enhance the combat capabilities of the first group army, the military headquarters has incorporated it into the jurisdiction of the Eastern Wilderness Theater. It must be said that this has indeed significantly bolstered the operational capacity of the first group army. Yet, this capability has been forged through relentless trials. The 71st, 72nd, and 73rd Group armies have alternately pressed the first group army down, mercilessly. Winning the exercises is out of the question. Even managing to endure an additional hour would be considered a phased victory. Old Shun, we must all exert ourselves this time. They have consistently been ridiculed by those few army groups, almost turning into a laughingstock of the Eastern Theater. Sun Dongxian harbored a deep-seated frustration. The first army group had become the subject of mockery, and naturally, he was the one who felt the most humiliated. Thus, he dreamt of achieving victory at least once. Not to mention, several esteemed senior officials from the military committee would personally observe this time. Chapter 59. The Renovation of the Manufacturing Facility. Commander, rest assured, this old body of mine will lead the research-based personnel with utmost dedication. Sun Dongxian responded. By the way, the 71st Army Group is renowned for its armored division. Isn't it? Upon hearing Chen Jinmin's inquiry, Sun Dongxian paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Chen. The armored division of the 71st Army Group is equipped with over 300 various tanks, including more than 70 light tanks and 80 medium tanks. However, their most formidable strength lies in their heavy and super heavy tanks. We have previously conducted 2 military exercises with the 71st Army Group, and each time we were overwhelmed by their armored division. Tanks are indeed the kings of land warfare, and the armored division of the 71st Group stands as the most powerful entity within the Eastern Theater. Furthermore, they possess not just 1 but 2 such armored divisions. As he concluded, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but exhale deeply, feeling increasingly despondent about the prospect of victory in the upcoming exercise. Meanwhile, within the 1st Military District Research Base, Qin Ying and Su Ting were gathered together, engrossed in discussion. Just then, the sound of military boots crunching on fallen leaves echoed. The group turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman in uniform standing not far away, arms crossed, coldly observing them. It was undeniable that her exquisite features rivaled those of Qin Ying, and her alluring figure was accentuated even beneath the loose-fitting military attire. Had it not been for Qin Ying's long, slender legs, she would have felt somewhat overshadowed by the sudden appearance of this woman. Qin Ying, it's been a while. The female officer assessed Qin Ying from head to toe before slowly speaking. Jiang Lin, can't your 71st Army Group afford slightly larger uniforms? Or do you know that your only advantage is your figure, hence deliberately dressing like this to provoke me? If so, I must apologize. I am not interested. Su Ting. Ma Hongyi, do either of you have any interest in her? Qin Ying remarked coolly, casting a disinterested glance at the officer named Jiang Lin. Sensing the tension in the air, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi instinctively retreated several steps. However, they found themselves unable to escape the situation. As Qin Ying's gaze shifted towards them, they hastily shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, "No interest, Sister Ying. We have no interest." What a joke. Even if Jiang Lin were as beautiful as a celestial being with an exquisite figure, we wouldn't dare express any interest. Otherwise, Qin Ying would soon enlighten them as to why the flowers bloom so vividly. After all, they had heard of the long-standing discord between Qin Ying and Jiang Lin, which had persisted since their days at the military academy and continued to echo through the two major military districts. This enmity had been brewing for 4 to 5 years. Upon hearing their exchange, Jiang Lin's already frosty demeanor grew even more frigid. Qin Ying, I am not here to engage in verbal sparring with you today. The new round of military exercises between the 1st Group Army and our 71st Group Army is about to commence, and I trust you are already aware of this matter. Last time, your 1st Group Army was utterly defeated by our newly developed smoothbore cannon. A year has passed. What innovations has your research base produced since then? Oh, right. I heard you developed a super hard alloy material. You might want to test whether it can withstand the crushing force of our heavy tanks. As she spoke, Jiang Lin raised her chin slightly, exuding an air of confidence that her 71st Group Army was already assured of victory. Jiang Lin, what purpose does all this serve? How about this? I've heard the casualty targets set by the higher-ups are quite significant. Why don't we each take a tank and see who can obliterate the other? Qin Ying concluded with a bright smile, radiant and full of confidence. Qin Ying, after all these years, your temperament remains unchanged. I shan't waste any more time with you. Our Chief of Staff has already drafted the preliminary arrangements for the military exercises with your 1st Group Army. I expect you to wear a smile like that when the exercises commence in a week, Jiang Lin declared, before turning on her heel, her military boots echoing as she strode away into the distance. It was only after her silhouette vanished into the night that Qin Ying squinted her eyes, murmuring to herself, I have tested the TZ-type super hard alloy, and it should withstand their 71st Military District's smoothbore cannon. But why is Jiang Lin so certain I will lose? The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Shen Fei at the suburban manufacturing shop began his thorough transformation of the facility. Initially, he intended to secure in order to bolster his financial resources. However, upon waking and reviewing the orders, he found there were ample requests, nearing several million. Apart from the already secured order from Shen Fei Group for drones, the highest remaining orders predominantly came from various automobile brands. It seemed that people had yet to recover from the extravagant intelligent vehicle he crafted for Xiaomi Group. Notably, the leading domestic tech company, Huawei, had also placed an order with him, amounting to a staggering 50 million. This news had caused quite a stir online the previous night, with many netizens speculating that Shen Fei was bound to secure Huawei's order. Although the specifics of the order were concealed by Huawei Group, most conjectured it was likely related to mobile phones. After all, Huawei Group's most renowned product remains the Huawei smartphone, and the speculation from netizens was indeed partially accurate. Huawei has indeed placed an order with Shenyang Aircraft Corporation for mobile devices, aiming to develop the next generation Mate 70. The 50 million is merely the production cost, while the subsequent expenses related to mobile technology patents are open for further negotiation. This investment significantly surpasses that of Lei Jun. However, Shenyang Aircraft Corporation does not appear inclined to accept this order. Although the smartphone is replete with technological potential and offers numerous avenues for innovation, Shenyang believes that the fundamental and most critical function of a mobile device since its inception has always been its communication capability. As long as this capability is met, it qualifies as a competent smartphone. In terms of practicality, Shenyang perceives little room for substantial advancement, with the most that could be achieved being enhancements in entertainment, gimmicks, and marketing. They express little interest in pursuing such avenues. Boss, how thick should the walls be? Are the blueprints you provided accurate? A wall over a meter thick is excessively costly. Just as Xinyang was contemplating this, a worker's voice unexpectedly called out from beyond the courtyard wall. Startled, Xinyang replied, "Indeed. It should be over a meter thick. Money is not an issue. Just build it." As he spoke, he began making his way in that direction, muttering to himself, "Not thick. How can that be acceptable? We still need to install anti-missile materials inside. Otherwise, I can't shake off this feeling of unease. It's quite alarming." Under Xinyang's guidance, over 20 specialized construction teams worked fervently throughout the day, finally completing the outer wall of the manufacturing facility. Of course, this was merely the most basic outer perimeter. Next, Xinyang intended to incorporate further technology and enhancements. According to his initial vision, the renovations would focus primarily on defense and early warning systems. For defense, he desired the entire manufacturing facility to withstand a barrage from Hellfire missiles. Regarding early warning, Xinyang envisioned a system capable of automatically identifying any suspicious individuals within a kilometer radius and issuing alerts accordingly. Lastly, he deemed it necessary to create a small aircraft for emergency evacuations. This aircraft need not possess any other capabilities. It simply needed to fulfill one prerequisite: speed, fast enough to consistently outpace danger. For now, he decided to settle on these initial plans, knowing that any potentially risky aspects could be improved upon later. Xinyang nodded to himself, evidently pleased with his preliminary ideas. In the days that followed, he remained within the manufacturing facility, frequently entering and exiting the super laboratory, undertaking a comprehensive transformation of the site. Originally, this renovation would likely demand a considerable amount of time, certainly several months, if not more. However, due to the possession of a super laboratory, Shen Fei estimated that he would need no more than a day or two to complete the transformation of the manufacturing facility. While Shen Fei was tirelessly engaged in his work, in the first military district, Chun Jinmin, Qin Ying, Qian Chong, and others were also laboring day and night. Chun Jinmin, Qin Ying, and several research personnel from various bases were preparing for an upcoming military exercise with the 71st Army Group. Meanwhile, Qian Chong was leading a team of advanced military aircraft engineers to tackle the technology behind Shen Fei's drone. Thanks to the critical data on the challenges of drone construction provided by Shen Fei, Qian Chong's team had already made breakthrough progress, anticipating that within half a day, they would be able to produce a batch of slightly less powerful unmanned strategic bombers. Upon hearing this news, Sun Dongxian, filled with excitement, immediately reported the matter up the chain and expressed a desire for the new round of air combat exercises with the Bear Country to be entrusted to the Aviation Division of the 1st Military District. At the summit headquarters, while Shen Fei and the military district personnel were fervently engrossed in their tasks, little did they know that Wang Wei, seated at the very top of the building, was grappling with thoughts of despair. "Old Liang, how could there be such a confidentiality agreement? Why didn't you pay closer attention to the contract when we signed it? Now, with less than 2 hours remaining until the deadline for our drone launch announcement, I've just been informed by the information department that our official Douyin account for the live broadcast has surged from 0 to over 8 million followers in less than a week. It's estimated that nearly 10 million netizens are eagerly awaiting our drone launch livestream. What shall we do now?" By this point, Wang Wei's face was laden with worry. Initially, the 1st Military District had provided them with 3 unmanned transport aircraft, and the prospect of securing a purchase agreement for drones with the military district led Wang Wei to believe that their drone launch would be a resounding success. At the very least, it would solidify Summit Group's position as the unrivaled leader in domestic express delivery for the next decade. Yet now, it seemed that the contract with the military district contained a confidentiality clause stipulating that Summit could not disclose any information regarding the 1st Military District until Shen Fei's drone was fully developed. In other words, even the 3 drones provided by the military district could not be revealed. Wang Wei could not fathom the reasoning behind such a confidentiality clause, but he knew that in 2 hours, Summit would become the subject of ridicule. This highly publicized drone launch, which had generated such immense anticipation, would end up yielding nothing. 10 million netizens, each ready to voice their disappointment, could metaphorically drown Summit headquarters in their discontent. President Wang, at that moment, we were so caught up in our excitement that we had no mind to scrutinize the contract. Even if we had, what difference would it have made? Could we have refused to sign? Upon hearing Wang Wei's lamentations, Lang Shuzhong could not help but let out a deep sigh. The only thing they could do now was to hope for a miracle within the next 2 hours. The Longhua military network had released news of a new generation of unmanned strategic bombers. They had directly thrown out 3 drones along with a contract to the military district. From that moment on, the delivery industry had lost all its competitiveness. Conversely, what awaited them at Shen Fei was something Liang Shuzhong dared not even contemplate. Chapter 61. Has Shen Fei fallen from grace? At 2 p.m. Beijing time, there was less than an hour remaining until the Shen Fei group announced the commencement of their drone launch conference. At the Haihu Park in Deep City, after lunch, a large crowd began to gather. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the area as overflowing with people. The number of online viewers watching the live stream was even more astonishing. Journalists from Xinhua News, People's Daily, and Youth Network hurried to the scene and began their live broadcasts, drawing millions of viewers into several major streaming rooms. Brothers, we are here to catch the conference again. My wife watches variety shows. I watch press conferences. Our family has become harmonious because of it. Alas, it's been a week. Who knows how I've managed this week? Fiji's efficiency in completing the orders has slowed down a bit, but after all, it's an aircraft. Let's all be understanding. I still maintain my stance. If Shen Fei uses the drones made by Fiji for deliveries, I will be a loyal fan of Shen Fei for the next decade. I will only use Shen Fei for deliveries. Jing Dong. Ultimately, it was misplaced trust. The viewers in the live stream, eager to see Shen Fei, were chatting animatedly, as if they were old friends reuniting after years apart. As time passed amidst the surging crowd, it quietly slipped away. However, as the deadline for the Shen Fei announcement approached, both the audience at the venue and the nearly 10 million viewers online were left in a state of disbelief. The 2 journalists from Xinhua News and People's Daily exchanged glances, questioning whether they had come to the wrong place. Logically, representatives from the Shen Fei group should have been present to set up the venue half an hour before the conference began. At that time, they could still comfort themselves with the thought that perhaps Shen Fei was preparing a surprise. But now, the time for the announcement had already passed. The vast Haihu Park had yet to reveal a single representative from the Shen Fei group. The audience began to look around in confusion, and upon confirming that there were indeed no representatives from Shen Fei in sight, the uproar reached a fever pitch. The millions of viewers in the live stream erupted as well. What on earth is Shen Fei doing? I postponed my wedding just to see this conference. Are they toying with us? I even gave up on my 6th level exam just to watch this conference. And what do I get? Nothing. Damn it. Refund. No. Wait, we didn't even buy tickets. Damn it, fraud. They played with my emotions. Hold on. Everyone, calm down. Let's think this through. This is a drone launch conference. If Shen Fei has stood us up, could there be an issue with the drones? Could it be that Fei Ge has truly fled? Has he neglected to provide Shen Fei with the drone? I have long asserted that this cunning businessman was merely biding his time for a grand exit. Just when President Wang crossed paths with him. Fei Ge, I have no desire to abscond. Yet 1.2 billion is an overwhelming sum. Ha ha ha. Has President Wang already reported this to the authorities? I sympathize with him for a fleeting moment, though my compassion is rather limited. If only he had announced the postponement of the press conference earlier. My comrades rushed toward Shen Fei. Countless individuals had eagerly anticipated the drone unveiling for an entire week, only to be met with the disheartening absence of any representatives from Shen Fei group. In a collective uproar, countless netizens descended upon the Shen Fei group's official website, initiating a barrage of protests. Their actions were driven by a desire for accountability. Was it truly the case that Shen Fei had fled? Or had he simply failed to deliver the drone within the agreed timeframe? Regardless of the reason, it undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to Shen Fei's reputation. Upon learning of this situation, the Tiger Shark live streaming platform promptly removed Shen Fei's promotional advertisements. This further fueled the uncertainty among netizens. At the headquarters of Shen Fei Group, Wang Wei felt his blood pressure rising. How could there be no preparations for this drone launch? Less than 200 meters from Haihu Park, 3 large trucks were filled with Shen Fei Group's staff and equipment intended for the event, awaiting Wang Wei's instructions to set up the venue. Yet, as the seconds ticked away, he received no word from the 1st Military District. What could he do? It was not that Wang Wei wished to avoid the public eye. Rather, his appearance would undoubtedly prompt a swarm of inquiries regarding the cancellation of the press conference. Bound by a confidentiality agreement, he had no words to share. In light of this, he deemed it prudent to remain out of sight. At the very least, it would prevent Shen Fei Group from appearing excessively vulnerable. President Wang, how should we proceed with this matter? The uproar outside is simply too great. While we possess a trump card, who knows when we might be able to play it? Liang Shuzhong gazed intently at Wang Wei, wholly devoid of ideas. He found himself harboring some resentment towards the confidentiality agreement imposed by the First Military District, while simultaneously casting aspersions upon Shen Fei. Brother, my dear brother, that drone you developed is so remarkable. When will the personnel from the First Military District finally comprehend it? If they remain perplexed, must we then persist in our silence? Old Liang, there is but one course of action now, to issue an announcement declaring a postponement of the drone launch. Beyond that, it is best to refrain from further discussion. The more we say, the more chaotic it becomes. For now, we must strive to maintain our silence and hope that the military district can swiftly unravel the intricacies of the drone crafted by brother Shen Fei. Wang Wei mused for several seconds before slowly gesturing with his hand. He now appeared utterly exhausted, as if burdened to the utmost degree. I am truly fatigued, Mr. Wang lamented. Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Liang Shuzhong responded with a nod, promptly departing from Wang Wei's office. Liang Shuzhong moved with remarkable swiftness. Within 5 minutes, an announcement was posted on the official website of Shen Fei Group and its various social media platforms. We sincerely apologize for the delayed notification regarding the cancellation of the press conference. The Shen Fei Group drone launch will still occur, with the date to be determined. The announcement was succinct, and the company's apology seemed earnest. However, the content failed to satisfy the vast online community. Was this not merely a tactic to evade the issue? The questions that the netizens yearned to have answered were met with silence from Shen Fei. How could millions of internet users simply let this pass? The official platforms of Shen Fei Group soon faced a collective onslaught from netizens, who inundated the comment sections with messages. We merely seek the truth. Is that such an unreasonable demand? The uproar persisted from 6 in the evening until the early hours of 1 or 2 in the morning, only concluding when the weary netizens finally succumbed to fatigue. As the outrage escalated and Shen Fei maintained its silence, the incident quickly ascended to the trending charts on various platforms. The top trending topics were all related to Shen Fei and Shen Fei Group. First on the list, the Shen Fei drone launch canceled without explanation. The reasons remain unclear. Second, the once-renowned scientific prodigy Shen Fei, has he reached his limits? Third, why does Shen Fei Group remain silent regarding Shen Fei and the drone issue? What secrets lie beneath? Fourth, the number of orders for Shen Fei's products has plummeted, with total orders dropping from millions to just 100,000 in half a day, as countless customers choose to cancel. Fifth, Shen Fei Group's shipping volume has also been severely impacted. Preliminary statistics indicate a nearly 30% reduction in shipments compared to the same period last year, potentially leading to the most significant crisis since its listing. That night, amidst the fervent discussions of countless internet users, these trending topics maintained an impressive rank, drawing in nearly 3 times the attention of other subjects. The following morning, in a villa in Deep City, a newly awakened Wang Wei glanced at his phone and hurled it across the room in frustration. Oh heavens! Strike me down with a lightning bolt. I no longer wish to live. Chapter 62. A monumental crisis for Shen Fei Group. Rising from his bed, Wang Wei, clad in his pajamas, approached the window. Gazing out at the picturesque scenery filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, his agitation only deepened. In my life, I have strived to do good, witnessing the vicissitudes of existence and navigating the treacherous waters of commerce with caution. Yet I failed to foresee this very turn of events. Dear Shen Fei, what manner of person are you? Are you truly unmoved even by the invitation of the military district's chief? In the end, the military personnel can only bury themselves in the study of that drone, leaving Wang Wei's heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, the predicament of Shen Fei Group is even more dire than yesterday. At 9 o'clock, as the Shenzhen Stock Exchange opened, Xuanfeng's stock price began a swift descent, plummeting from 1 to 5 in less than 2 hours. If this pace continues, it is likely that by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock will hit its limit down of 10. At the highest floor of the Shen Fei headquarters, the office of Chairman Wang Wei was already teeming with people. Dozens of members from the board of Shen Fei Group clogged the corridor, demanding answers. Liang Shuzhong, Wang Wei's phone is unreachable. You must know where he is. We demand an explanation. If you refuse to provide one to the outsiders, does Wang Wei intend to withhold information from us, the board members? A middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain pointed accusingly at Liang Shuzhong. Following his remarks, The other board members erupted with indignation, surrounding Liang Shuzhong completely. Faced with such pressure, Liang Shuzhong hastily responded, "Mr. Li, esteemed board members, please listen to me. I truly do not know Wang Wei's whereabouts. However, rest assured, he will ultimately provide an explanation. You trust in his character, do you not?" Liang Shuzhong endeavored to soothe the agitated board members, though internally, he felt quite helpless. Only he, Wang Wei, and a few pilots were privy to the events of yesterday's military district visit, bound by confidentiality agreements. Wang Wei had insisted that all those in the know keep silent. The 3 drones provided by the military were securely stored in a warehouse in the suburbs, and promotional materials had been prepared. Yet, such matters could not be disclosed to the board members. Any slip of information would breach the confidentiality agreement with the military, a consequence they could not afford. Trust Wang Wei. How can we do that? With Xuanfeng's stock price spiraling downwards, a limit down today is a certainty. Tomorrow's opening will surely bring further declines. Must we place our faith in Wang Wei until the day Xuanfeng's stock collapses entirely, leading to a forced delisting by the Shenzhen Stock Exchange? Remarked the middle-aged man named Li Yuanhao, his voice laced with disdain. The other board members, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. A few even began to shove Liang Shuzhong, demanding to know how the chairman's assistant could allow such chaos. The scene quickly descended into turmoil, with many Shunfeng employees rushing to the commotion. Just as Liang Shuzhong felt utterly overwhelmed by the board's demands, a deep voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. "Stop! Li Yuanhao, what are you trying to do?" "General Manager Wang. It's General Manager Wang." After a series of exclamations, the scene fell into an immediate silence. The crowd parted to form a path as Wang Wei approached briskly, accompanied by a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Li Yuanhao, what brings you all here so early in the morning?" Upon reaching Liang Shuzhong, Wang Wei lightly patted his shoulder before turning his icy gaze towards Li Yuanhao and the others. The directors of Shunfeng Group, under Wang Wei's watchful eyes, found themselves averting their gazes, for Wang Wei's position within the company was one that none dared to challenge. Only Li Yuanhao, maintaining his defiant posture, retorted, "General Manager, you should be well aware of our purpose here. Regarding the drone situation, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" Witnessing Li Yuanhao's audacity, the other directors straightened their backs slightly and chimed in, "Indeed, General Manager, you owe us an explanation. With Xuanfeng's stock plummeting, how can we not be anxious? General Manager, is it true that Shen Fei failed to develop the drone, and our $1.2 billion has gone to waste?" The corridor erupted into a cacophony as dozens of directors exchanged remarks. Not far away, a few employees of Shunfeng discreetly captured the scene on their phones. After surveying the room, Wang Wei remained silent for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. "I am more acutely aware of Xuanfeng's current predicament than any of you. I founded Shunfeng, and my desire for its success surpasses yours. As for the drones and Shen Fei, I have little to say. All I can assure you is this. If you trust me, Wang Wei, I guarantee that Shunfeng will navigate through this crisis safely. If you do not trust me..." He gestured towards Zhang Yang, the attorney from Hongchuan. "I can buy all your shares at the highest price." Wang Wei's voice was calm, and his expression remained unchanged. Yet, his words struck like a tempest in the hearts of the numerous Shunfeng directors. In an instant, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond to Wang Wei's declaration. Only Li Yuanhao furrowed his brow, staring intently at Wang Wei. "General Manager, are you certain you're not joking? If all the shareholders sell their stakes to you, even with your wealth, you would be left destitute. I, Wang Wei, am a man of my word. If you choose to trust me, return to your duties. If not, you may immediately seek Attorney Zhang to sign the stock transfer agreement. Once the contract is finalized, I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you without delay. Attorney Zhang, I appreciate your assistance today." Wang Wei glanced at Li Yuanhao and the other directors of Shunfeng before turning on his heel and entering his office, leaving behind the slightly smiling Zhang Yang and the directors, who were left staring at one another in bewilderment. Chapter 63. Old Liang, it's snowing. What shall we do now, Old Li? Speak up. We are all listening to you. The seasoned members of the board fell into a momentary silence, ultimately directing their gaze towards Li Yuanhao. Their deference was not born out of profound trust or admiration for him. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Li Yuanhao held the largest share among the board members present. Furthermore, it was Li Yuanhao who had rallied them to confront the issue at hand. In such circumstances, it was only prudent to let Li Yuanhao take the lead. After hearing their remarks, Li Kuan remained silent for several seconds. He gradually lifted his gaze towards the office door that Wang Wei had firmly shut. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Sell? Since Wang Wei desires to lose everything, let us accommodate him. Of course, if anyone wishes to join Shen Fei and Wang Wei on this downward spiral, I shall not stand in their way." Old Li, upon hearing this, a corpulent middle-aged man, could not restrain himself from interjecting. However, before he could finish his thought, Li Kuan interrupted him with a raised hand. "Old son, I understand your concerns well. But at this juncture, do you truly believe Wang Wei can still turn the tide?" Li Kuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that none of these old foxes were fools. The situation undeniably resembled a trap, especially given that Wang Wei had yet to utter a word about the drone or Shen Fei. This silence only heightened suspicions. However, in Li Kuan's estimation, the narrative had already taken shape. Millions had come to view Shen Fei Group with disdain. Even if Wang Wei were to suddenly unveil the drone and hold a press conference, it would do little to restore Shen Fei's tarnished image. Consumers abhor deception and concealment, and Wang Wei had epitomized both with Shen Fei Group. "Old Li, since you have voiced your support, let us sell." "Indeed, sell. I have long harbored disdain for Wang Wei. Shen Fei has always been his personal fiefdom, never considering us board members. I am eager to see how he maintains his bravado after losing everything." The board members exchanged heated remarks, clearly agitated. Yet, despite their vocal outrage, they remained motionless. Li Kuan understood without needing to guess that if he did not initiate the sale, none of these old foxes would budge. "Very well, since we are all in agreement, let us demonstrate to Wang Wei that Shen Fei has not flourished solely because of him. Without us board members, Shen Fei Group would collapse in an instant. Lawyer Zhang, is it? Come, let us proceed to the conference room to sign the contract." "Certainly, Mr. Li." With Li Kuan leading the charge, the other board members began to follow him towards the conference room, causing the corridor to feel somewhat desolate in a matter of moments. Observing this unfolding scene, Liang Shuzhong, who had been lingering in the corner, took a deep breath before turning to knock on Wang Wei's office door. Upon receiving Wang Wei's response, Liang Shuzhong promptly pushed open the door and entered the office, raising his gaze. He observed Wang Wei, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the grand floor-to-ceiling window of his office. Liang Shuzhong immediately advanced towards him, exclaiming, "President Wang, how can you remain so composed? Li Kuan has already taken that group of directors to sign the share transfer agreement. The shares they hold are substantial enough to deplete your entire fortune. Moreover, should this matter leak out, Shen Fei Group's situation will become even more precarious. If the Shenzhen Stock Exchange truly forces us to delist, it would be too late for us to hold a press conference to clarify the entire situation." Liang Shuzhong gazed intently at Wang Wei's silhouette, finally grasping the essence of the saying that the emperor is unhurried while the eunuch is anxious. He was merely an assistant to the chairman. Even if Shen Fei collapsed, it would not be his downfall. Yet this group was something Wang Wei had painstakingly built from scratch, transforming from a small workshop to the leading express delivery company in the country. Constructing a towering edifice is a challenge, but its downfall can occur in the blink of an eye. Once Shen Fei is forcibly delisted, regaining a listing would be an endeavor more challenging than reaching the heavens. "Old Liang, you need not say anything further. This matter is not as simple as you think. Do you believe that Li Kuan and his associates have the power to stir such considerable turmoil?" Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Liang Shuzhong, who had been in a state of frantic worry, was momentarily taken aback. "President Wang, what do you mean?" Wang Wei turned to glance at Liang Shuzhong before lowering his head to gaze out at the bustling skyline of the prosperous city. "Brother Shen's reputation is currently too formidable, and we at Shen Fei have dominated the express delivery industry for far too long. Some individuals do not wish for Brother Shen to prosper, nor do they desire our success. The decline in Shen Fei's stock was anticipated, but the swiftness and severity of this drop cannot merely be dismissed," Wang Wei stated calmly. His words left Liang Shuzhong speechless, standing in stunned silence. After several moments, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "President Wang, are you implying that someone is fanning the flames?" Having become Wang Wei's assistant was certainly no fool. With just a slight nudge from Wang Wei, he quickly grasped the situation, particularly regarding Shen Fei. Liang Shuzhong understood that since Shen Fei had successively created remarkably high-performance computers, motorcycles, and new energy vehicles, the market share of similar products had drastically declined. Although Shen Fei's manufacturing facility could not accommodate such a volume of orders, There was a saying that resonated with Liang Shuzhong. Once a woman has seen a lion, she will never settle for a wild dog again. Many people, even without the opportunity to use Shen Fei's creations, were unwilling to return to mediocrity. But President Wang, just because we face formidable opponents, must we resign ourselves to inaction? This is not your style? In the past, no matter how formidable the enemy's fists were, you would choose to confront them head-on. A moment of silence passed, and Liang Shuzhong once again furrowed his brow as he gazed at Wang Wei. This time, a subtle smile unexpectedly blossomed on Wang Wei's calm face. Old Liang, as the ancients said, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and to establish a destiny for the people. I, Wang Wei, am merely a merchant, limited in my abilities, unable to embody such lofty ideals. However, this time I willingly bind my hands to make a trivial contribution to the nation. Previously, I had the luxury of retreat or advance without concern. But this time, we have a reason we cannot retreat, do we not? As he concluded, Wang Wei shrugged, appearing to have come to terms with everything. Liang Shuzhong hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately swallowing them back. In that moment, Liang Shuzhong seemed to grasp what it meant that in the face of national righteousness, everything else pales in significance. Previously, he believed that no matter how valuable the drone designed by Shen Fei was, could it truly compare to a listed conglomerate worth nearly 10 trillion? Was it truly worth sacrificing the entire Shen Fei group to uphold that confidentiality agreement? Now, Liang Shuzhong understood that it was never a matter of worth. The two could never be equated. Looking up at Wang Wei's silhouette, Liang Shuzhong's eyes brimmed with admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, gazing out the window, suddenly extended his hand to wipe the glass, saying, "Old Liang, it's snowing." Indeed, Mr. Wang, it is snowing. Chapter 64, Mountains and Waters. Doubts of no path. Snow is a rare sight in Deep City. Yet at this moment, Wang Wei looked through the floor-to-ceiling window, watching snowflakes gently descend as if heralding something significant. Meanwhile, the television, which had been on, suddenly resonated with a solemn and dignified female voice. According to CCTV, starting tomorrow, a new wave of strong cold air will sweep in, marking the most powerful cold air of this second half of the year. Citizens are advised to dress warmly. Hearing this, Wang Wei instinctively tightened his jacket, his hands still suspended. The grave voice continued, according to the latest report from the Longhua Military Network, 2 hours ago, our military's latest Air Force exercises with the Bear Country have successfully concluded. Our newly developed generation of unmanned strategic bombers shone brilliantly in this exercise, laying a foundation for our military's victory. The mellifluous voice of the female announcer echoed throughout the conference room, leaving Wang Wei's hand frozen in midair, unable to move. Meanwhile, Liang Shuzhong quietly took out his phone. In the next moment, tears of joy streamed down his face as he rushed to Wang Wei, fervently waving his phone and exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, we did it. We finally received news from the 1st Military District." Liang Shuzhong, in his 40s, was as exuberant as a child. No one could fathom the sheer joy he felt at this moment of miraculous turnaround. Of course, he was overjoyed for Wang Wei. Others claim that he was deliberately chosen to prevent Wang Wei from being overly extravagant. Yet only Liang Shuzhong knows the truth. Wang Wei has never regarded him as an outsider. Whether in public or private, he always affectionately addresses him as Old Liang. Now, at this critical juncture, the personnel from the 1st Military District have finally sent the message that the confidentiality agreement has concluded. How could Liang Shuzhong not feel elated for Wang Wei? However, after Wang Wei lowered his hand, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. What a pity, truly a pity, Old Liang. An opportunity to be remembered through the ages has slipped away. Upon hearing this, several lines of worry instantly appeared on Liang Shuzhong's forehead. Mr. Wang, yes, at the cost of the entire Shen Fei group, you could teach the world a lesson. In the face of national interests, even a publicly listed group worth hundreds of billions can be cast aside. But such an action would hardly contribute significantly to the nation. What you need to focus on now is how to make our Xuanfeng's delivery service even faster. As he spoke, Liang Shuzhong trembled slightly with excitement. In his view, those who conspired behind the scenes had merely shot themselves in the foot, unwittingly crafting a wedding dress for Wang Wei and Shen Fei. Moving forward, even if other courier companies united, they would stand no chance against Shen Fei. Ha, Old Liang, why do you lack a sense of humor? However, it is time for us to strike back. Old Liang, go immediately to the conference room and check on the status of the share transfer contract. Once Li Yuanhao and all the directors who pressured us signed the contract, we will promptly release the drone delivery videos on Shen Fei's official website and all platforms, along with the signed contract for the drone purchase with the military district. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will take care of it right away. Liang Shuzhong nodded solemnly and turned to exit the office. It was only after his figure completely vanished that Wang Wei turned back to gaze out at the softly falling snow. Brother Shen Fei, thanks to you. These past few days have been exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster ride. Throughout my life, I have never experienced anything as thrilling as these days. However, I can finally say from the bottom of my heart, you are indeed my benefactor. If fate allows, I would love to share a drink with you. Outside the Shen Fei headquarters, Li Yuanhao and dozens of directors had signed the share transfer contract. At this moment, they turned to gaze at the towering Shen Fei building behind them. Standing over 200 meters high, their eyes reflecting a sense of ambition. In the future, the only thing left for people to remember Shen Fei by will be this building. Right, Mr. Li? One director remarked, casting a somewhat obsequious glance at Li Yuanhao. In his view, their ability to emerge unscathed from the Shen Fei crisis was entirely due to Li Yuanhao's support. Naturally, they hoped to continue relying on him as they navigated the road ahead. However, there was a hint of testing in his tone. Rest assured, everyone. The colossal entity of Shen Fei is on the verge of collapse. Shen Fei has long had numerous adversaries, and seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, how could they refrain from dealing a fatal blow to Shen Fei? As for us, we must look ahead. Li Yuanhao slowly extended his hand, catching a drifting snowflake. With an air of calmness, he spoke. At that moment, a throng of reporters suddenly surged forward, as if prompted by some revelation, eagerly clamoring to pose their inquiries. Are you Mr. Li Yuanhao? It is said that the board members of Shen Fei Group, under your leadership, have transferred all their shares to General Wang Wei. Is this true? Do you not share concerns regarding Shen Fei's current predicament? Mr. Li, may I ask, with the stock market plummeting, how many days do you believe Shen Fei can endure? A multitude of reporters, each vying for attention, directed their microphones toward the forefront where Li Yuanhao stood. Not far away, several security personnel from Shen Fei Group were hastily approaching, seemingly intent on escorting the reporters away. However, Li Yuanhao waved his hand to those guards, signaling them to halt with a mere glance. He then turned his attention to the reporters, smiling as he addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, you should direct your inquiries regarding Shen Fei to Wang Wei. We no longer have any association with Shen Fei. Personally, I believe Shen Fei will not last 3 days. The calmness of Li Yuanhao's voice reverberated through the air. The gathered reporters were momentarily taken aback, as none had anticipated such a candid response from him. At that moment, a bespectacled youth from the crowd spoke up. Mr. Li, just moments ago, the official Shen Fei Group website and various major platforms released a video simultaneously. The footage showcased 3 drones swiftly transporting a cargo. Furthermore, Shen Fei announced a contract with the first military district of Magic City to continue acquiring drones. In the near future, Shen Fei is poised to realize its ambitious vision of drone-based delivery logistics. May I inquire, Mr. Li, were you aware of this? Has General Wang Wei concealed this matter from you? The young man's solemn voice resonated through the gathering. The surrounding reporters were momentarily stunned. Li Yuanhao, suddenly widening his eyes in disbelief, exclaimed, What did you say? Chapter 65. The military district speaks for Shen Fei. At this moment, it was not only Li Yuanhao who was taken aback. The board members, who had just severed ties with Shen Fei Group, were equally shaken. A video showcasing drones delivering packages and a signed agreement with the military district for drone transactions? Mr. Li, we have been deceived. We have all been duped by that scoundrel Wang Wei. Just as we sold our shares, Wang Wei created such a commotion. One former board member slammed his thigh in frustration, unable to contain his outburst. Following his declaration, the other board members erupted in a frenzy, clamoring to confront Wang Wei for an accounting of their actions. As Li Yuanhao regained his composure, his expression darkened like a stormy sea. He lifted his gaze to the throng of reporters before him, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed. None of the directors at Shen Fei were aware of the contract regarding the drones with the military district. This is deceit. Wang Wei is committing fraud. This constitutes a meticulously premeditated large-scale commercial crime. We shall not let Wang Wei escape justice. With that, Li Yuanhao pivoted and strode briskly toward the Shen Fei building, his urgency suggesting that had he possessed a large blade at that moment, the gold chain adorned Li Yuanhao would have wielded it without hesitation. Simultaneously, As Li Kuan and his entourage returned to the Shen Fei building to confront Wang Wei, the online realm erupted in a frenzy. Shen Fei responded. These 5 words surged to the top of trending topics in a matter of moments with unstoppable momentum. Beneath the official Shen Fei group account on Douyin, the promotional video for drone delivery logistics amassed over 100,000 comments in less than half an hour. Goodness, I wondered why Shen Fei had remained silent. Turns out they were just biding their time. I could only declare my astonishment. Is there still a rival in the delivery industry that can contend with Shen Fei? Shen Fei, Jing Dong, you should take a seat. Everyone here is worthless. Wait a moment. Brothers, something feels off. What about Fei Gu? Shen Fei hasn't uttered a word regarding Fei Ji's situation. Exactly. Has Fei Gu fled or not? Were those 3 drones his doing? Fei Gu is notoriously stingy. How could he possibly provide Shen Fei with 3 drones for a single order? The fellow upstairs made a valid point. Moreover, why did Shen Fei suddenly enter into a contract with the military district? Shen Fei is not a state-owned enterprise. This is an exceedingly grand gesture. Alas, it feels as though Shen Fei has responded, yet their response is insufficient, leaving the entire matter shrouded in ambiguity. Wait, let me think. My head itches. I feel like I am about to gain some insight. With each refresh, the comments surged by the thousands, as countless netizens engaged in fervent discussion. Yet, in the end, no resolution emerged. From the outset, public interest extended beyond just Shen Fei. The situation surrounding Shen Fei piqued even greater curiosity. Throughout, Shen Fei had not even mentioned Shen Fei's name. This oversight prompted yet another onslaught on Xuanfeng's official website. Although the fervor was not as intense as it had initially been, it was clear that they would not retreat until their objectives were met. Within the chairman's office at the Shen Fei Group headquarters, Liang Su returned to Wang Wei's side once more. President Wang, the share purchase agreements with Li Kuan and the others have been finalized. However, it seems they are now aware of our announcement and are causing a commotion downstairs. Nevertheless, they are no longer affiliated with Shen Fei. We have dozens of security personnel preventing their ascent. Very well, let them make their noise. We shall not concern ourselves with them. The matter concerning the shares, even if they choose to litigate, poses no threat to us, as we have the military district's confidentiality agreement to back us, no matter where they take their grievances. Victory is not within their reach. Li Kuan and his cohorts may consider themselves astute, yet they remain momentarily misguided. If they manage to endure this trial alongside Shen Fei, their worth could easily double. For now, let them wallow in regret. Wang Wei reclined in his executive chair, exuding an air of relaxation. Liang Shuzhong nodded in response. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. President Wang, what about Mr. Shen? Our ability to secure a drone sales contract with the military district is entirely due to him. While the external pressure on Shen Fei has diminished considerably, it has merely shifted entirely onto Mr. Shen. Numerous netizens suspect we are concealing information and have taken to the Shen Fei website to voice their inquiries. Liang Shuzhong's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke. He understood that Wang Wei was not the type to be ungrateful. However, why had Wang Wei chosen not to publicly support Shen Fei through Shen Fei? Upon hearing Liang Shuzhong's concerns, Wang Wei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Old Liang, I suggest you spend your idle time reading more. Although this situation involves both Shen Fei and Brother Shen, the burden has solely rested on us. Do you truly believe Brother Shen bears any pressure? Or that he cares about such matters? It's not that I refuse to speak on his behalf. The drone created by him has already secured a confidentiality agreement directly with the military district. So, what do you think holds more significance, the drone itself, or Brother Shen as a person? Liang Shuzhong was momentarily taken aback by Wang Wei's words. After a brief pause, he slapped his thigh in realization. President Wang, how foolish I have been. To the first military district, Mr. Shen is regarded as a treasure. With an entire military district safeguarding him, I have been worrying needlessly. Old Liang, it's good that you understand. The first military district will advocate for Brother Shen. They are eagerly seeking talent. While we may discuss Brother Shen's affairs, it is not our place to do so. Otherwise, the superiors might accuse us of claiming his accolades. Wang Wei said with a smile, his mood evidently buoyant. He was already contemplating what else he could order Shen Fei to create, fearing that if he delayed, he might never have the opportunity to utilize Shen Fei's inventions again. President Wang, your foresight is commendable, Liang Shuzhong agreed, nodding in affirmation. At that moment, Liang Shuzhong's phone, which he had placed in his pocket, suddenly rang. However, He refrained from answering it immediately and glanced at Wang Wei. Seeing this, Wang Wei waved his hand, signaling Liang Shuzhong to take the call. Wang Wei then stepped away to a nearby area, tending to the tea set and retrieving his cherished Da Hong Pao. On the other side, Liang Shuzhong had already taken out his phone to take a look. The moment he glanced at the screen, his expression froze in sheer astonishment. For more than a minute, his jaw remained agape, never to close again. Old Liang, what's the matter? Has something happened again? Wang Wei, who had just finished washing the tea set, noticed that Liang Shuzhong's demeanor was rather unusual and couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Liang Shuzhong swallowed hard, his throat moving as he raised his head, a look of horror on his face. President Wang. Yes, it's a video sent to me by someone from the information department. Commander Sun himself has spoken on Dragon Country Military Network regarding Shen Fei. What? That is a good thing. Why do you look like that? Wang Wei asked, somewhat perplexed. Hearing this, Liang Shuzhong could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. President Wang, you should see for yourself. I cannot find the words to describe Commander Sun's statements. In all honesty, I have never seen anyone capable of addressing a military district commander in such a manner. Chapter 66. The shocking video that stunned the entire internet at 1500 hours Beijing time. After the Dragon Country Military Network released a video showcasing the flawless victory of Dragon Country in the latest round of aerial combat exercises against the Bear Nation, they quietly published another new video. In this video, a poised female reporter from the Dragon Country Military Network posed a question to Sun Dongxian. Commander Sun, your aviation division has achieved a remarkable victory with a zero-casualty rate against the Bear Nation. What would you like to say to the fans of Dragon Country Military Network? Firstly, this victory in the exercise is not merely a triumph of my 1st Military District's aviation division, but a victory that belongs to the party and the people. After a century of shared struggles, inheriting the party's teachings, striving diligently, and advancing hand in hand, we create a bright future together. It is precisely due to the prosperity of our motherland that our 1st military district possesses the military strength we have today. At this point, Sun Dongxian paused momentarily before continuing. Secondly, I would like to mention a brilliant scientific talent named Shen Fei. He is the most gifted young individual I have encountered in terms of scientific talent. Sun Dongxian's expression was exceedingly serious. The female reporter standing beside him momentarily faltered at his words, but soon regained her composure, maintaining her professionalism. Commander Sun, I have heard of Mr. Shen Fei, but isn't he the owner of a manufacturing company? What does he have to do with this military exercise? The voice of the female military reporter resonated with utmost curiosity. Hearing this, Sun Dongxian slowly began to explain, this matter dates back a few days. At that time, our military's research department was tasked with overcoming the safety issues concerning strategic pilot training. However, we were at a loss. It was then that we discovered an unmanned aerial vehicle with peculiar parameters. Upon testing its performance, we found it possessed extraordinarily impressive range, payload capacity, and stability. It is precisely through the study of that drone that our Military Research Institute has developed the new generation SJ unmanned strategic bomber, thereby achieving a comprehensive victory in the recent military exercises with the Bear Country Air Force. That very drone was crafted by Comrade Shen Fei for the Shunfeng Group, intended for courier transportation. Such information is ostensibly classified. I ought not to make it public. However, given the plethora of unfounded rumors circulating online about Comrade Shen Fei, I feel compelled to step forward and defend his reputation. Furthermore, according to our nation's protection protocol for research personnel, I must assert the importance of safeguarding talents like Comrade Shen Fei. Previously, my 1st Group Army was tasked with ensuring the security of the Magic City. Now, in addition to that, our military has taken on another duty, to unconditionally protect the safety and property of Comrade Shen Fei. Any nefarious individuals harboring ill intentions towards him must be prepared to pay a grievous price for their actions. As he concluded, Commander Sun Dongxian's commanding presence surged forth, exerting an overwhelming pressure. In the office of the chairman of Shunfeng headquarters, Wang Wei felt a shiver run down his spine after watching the video. A chill ascended from his feet to the crown of his head. He had anticipated that the military district would speak on Shen Fei's behalf and envisioned a significant reaction. Yet he could hardly fathom the situation escalating to this extent. The echo of Commander Sun's words resonated in his ears, instilling a tremor within him. Wang Wei could not help but exclaim, Old Liang, Those behind Brother Shen must be trembling in fear right now. Indeed, President Wang. Moreover, this matter has yet to fully unfold. Once this video circulates widely, those individuals should hope that Mr. Shen is in a good mood these days. Otherwise, it is likely that Commander Sun's words will not remain mere words. While the military district cannot interfere with law enforcement, a little pressure from Commander Sun may very well prompt the Magic City Police to conduct a thorough sweep, apprehending all those who have conspired in the shadows. I have heard that after this incident, the executives of the Tiger Shark live streaming platform relegated Mr. Shen's store to several pages beyond the search results, along with over 200,000 canceled orders. Such a large-scale withdrawal of orders is indeed suspicious. It seems that some individuals had been scheming to strike a heavy blow against Mr. Shen long before this. Liang Shuzhong began to analyze the situation. One cannot deny that as Wang Wei's assistant, he possesses considerable acumen. Ordinary individuals might dismiss these occurrences as mere coincidences, yet he has dissected the matter with clarity. Wang Wei, upon hearing this, cast an appreciative glance at Liang Shuzhong. Old Liang, you make a compelling point. However, these matters are beyond our concern now. From here on, we shall simply observe. Chapter 67. Tell Batman, the Joker has been found. While Wang Wei conversed with Liang Shuzhong, the time in Yanjing was 3:30 in the afternoon. Merely half an hour had elapsed since the latest video was released by the Dragon Kingdom military network, and the number of likes had already surpassed 5 million. Countless netizens, who had been ardently pursuing the truth, could never have fathomed that the entire affair would unfold in such a manner. However, given that this was the official account of the Dragon Kingdom military network, the netizens were hesitant to voice their opinions freely. Thus, after liking the video, millions of users flocked to the comment section of the Shunfeng Douyin official account. In an instant, the comment section erupted in fervor. President Wang, is the video released by the Dragon Kingdom military network authentic? It feels as if I am dreaming in broad daylight. Xuanfeng's press conference left us hanging because Brother Fei's drone was intercepted by the military district. Does this mean Shunfeng has no drones to unveil? I am utterly devastated. President Wang must be refraining from responding due to the need to protect military secrets. He seems indifferent to Xuanfeng's fate. Such noble intentions. My apologies, President Wang, for my earlier loud outburst. Brothers, let us weep together. Flood the screen with tears. The comment section on Xuanfeng's side was utterly relentless. Meanwhile, on the Hushark live streaming platform, the room that Shen Fei utilized solely for taking orders was already stirred into a frenzy. I merely wish to ask, where are Brother Fei's detractors? Step forward and speak. I am ready to take on an entire group who claimed that Brother Fei absconded, who asserted that Brother Fei had run out of creative prowess to produce drones. The military district's commander personally endorsed Brother Fei. Is there any need to elaborate on the significance of that? Initially, I believed Brother Fei was heading to prison, but it turns out he is joining the party. Lonely pursuer of defeat. Just now, there were too many people outside. Brother Fei, I bow to you. Damn it. You are the one, right? Tell Batman to come directly. The Joker has been found. In this period, Shen Fei had amassed an overwhelming number of fans. After being suppressed for 2 long days, his devoted supporters finally felt vindicated. Following the reprimand of the detractors, the netizens swiftly shifted their focus to discussing the drone that Shen Fei had developed. Brothers, to be honest, my scalp is still tingling. Isn't Shunfeng's drone meant for delivery? It's for civilian use. How could it possibly be intercepted by the military district? Didn't you see what the commander said in the video? The astonishing range, payload capacity, and stability. The commander likely deemed Brother Fei's drone too capable for mere delivery. Hence it was repurposed as a strategic unmanned bomber. Moreover, the drone developed by the military district has been named the SJ generation, essentially, the Shen Fei generation. It goes without saying what kind of prestige that carries. I still find it perplexing. Could any knowledgeable individuals on drones shed some light on this? Just how remarkable is the drone that Brother Fei has created? While there were many military enthusiasts in the live stream, most were merely spectators. When it came to specific performance inquiries, they could only stare in silence. However, it wasn't long before a knowledgeable netizen stepped forward. I once worked in a factory that manufactured civilian drones, so I possess a modicum of understanding regarding them. The paramount features of a drone, as articulated by the commander in the video, are its range, payload capacity, and stability. Of course, the maximum speed is also a significant factor. Let us first examine the specifications of the 3 drones released by Shunfeng. According to Xuanfeng's representatives, their drones have surpassed a range of 2,000 kilometers and a payload capacity exceeding 2 tons. Under normal circumstances, these figures represent the pinnacle of what civilian drones can achieve. Remarkably, the military has acquired 3 of these drones from Shen Fei. Furthermore, it does not end there. For every 3 drones, 1 is exchanged. The military seems to perceive it as a loss for Shen Fei. They have even signed a contract for the purchase of additional drones. The signing of such contracts between the military and private enterprises is an unprecedented occurrence. Now, one can comprehend just how extraordinary the drones crafted by Fiji truly are. A user named Cheyu Chehang continually inundated the chat with comments. The multitude of netizens was utterly astonished. The barrage of comments came to a halt for several seconds before erupting once more like a tide. If we deduce from this, the drone created by Fiji must possess a range exceeding 8,000 kilometers and a payload capacity starting at 6 tons. Oh, now I understand why the military was so eager to seize this opportunity. The threshold for a strategic bomber is 8,000 kilometers, and it must be able to make a round trip of that distance. What Fiji has engineered, however, is capable of directly traveling 8,000 kilometers to strike. And if necessary, it need not return. It can inflict a second wave of damage upon the enemy. The operational radius is even more outrageous than that of a bomber. And the crucial point is that it does not require a pilot. It is essential to recognize that training a fighter pilot in our country is no easy feat. Hiss! I gasped in astonishment. I initially believed that the vehicle gifted to Xiaomi represented Fiji's limits, but it appears that his forte lies not in civilian applications, but in military ones. Fiji, did you think the promotional slogan of the Super Divine Manufacturing Store was a jest? Alas, what a pity. I yearn to witness the drone created by Fiji with my own eyes. Indeed. However, this is undoubtedly classified military information, and we may never have the opportunity to see it in our lifetimes. To be honest, I believe I have encountered the drone crafted by Fiji. Ah, my friend. No, my adoptive father. My biological father. Do you have any pictures? Image in JPG format. Here it is. Just as the netizens thought that the user known as Tier Open Wound was jesting, he unexpectedly produced a photograph. Gazing at the image, showcasing the interplay of blue skies and white clouds, alongside a temple and an aircraft in a striking composition, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. They then began to flood the chat with comments. Wow, isn't this the photo from the recent fighter escort incident that went viral? Tier Open Wound. Yes, the aircraft in the center should be the drone crafted by Fiji. Previously, there were discussions surrounding the aircraft in the middle, rumored to be occupied by a high-ranking military official. However, upon magnifying the photograph significantly and examining it meticulously, I discovered that this aircraft lacks even a cockpit. Furthermore, the timing aligns perfectly. Thus, it is evident that this is not a military dignitary in transit, escorted by fighter jets. Rather, it involves 8 fighter planes intercepting the unmanned aerial vehicle crafted for Shen Fei by Fiji. A netizen, known as Tearing Open Wounds, elucidated this through a barrage of comments. Countless viewers in the live stream fell into silence as they gazed at the image. After a prolonged moment, one individual could not contain themselves and commented, I initially believed it was divine providence safeguarding our nation's prosperity and strength. Only now do I comprehend that there is no celestial intervention. The strength of our nation, the rejuvenation of our ethnicity, and the happiness of our people are solely due to the relentless efforts of scientific talents like Fiji. Chapter 68, 2 Proposals. Once the entire sequence of events was clarified, a wave of astonishment swept over countless individuals. The emotional turmoil was such that it lingered for an extended period. In response, Dong Jia, the CEO of the Hustler live streaming platform, promptly issued an apology statement regarding the recent actions taken against Mr. Shen Fei's live stream. It was entirely a personal decision made by a senior executive, Yuan Jianxi. Upon returning from an overseas business trip and learning of this matter, I immediately subjected Yuan Jianxi to serious criticism and disciplinary action. The outcome is as follows, effective immediately. Yuan Jianxi is relieved of all duties at the Hustler live streaming platform, and he will face fines for the impact caused to Mr. Shen Fei. On behalf of the Hustler live streaming platform, I extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Shen Fei. It is due to our negligence that such an error occurred. I hope Mr. Shen Fei can find it in his heart to forgive us. Under normal circumstances, Dong Jia's apology would have sparked considerable commotion. However, at present, countless netizens are flitting between Shen Fei and Shen Fei, leaving little room for attention to this statement. Nevertheless, with the release of Dong Jia's statement, this incident can be considered conclusively settled. Within the first military district research base, despite the considerable online chatter in recent days, it remains an untouched sanctuary. As preparations for a new round of combat drills commence, the entire first military district is bustling with activity, leaving no time to grasp the happenings online. At this moment, under the summons of Chun Jinmin, Qin Ying and her colleagues set aside their tasks and reconvene in the research base as conference room. However, unlike previous occasions, Sun Dongxian, who has never participated in the research base meetings, surprisingly attended this time. Ahem. Please share how you have been occupied these past few days. Do you have confidence in the upcoming combat exercise with the 71st Group Army? As the leading talents from various sectors of the research base gathered in the conference room, Sun Dongxian gradually approached the podium. Although the individuals seated before him, including Qin Ying and Su Ting, were not combat personnel, it is acknowledged that in modern warfare, the pivotal element is no longer merely the tactics employed, but rather the disparity in military capabilities between the two sides. Although Qin Ying and others did not participate in the battle, they possessed at least 60% of the discourse power to discuss the probability of success in this military exercise. Commander, we are undoubtedly confident, right everyone? After Sun Dongxian's remark, Su Ting was the first to rise and speak. Ma Hongyi and others echoed in agreement, their voices resonating in the conference room, as if they could lift the roof with their fervor. Indeed, Commander, we are confident. We are confident. However, as Sun Dongxian and Chun Jinmin remained silent, the enthusiasm of Ma Hongyi and the others began to wane. Eventually, Su Ting, still standing, could no longer contain himself. Alas, Commander, perhaps a 35% chance. It feels like we have a 35% chance of defeating the 71st Group Army. Yet, even if we win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. We simply cannot contend with the two armored divisions of the 71st Group Army. The TZ-type ultra-hard alloy that Sister Ying has developed has now been applied to our tanks, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of our light and heavy tanks. It effectively counters smoothbore guns, rifled guns, armor-piercing shells, and explosive shells. However, the main battle tanks of the two armored divisions of the 71st Group Army possess formidable defenses and superior offensive capabilities compared to ours. If it weren't for Sister Ying, we might not even have a 30% chance. Su Ting finally spoke candidly, revealing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qin Ying, who was seated beside him, could not help but roll her eyes. Observing her reaction, Su Ting could only manage a wry smile and mutter softly, Sister Ying, I know you are eager to win this military exercise, but on paper, we simply cannot compete with the 71st Group Army. Oh, is that so? Little Ting, tell your sister, are you interested in that Jiang Lin? If so, just say it, perhaps I can help you out. Qin Ying turned to Su Ting with a beaming smile, though her expression sent a chill down Su Ting's spine. What are you talking about, Sister Ying? I am not. I assure you. He quickly added, however, Ma Hongyi mentioned to me the other day that Jiang Lin has a great figure. Why not ask him? Meanwhile, Ma Hongyi, who was observing the commotion, was taken aback. As Su Ting and the others whispered among themselves, Sun Dongxian exchanged glances with Chun Jinmin. Subsequently, Chun Jinmin gestured for Sun Dongxian to speak. Upon receiving the cue, Sun Dongxian nodded and cleared his throat, bringing the spacious conference room into silence. After glancing at Qin Ying and the others, he began to speak slowly. Su Ting's response is quite reasonable. I have discussed this with old Shun, and we have concluded that the probability stands at 30%. Although the apparent difference is merely 20% in modern warfare, a 20% disparity in odds is indeed monumental. Therefore, to enhance the probability of success in this military exercise, the military district has proposed two plans. Setting aside all other expenditures that deplete the military district's budget, there currently remains a surplus of 200 million. The first proposal, to procure 2 Leopard 2 series tanks, serving as the clandestine weapon for this upcoming military exercise. The 71st Group Army's armored division is formidable, boasting a plethora of advanced land combat tanks. I have already inquired with the military headquarters regarding this matter, and the response was affirmative, permitting the introduction of Leopard 2 tanks for the exercise. This would undoubtedly enhance the strategic value of the operation. Commander, before Sun Dongxian could finish his thought, Su Ting and others could no longer contain their excitement. The Leopard 2 is hailed as the king of modern land combat tanks. Within Longhua, only the 99A can be compared to the Leopard 2. In the eyes of Su Ting and the others, there was no need for further deliberation. With 2 Leopard 2s, the odds of success would increase by at least 50%. Enough with the commotion. Let the commander finish speaking. Commander, what is the second proposal? At that moment, Qin Ying interjected, her eyes flickering with interest. Chapter 69. Commander, you cannot show favoritism. Qin Ying was acutely aware of the prowess of the Leopard 2 series, particularly the Leopard 2 A7 main battle tank. As a dominant force in land warfare, it indeed possesses formidable capabilities. The introduction of 2 Leopard 2 A7s could, to a significant extent, determine the outcome of a small-scale engagement, thereby exerting a far-reaching impact on the overall battlefield. In contrast, the Longhua 99A series tanks, which are capable of contending with the Leopard 2 A7, number merely 6 within the first group army. On paper alone, this could substantially enhance their combat power. Moreover, the 71st Group Army is exceedingly familiar with the 99A tanks. Their understanding of its defensive and offensive attributes far surpasses that of their adversaries. However, the 71st Group Army is not as well acquainted with the Leopard 2 A7 tanks. Consequently, the operational efficacy of introducing 2 Leopard 2 A7s would surpass that of 2 99A tanks in this military exercise. Yet, Qin Ying understood this. How could Sun Dongxian be unaware? In light of this situation, the fact that Sun Dongxian proposed both options indicates that he deemed the second proposal to hold comparable merit to the introduction of 2 Leopard 2 A7s. On the other hand, Su Ting and the others seemed to grasp this notion as well, albeit with slightly diminished anticipation. For they could not fathom any alternative expenditure of the 200 million that could rival the cost-effectiveness of acquiring 2 Leopard 2 A7s. As for the second proposal, Sun Dongxian, meeting the gaze of Qin Ying and the others, took a moment to compose himself before he spoke slowly. The second proposal, which I discussed with Elder Chun, is to approach Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei declined our invitation to join the research base, we can place an order through his manufacturing facility, commissioning him to create a new type of main battle tank for us. Of course, I am aware that Shen Fei's manufacturing shop is currently thriving, with orders numbering in the millions. Even our 200 million order amount is hardly significant. However, I have already submitted a request to the higher-ups. If Shen Fei is willing to accept our first military district order, there will be a tax exemption policy applied to all revenues from his manufacturing facilities. I believe this incentive should hold considerable allure for Shen Fei. Sun Dongxian's voice resonated in the conference room, leaving Su Ting and others utterly stunned. They appeared as if petrified on the spot. Even Qin Ying's eyes revealed surprise and disbelief. After a few seconds of silence, Su Ting finally swallowed hard and said, "Commander, you cannot be jesting with us to lighten the atmosphere before the exercises, can you? I know Shen Fei's achievements are remarkable. Just moments ago, we secured victory in the joint exercise against the Bear Nation's Air Force using the drones he developed. There are certain aspects of that drone that the opposition has yet to fully comprehend. But setting aside Shen Fei's expertise in manufacturing armored tanks, consider our 99A. From design finalization and development to successfully producing the first unit, the entire process took 5 long years. Now, with only 3 days remaining until our joint training with the First Group Army, how could Shen Fei possibly manufacture a main battle tank in that time? Su Ting gazed intently at Sun Dongxian, increasingly convinced that he was merely jesting. Ma Hongyi, Zhang Ku, and others shared the sentiment, regarding it as an utterly implausible scenario. This was not due to underestimating Shen Fei. His reputation in their minds was already monumental. However, 3 days was insufficient even to produce a light tank. In comparison to the first plan, the second seemed pathetically inadequate. One option was the readily available Armored King, the Leopard 2 A7, while the other placed their hopes on the entirely unknown Shen Fei. Su Ting and others felt that even a dog would know how to choose. Qin Ying, what is your perspective? Do you share Su Ting's views? As Su Ting and others debated, expressing skepticism towards the second plan, Sun Dongxian turned to the silent Qin Ying. Hearing her name, Qin Ying pursed her delicate lips before responding. Commander, from a rational standpoint, the second plan indeed pales in comparison to the first. Yet, you know that women are often more emotional. Personally, I find myself somewhat hopeful for the second plan. Perhaps Shen Fei will surprise us, will he not? 2 Leopard 2 A7S may not guarantee our victory over the first group army, but Shen Fei might not lead us to defeat. Qining articulated her thoughts one after another, while Su Ting and the others nearby were hesitant to fully agree, as they perceived her words as veiled optimism. To put it bluntly, it was nearly impossible. All right, I understand. It seems there is significant divergence in opinions regarding the plan selection. Sun Dongxian surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over Qining, Su Ting, and others. Upon hearing his words, Su Ting and the others were momentarily taken aback. Commander, is there really such a significant divergence of opinions? Out of the 81 individuals present, I reckon nearly 80 would opt for the first proposal. It seems only Sister Ing desires the second option. You cannot simply express your preference because of your affection for her, Su Ting remarked with a wry smile. They all understood that Qining, being an orphan, was regarded as a daughter by both Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinming. However, this choice was crucial as it pertained to the probability of success in the upcoming military exercise. How could one show bias at such a critical juncture? Commander, I must say that I find Su Ting's perspective to be quite valid. Please disregard my opinion. I merely wish to express my personal thoughts, Qining said, momentarily stunned. Yet, as soon as her words fell, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Qining, Su Ting, the divergence is indeed substantial. Both Chen and I have chosen the second proposal. Chapter 70. Opinions may be voiced, yet not necessarily accepted. Sun Dongxian's voice resonated slowly within the conference room. The 81 elite military research personnel, including Qining and Su Ting, stood frozen in astonishment. As if struck by a colossal stone, it left them momentarily at a loss for words. To them, this was no longer merely a matter of differing opinions. With both Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinming having made their selections, was there any need for further discussion? The conclusion seemed all but inevitable. Commander, why is that? Su Ting inquired, bewildered. I cannot comprehend it. Sister Ying's choice is driven by emotion, but you and Chen. He looked directly at Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinming. His eyes filled with profound confusion. Though he dared not voice the latter part of his thought, the implication was unmistakable. How could Sun Dongxian, as the military district commander, and Chen Jinming, as the head of the research base, treat this matter so lightly? In response to their scrutinizing gazes, Sun Dongxian maintained his composure. Speaking in a measured tone, myself and Chen are not acting impulsively. Our decision has been reached after careful consideration. Qining aptly stated that 2 Leopard 2 A7 tanks may not guarantee a victory against the first group army. Nor does the involvement of Shenyang aircraft necessarily lead to our defeat. To delve deeper, even if those 2 Leopard 2 A7S secure a win for us, what value does that hold for our research? The enhancement of the Dragon Nation's main battle tank capabilities would be negligible at best. Conversely, Shenyang's research in computers, motorcycles, new energy vehicles, and drones has showcased remarkable achievements worthy of exploration. Is it not the case that the SJ-1 unmanned bomber was developed precisely due to Shenyang's innovations? Therefore, both Chen and I are eager to see if an investment of 200 million could yield another surprise from Shenyang. Of course, this surprise does not imply defeating the 71st Group Army. Achieving victory with just a single tank would be a daunting task. However, if Shenyang can craft a tank that enables us to triumph in even a modest engagement, that would be a significant accomplishment. The presence of several esteemed senior officials from the General Military Office left everyone in awe, and that alone was sufficient. We can emerge victorious, but it must be a victory of elegance. We may also face defeat, yet it should be a defeat worthy of admiration. In conclusion, Sun Dongxian's resolute voice resonated throughout the conference room. Initially, he held significant regard for the outcome of the military exercise with the 71st Group Army. However, following a conversation with Chen Jinming the previous evening about the possibility of collaborating with Shen Fei to develop a tank, he had already set aside concerns regarding winning or losing. Moreover, he believed that the senior officials from the General Military Office would not solely focus on the outcome. Identifying issues, resolving them, and planning for the future. These are the true objectives of a military exercise. Commander, I understand. But what about the timeline? Should we specify a 3-day deadline for the order to Shen Fei? If that is the case, I think we can prepare for both scenarios. If Shen Fei declines our order, it would indicate a lack of confidence in completing it within 3 days. We could then opt to introduce 2 Leopard 2 A7 tanks as an alternative. If Shen Fei accepts, it would indeed be a joyous outcome. Additionally, regarding the order requirements, should we consider raising the stakes a bit? After all, it involves 200 million. A single Leopard 2A7 costs around 100 million. After a moment of silence, Su Ting could not help but speak up. The others, including Zhang Ku, nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain, showing their strong support for Su Ting's remarks. Ma Hongyi, on the other hand, began to count on his fingers, contemplating how much Shen Fei, that shrewd businessman, might charge them for the 200 million. Before long, Ma Hongyi could not help but slap his thigh, muttering to himself, the commander placing the order under the military district's name is not something small enterprises like Xiaomi or Shunfeng can compare to. Shen Fei wouldn't dare to exploit state funds. Meanwhile, in response to Su Ting's comments, Sun Dongxian slowly shook his head, stating, without a backup plan, we are left with only a single option. I have already discussed the timeline in detail with Old Chun. Although neither of us has witnessed Shen Fei's manufacturing facility in person, the information relayed by the Flying Dragon Special Forces indicates that Shen Fei's factory, located in the suburbs, is quite extensive. A significant portion consists of an enclosed workshop. Both Old Chun and I believe that it houses a complete set of automated manufacturing equipment personally developed by Shen Fei, which is likely to be significantly advanced beyond the current global standards for automation. Otherwise, Shen Fei would not have been able to fulfill the drone order for Shunfeng within 3 days. Thus, the efficiency of Shen Fei's manufacturing capabilities far exceeds our expectations. Furthermore, I have sought approval from the military commission to send Shen Fei the complete design blueprints and all research materials pertaining to the Type 99A main battle tank. After some consideration, the military commission responded affirmatively. Consequently, allowing Shen Fei to develop a new type of tank based on the data of the Type 99A, it would significantly shorten the timeline. However, even so, producing a main battle tank within 3 days remains a considerable challenge. Therefore, in terms of time, I shall impose no constraints on Shen Fei. Even if this military exercise cannot be completed in time, we can await the next opportunity. As for the demands, I believe it is even more prudent not to place any on Shen Fei, as this might hinder his performance. Sun Dongxian's expression was exceedingly grave, while Su Ting and the others appeared to be listening to a fantastical tale. No time constraints, no limitations. And even the schematics and core materials for the 99A were sent to Shen Fei. Since embarking on the path of research, Su Ting and his companions had never encountered anything so outrageous. Commander, may I inquire, Su Ting said, by presenting us with these 2 proposals. Do you wish for us to vote? If the results favor the first proposal, will you and Elder Chen abandon the second? Taking a deep breath, Su Ting spoke, and the others turned their gazes towards Sun Dongxian. At least from the current circumstances, they were resolute in their refusal to support the second proposal. Well, you all should know me. I am not a tyrant. The purpose of today's meeting is to gather everyone's opinions. If you have differing views, Elder Chun and I will certainly take them into account, Sun Dongxian replied, his tone noticeably less assertive than before. Upon hearing this, Su Ting could not help but close his eyes momentarily, realizing that while they would be allowed to express themselves freely, the likelihood of their suggestions being adopted was slim. Commander, I have no further comments. Hongyi, do you have anything to add? Su Ting suddenly tilted his head. At that moment, Ma Hongyi had already begun counting on his fingers. He believed that if there were demands, Shen Fei would not dare to deceive the state's funds. Even if he did, he would have limited maneuverability. However, with no demands at all, Ma Hongyi felt that Shen Fei would undoubtedly profit immensely. Hongyi, quickly, regarding the choice between the 2 proposals, do you have anything to say? If you remain silent, the commander may abandon the 2 Leopard 2A7s and directly place an order with Shen Fei. Seeing that Ma Hongyi seemed lost in thought while counting on his fingers, Su Ting raised his voice slightly. Having been eager to express his thoughts, Ma Hongyi snapped back to attention. Commander, Elder Chun, you must not choose the second proposal. Shen Fei is unreliable. While some of his technologies are impressive, he is notoriously unscrupulous. Previously, I asked Brother Qian how much the Shunfeng drone would be worth if we excluded the technical aspects. Do you know how he responded? 50 million. The production cost is only about 50 million. Shen Fei profited a staggering 70 million from the 1,200 million order. The crux of the matter is that Shen Fei does not sell patents or technology. To this day, Brother Qian and his team are still grappling with that research material. Before this meeting, I glanced at Brother Qian, and he looked so disheveled he could almost be mistaken for a scavenger. Consider this. My esteemed colleagues, if we place an order worth 200 million with Shen Fei, how much will he pocket illicitly? In comparison, purchasing 2 Leopard 2A7 tanks would undoubtedly be far more economical, for the high production costs of the Leopard 2A7 are well known. Ma Hongyi exclaimed passionately, his expression one of deep concern. Upon hearing his words, Su Ting could not help but manifest a multitude of dark lines across his forehead. He had anticipated that Ma Hongyi would present a more substantial counterargument. Is this all he could muster? Enough? Hongyi refrained from further comment. Do you think we are akin to those individuals and private enterprises? Military district orders are no trifling matter. Mismanagement could lead us to a military tribunal. Even if Shen Fei were endowed with 3 extra lives, he would not dare to embezzle from the military district, Su Ting urged, tugging at Ma Hongyi's sleeve. On stage, Sun Dongxian exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Jinmin and could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Ma Hongyi, you may rest assured on this point. Although I have yet to meet Shen Fei, he has generously shared the core materials for drone development with me at no cost. This clearly demonstrates his patriotic spirit. As a successor to our nation's future, I firmly believe that Shen Fei would never engage in the misappropriation of state funds. Moreover, as Su Ting has mentioned, with military tribunals and national laws in place, Shen Fei will not overstep his bounds. Of course, it is true that Shen Fei operates his store with the intention of generating profit. Allowing him to earn a modest sum of 10 to 20 million from 200 million does not strike me as a significant issue. Chapter 71. The complete transformation of the manufacturing store after Sun Dongxian spoke. He surveyed the room, and, noticing that Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and Qin Ying had exhausted their comments, he gradually restrained his smile, adopting a more serious tone. Attention! All personnel at the 1st Group Army Research Base. Upon hearing this, Qin Ying and the others were momentarily taken aback, then promptly rose in unison from their seats. Please give us your orders, Commander. In my capacity as the president of the 1st Military District, I hereby issue the final directives prior to the exercises. All combat equipment designated for deployment to the exercise area must undergo final inspections. Within 3 days, all operational forces must meet inspection standards and proceed to the designated operational site. Yes, Commander. The resounding affirmation echoed within the conference room. Sun Dongxian nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. That will be all for today's meeting. We shall proceed with the second proposal. Once I exit this door, please refrain from voicing any further opinions. With that, Sun Dongxian and Chun Jinmin departed the conference room, leaving Su Ting and the others at a loss for words, merely watching as Sun Dongxian's figure receded into the distance. After a prolonged silence, Su Ting could not suppress a sigh. Alas, the commander must have succumbed to some sort of enchantment cast by Shen Fei. Absolutely. Yingjie, don't you agree? Never mind. I won't press the matter further. You two seem to hope that the commander selects Shen Fei. What is the matter? Is choosing Shen Fei such a bad idea? Personally, I find it quite intriguing. If, at that time, Shen Fei truly secures the order and manages to fabricate the tank before the combat exercises, I would genuinely like to personally test the tank he has crafted. Jiang Lin is too timid to face the battlefield. I must demonstrate to her that I am not jesting. Qin Ying nonchalantly rested her long legs on the table. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Su Ting and the others were momentarily frozen in surprise. Without delay, Ma Hongyi quickly interjected, Sistering, please do not jest. I have heard that the casualty target set by the higher-ups this time is 3, based on our total operational engagements with the 1st Group Army. Losing 300 lives falls within an acceptable range. This is a full doubling of the previous casualty targets from our exercises. If something were to happen to you, what would we do? We all rely on you to lead us in research for a lifetime. After speaking, Ma Hongyi shot an anxious glance at Su Ting. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Ting nodded and said, Sister Ying, Hongyi is right. Our military district cannot afford to lose you. Moreover, the commander and Elder Chen would certainly not permit your participation in the exercises. After hearing Ma Hongyi and Su Ting's words, Qin Ying fell silent for a few seconds before nodding to herself. Indeed, what you both say holds merit. Relieved, Ma Hongyi exhaled and exchanged a knowing look with Su Ting, who reciprocated with an expression that conveyed understanding. However, in the next moment, both of them stood frozen in disbelief. But I have already made a promise to Jiang Lin. I cannot go back on my word. How about this, Su Ting? Mahongi, you two can take my place in the exercises. This should resolve any issues. I will personally speak to the commander and Elder Chun on your behalf. Having researchers drive the tanks in the combat exercises will provide a better understanding of the tank strengths and weaknesses in real combat. I am certain the commander and Elder Chun will comprehend this. The more Qining spoke, the more convinced she became of her reasoning. Meanwhile, a multitude of worry lines appeared on the foreheads of Su Ting and Ma Hongyi. As Qining rose and began to saunter towards the conference room exit, the two immediately rushed to catch up. Sistering, spare us. We refuse to participate, even if it costs us our lives. My mother has plans for me to return home for a matchmaking arrangement this year. Me too, me too. The Ma family has been passed down for 3 generations. The lineage must not be severed. As Su Ting and his companion lamented their unfortunate fate, the Tiger Shark live streaming platform was already engulfed in a storm of excitement. This was, of course, due to the staggering order of 200 million placed with Shen Fei's manufacturing shop by the 1st Military District. Brothers, am I seeing things or dreaming? The 1st Military District has directly placed an order with Brother Fei? When Commander Sun personally praised Brother Fei, I knew this day would come, but I never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. One must admit, the Military District's generosity is truly astonishing. A staggering 200 million at the very first bid. This amount surpasses the 2nd place order by a remarkable 70 million. Initially, Huawei had offered 50 million to Fiji. But as it became apparent that Fiji was reluctant to accept the order, they incrementally raised the bid to a breathtaking 13 billion. Huawei remarked, "We are not short on funds, but can everyone guess if we dare to increase the price further?" Ha ha ha. Once the Military District's order emerged, not only did Huawei refrain from raising their bid, but all the top 10 orders also remained stagnant. Now, it all hinges on which order Fiji will accept. Although the specifics of what the Military District seeks from Fiji remain unclear, I am nonetheless eager for him to secure the Military District's order. Indeed, Fiji would certainly not dare to exploit the nation's funds. Finally, we may witness him exerting his full potential in this lifetime. Woohoo! Full throttle Fiji. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. The millions of viewers in the live stream buzz with anticipation regarding Shen Fei's potential acquisition of the 1st Military District order. Meanwhile, within the manufacturing shop in the suburbs, Shen Fei expended several days of effort to completely revamp the facility. In terms of defense and early warning capabilities, Shen Fei has achieved the utmost possible at this time. As long as no one directly drops an atomic bomb on his manufacturing shop, Shen Fei is guaranteed safety within its confines. Of course, even if an atomic bomb were hurled his way, the automatic alarm system he has set up would provide him with an early warning signal. As long as the bomb does not descend within 10 seconds, Shen Fei can utilize the small escape plane he has crafted to flee to safety at a terrifying speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour. This escape aircraft, which Shen Fei has aptly named DFO, Death's Footstep Always Behind Me, not only boasts an astonishing speed that far exceeds that of any fighter jet on the market, but also features an exceptionally sturdy exterior and radiation protection. One atomic bomb is hardly sufficient to pose a threat to Shen Fei. Chapter 72. A grand PUA event. However, evading an atomic bomb is one matter. But if someone were truly to present him with such a grand gesture, Shen Fei would undoubtedly feel compelled to reciprocate with an even grander gift. It is crucial to understand that the cutting-edge military manufacturing technology at Shen Fei's disposal is not merely reflective of a single nation's military prowess. Rather, it encompasses the most advanced military concepts from across the globe. The creation of nuclear weapons, for instance, would take him mere moments should he so desire. Naturally, the likelihood of someone launching an atomic bomb at Shen Fei's manufacturing shop is exceedingly low, unless they are prepared to endure the wrath of the entire Long nation's military. Shen Fei merely adopts a mindset of preparedness. If there is one aspect of the manufacturing shop that Shen Fei finds unsatisfactory, it is the limited range of the early warning system. Given the military technology he currently possesses, he is capable of constructing a satellite-based missile defense system. In doing so, any intercontinental missile approaching the skies above Modu would be detected by the satellite he constructs, which would then relay information to the missile defense system to intercept the incoming threat. However, this endeavor would require him to launch a satellite and equip it with a missile defense system, the cost of which is another matter altogether. In order to evade the detection of the Dragon country's military while launching a satellite, Shen Fei found himself in need of considerable ingenuity. Naturally, He could confront the military directly and disclose his proficiency in this technology. However, he feared such a revelation might unduly alarm the military leaders. One must take life one step at a time. Thus, Shen Fei believed it prudent to avoid provoking the military unduly, lest he find himself forcibly conscripted into a research facility, laboring day and night. His current defensive measures could only safeguard against those with ulterior motives. And should the military intervene, he would have no recourse but to raise the white flag and surrender. Alas, it all stemmed from his financial constraints. If only he had sufficient funds, then all problems would be effortlessly resolved. It seemed he was still 800 million points short of upgrading to the 4th stage of the system. As he muttered to himself, Shen Fei approached the computer desk in the shop, launching the back-end interface of the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. A plethora of orders flooded his vision, and upon noticing the order from the 1st military district at the very top, he was momentarily taken aback. 200 million? Upon seeing the price of this order, his mind began to race with possibilities. He quickly clicked to view the order's details. Seeing that there were no time constraints or conditions attached, he wasted not a second in accepting the order. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. Commander Sun must have felt a twinge of guilt for receiving the drone research materials without compensation and knowing my integrity. He likely surmised I would not accept money without cause. Thus, he sent 200 million under the guise of an order. The party and the country do not deceive me. May our nation thrive eternally, and may Commander Sun enjoy a long life. Shen Fei, who had been troubled by financial concerns, was suddenly enveloped in an exhilarating sense of clarity. This brought him significantly closer to accumulating the 800 million points required for the upgrade. Since there were no stipulations, he resolved to produce the tank for Commander Sun and deliver it the following day. Wait, he mused, I don't even know where the 1st military district is. Perhaps they should come collect it themselves. This would conveniently save on transportation costs. As Shen Fei contemplated this, he could not help but hum a cheerful tune. Us common folk, we are truly happy today. As he sang, he intended to step directly into the super laboratory. Creating this tank, devoid of any demands, would undoubtedly be far simpler than crafting the drone for Shen Fei. However, just as he was about to shift his gaze from the computer screen, he noticed a compressed, encrypted file beneath the order. At that precise moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Shen Fei's smile faltered slightly as he glanced at his phone, revealing a message from Sun Dongxian sent from a personal number. Comrade Shen Fei, here is the password for the encrypted file. The document is intended solely for printing. Please destroy it immediately after reading. The message, penned by General Sun Dongxian, stirred an unsettling premonition within Shen Fei. He then turned his gaze to the encrypted compressed file before him. After a brief contemplation, he proceeded to input the secret information. Subsequently, he clicked the print option, and the old printer beside his computer began to hum to life. Initially, Shen Fei assumed that this encrypted document would comprise merely a page or two. However, after 2 minutes had elapsed, he found himself replacing the paper with a new ream, as the printer continued to churn out sheets. Goodness, this is all money, he exclaimed inwardly, his frustration mounting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily summoned the System Upgrade Points panel. Upon glancing at it, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. New tank manufacturing order amount, 200 million. Cost incurred, 14,529. Additional costs, 0029, 0029, 0029. Shen Fei realized then that the system was even more ruthless than he had anticipated. After accepting the order, all associated costs had been calculated into the system. If he had only reviewed the encrypted document before accepting the order, though he acknowledged his error, he believed the bulk of the responsibility did not rest on him. Commander Sun, the losses you have caused me are substantial. I must find a way to recover this money, not to mention the compensation for emotional distress. As he muttered to himself, the printer, which had labored for a full 3 minutes, finally ceased its relentless output. Shen Fei surveyed the myriad pages strewn across the floor, unsure of their contents. He casually picked up the last printed sheet, and upon reading the first line, a serious expression crossed his face. It was yet another message from Sun Dongxian. Comrade Shen Fei, certain matters involve military secrets and must be conveyed in this manner. Our forces are scheduled to commence a new round of military exercises with the 71st Group Army from the Eastern Theater at 8 a.m. in 3 days. Your task is to assist in the creation of a new type of land warfare tank to help our army prevail against the 71st Group Army. Of course, if time is insufficient, We can forego it. After all, our first group army is accustomed to losing. I will only be displeased for a few months and might endure a year or two of ridicule. It's nothing. These are trivial matters for me. Comrade Shen Fei, you need not feel sympathy for me. Upon reaching this point, Shen Fei could barely contain himself. Who understands the plight of a family member? A military district president. No less. He laments his situation to me, a mere commoner, manipulating my emotions. At last, Shen Fei comprehended why Sun Dongxian had opted for encryption. Had the information been transmitted discreetly without protection, the reputation of a commanding general could be irrevocably tarnished in an instant. Chapter 73. This matter must be reported to the theater headquarters. Taking a deep breath, Shen Fei endeavored to suppress the myriad of unpleasant emotions as he continued to read. Comrade Shen Fei, there is truly no need to worry about time. The following are the design blueprints and core data for our nation's most formidable main battle tank, the Type 99A. Although I had to exert considerable effort to obtain this information from the General Staff, you need not feel pressured. As for performance, it need not exceed the Type 99A by too great a margin. A slight enhancement of 1 or 2 tiers will suffice. Upon finishing the latter part of Sun Dongxian's message, Shen Fei involuntarily closed his eyes. At that moment, his entire being began to tremble slightly. System, may I cancel the order after accepting it? Shen Fei implored silently in his mind. How foolish he had been to consider Sun Dongxian a good person. What kind of decent individual operates in such a manner? Though he claimed there were no time constraints or requirements, it would have been better to state some expectations. Commander Sun, it seems you have merely recognized my conscientious nature. Others would not bother with such things. Shen Fei muttered under his breath while gathering the design blueprints and core data for the Type 99A scattered on the floor. After stacking the blueprints together, he carelessly set them aside and sat before the computer, promptly sending a receipt for the order to Sun Dongxian. Based on Sun Dongxian's message, Shen Fei discerned 2 crucial points. Firstly, the tank he was to fabricate needed to be completed within 3 days, ideally to assist in defeating the 71st Group Army. Regarding the timeline, with the assistance of a super laboratory, Shen Fei perceived it as manageable. However, relying solely on a single tank to overcome an entire group army required considerable ingenuity on his part. While Sun Dongxian might not harbor high hopes for this endeavor, Shen Fei, having accepted the order, was determined not to tarnish his establishment's reputation. Thus, the receipt he sent to Sun Dongxian contained 2 essential inquiries: a comparison of main weaponry quantities between the 2 group armies and a detailed topographical map of the operational area. Shen Fei's mind encompassed far more than mere weapon manufacturing. He was equally capable of analyzing the potential firepower limits that military products could endure under varying conditions. Therefore, he sought to comprehend these 2 aspects. The first dictated the defensive capabilities of the tank he was to construct for the 1st Military District, while the second pertained to the unique operational capabilities required in specialized terrains. Only by addressing these considerations did Shen Fei believe it possible for a single tank to possess the capacity to alter the outcome of a group army's engagement. Naturally, the primary facets of a main battle tank are defense and offense. No tank can overlook these fundamental attributes. However, in Shen Fei's view, it is not always advantageous for armor to be excessively thick, nor for firepower to be overwhelmingly strong. Greater armor and firepower also increase weight, inevitably impacting the tank's agility. Once flexibility wanes and the adversary recognizes the formidable prowess of the tank, they may choose to refrain from direct confrontation, opting instead to deploy for heavily armored vehicles to ensnare you, rendering you immobile. Naturally, there exists another significant consideration: the financial implications. Sun Dongxian allocated a total of 2 billion, and Shen Fei has no reason to jeopardize his efforts. Costs must not be disregarded. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Shen Fei's order acceptance, Sun Dongxian eagerly made his way to Chen Jimin's office. However, gazing at the order receipt sent by Shen Fei, Sun Dongxian found himself momentarily taken aback. Chen Lao, the comparative data on the main battle weapon quantities of the 2 army groups, along with detailed terrain maps for the military exercises. What does Shen Fei intend to do with this? These are not merely ordinary military secrets, Sun Dongxian remarked, his expression rife with confusion. Although these details pale in comparison to the classified blueprints of the 99A he had dispatched to Shen Fei, they nonetheless necessitate consultation with the president of the Eastern Wilderness War Zone. Only with the president's consent can he forward this information to Shen Fei. Commander, I am also somewhat perplexed. These matters are entirely unrelated to tank production. However, since Shen Fei wishes to know, I believe we could apply to the war zone headquarters for permission, Chen Jimin responded after a moment's contemplation. Were it anyone else inquiring about such matters with the military district, a special organization would be established at once to investigate whether they were foreign spies. Yet, Shen Fei is in no way connected to such suspicions. Who among the spies would be so skilled as to allow their release? Moreover, Shen Fei's inquiries are exceedingly straightforward, which further assuages Chen Jinmin's concerns. However, the approval of the Eastern Wilderness War Zone headquarters is equally essential. Both he and Sun Dongxian's perceptions are insufficient if the headquarters does not concur. Very well, Chen Lao. We shall proceed according to your judgment. After all, we have placed all our hopes on Shen Fei and must extend our unreserved trust to him. As he spoke, Sun Dongxian approached the window and dialed the phone number of Lin Guiyang, the president of the Eastern Wilderness War Zone. A moment later, the call connected, and a resonant voice emerged from the other end. Dongxian, what brings you to contact me at such a late hour? Commander, it is regarding this matter. Sun Dongxian succinctly reported the situation concerning Shen Fei's order receipt to Lin Guiyang. Upon hearing Sun Dongxian's words, Lin Guiyang fell into a contemplative silence. Sun Dongxian, sensing the gravity of the moment, exchanged a glance with Chen Jinmin, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. However, it was not long before Lin Guiyang's deep voice resonated once more. Dongxian, I can grant you this request. That young fellow Shen Fei is quite intriguing. I, too, am curious to see what sort of tank he can create for you. However, should any unusual issues arise during this military exercise, I will hold you accountable. As the conversation drew to a close, Lin Guiyang's voice suddenly took on a grave tone. Sun Dongxian, upon hearing this, inhaled deeply and replied with utmost seriousness. Yes, Commander. I will take full responsibility should any issues arise. Chapter 74. This is all a divine arrangement. Within the suburban manufacturing facility, Shen Fei remained oblivious to Sun Dongxian's audacious decision regarding the operational intelligence. Upon receiving the combat information dispatched by Sun Dongxian, Shen Fei resolved to enter the super laboratory directly to craft a tank tailored for the upcoming military exercise of the 1st Army Group. However, at that moment, another thought struck him, summoning the system panel. Shen Fei silently turned his gaze toward the 2 lines of small text on the far left of the panel. Periodic financial report is being generated. Please be patient. Awaiting your anticipation, dear host. Gazing at the system's display, Shen Fei felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wasn't he promised that the report would be completed within a week? It had been over a week since he began creating the new energy vehicle for Lei Bus, and yet it was still under generation. Moreover, what was there for him to anticipate? He felt no excitement whatsoever, due to his overwhelming busyness during this period. Shen Fei had long forgotten about this matter, only to have it resurface now. Given that he was handling military district orders, what if the system decided to betray him? How would he manage to survive in the bustling metropolis? Shen Fei had already glanced over the principal weaponry quantity of the 1st Army Group. Even if he were to elevate the defense level of his manufacturing facility by 2 more tiers, it would still be utterly insufficient. Response. The periodic financial report will only be disclosed when the host is present in the real world. The first periodic financial report was automatically postponed due to the host being in the super laboratory at that time. At last, the system responded to Shen Fei's inquiries, but the 2 lines of text only served to frustrate him further. Couldn't the system have communicated such regulations sooner? How was he to proceed now? Shen Fei felt a sense of unease enveloping him, while the system lapsed back into silence, offering no further reply. Alas, he pondered whether he had wronged the system in a past life. With a weary sigh, he sank into contemplation. 2 choices lay before Shen Fei. The first was to await the system's completion of the periodic financial report before fulfilling the order for the 1st military district. After all, Sun Dongxian had explicitly stated there were no time constraints. He could easily dismiss the manipulative words he had uttered. The second option was to disregard the report and complete the order immediately, for time equated to money. After reflecting for approximately 3 seconds, Shen Fei resolutely decided against the first option. He simply could not place his trust in the system. Who knew when it would finally release the report? Was he to remain in a state of limbo until the system chose to disclose it? Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable to him and fundamentally opposed to his values in life. However, If I were to directly choose to complete the order, would the money still be tainted? Earning merely a few million from 200 million would be rather disheartening. Shen Fei propped his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself. He felt that this was even more exhausting than producing tanks for the first military district. An idea struck him. Since he was caught in a dilemma, why not leave it to fate? As he spoke, Shen Fei rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a coin. The side with the national emblem would not tarnish the military district's funds, while the portrait side would. Having made his decision, Shen Fei crouched down and casually tossed the coin. Clink. After a few breaths, the coin settled on the ground. National emblem side. No, that was just a slip of the hand. It doesn't count. Shen Fei mumbled, then tossed it again. Once the coin stopped spinning, it was still the national emblem side. I was distracted. My heart wasn't sincere. Let us try again. Clink. Again. Clink. Not counting. Shen Fei plopped down onto the ground. He tossed the coin for a full minute. Finally, after the nth attempt, a smile broke through his previously numb expression. He picked up his phone to capture this historic moment, muttering to himself, Commander Sun, you cannot blame me. This is all the arrangement of heaven. Surely you wouldn't want to see me struck by lightning while walking down the street? Feeling completely at ease, Shen Fei entered the super laboratory with a light heart. Surrounded by the vibrant beauty of the laboratory and inhaling the fresh air reminiscent of the vast grasslands of Hulunber, his mood brightened significantly. Then, Shen Fei gathered his thoughts and solemnly regarded the documents sent to him by Sun Dongxian. After analyzing the comparison of the main weapons of the two groups for about 10 minutes, he deduced the firepower limits his upcoming main battle tank could withstand in various operational environments during drills, as well as the unique combat capabilities it must possess in special conditions. With the specifications he attributed to this tank, he named it Xuanwu. Next came the selection of materials. After mentally reviewing the Xuanwu tank production plan, Shen Fei entered the materials library. After sifting through the materials for over half an hour, he finally gathered all the preliminary materials required for the construction of the Xuanwu tank. The system calculated the total material cost to be 13 million. However, this was not the total value of all the materials needed for this experiment. Shen Fei speculated that the cost would be even higher, as additional materials would be required later on. He could not calculate the exact amount, but according to his estimates, the total cost would likely reach 20 million. Commander Sun, I am truly investing heavily here. When it comes time to disclose the financial report, I will have no regrets. The drone from Shunfeng cost 12 billion. Yet its production cost was barely 2 million. You truly have the advantage. After once again soothing himself, Shen Fei summoned the military industrial equipment provided by the system, fully immersing himself in the experiment of creating the Xuanwu tank. On the other side, not long after Shen Fei secured the order, the news swiftly spread across the entire internet. On the Tiger Shark live streaming platform, within Shen Fei's designated channel, the number of viewers surged to nearly 15,000. It is noteworthy that while the popularity of the Tiger Shark platform may have its embellishments, the VIP seats are genuinely substantial. Shen Fei's live stream boasted over 12 million in VIP seating alone, and the non-VIP audience likely numbered around 300,000. With such a multitude of spectators, the barrage of comments was even more prolific. Shen Fei's live stream, which was currently blacked out, was almost overwhelmed by the flood of comments, rendering the screen nearly white.